Chapter 11:27. The Alchemy Master Academic Conference was held in the fallen angel capital as scheduled. This academic conference was definitely a grand event in the industry that could be recorded in history. The academic conference received the attention and support of the fallen angel emperor, Jia. She specially arranged a VIP hotel and a large guild hall for the masters who participated in the conference and sent elite legion to protect them. Almost all the celebrities in the Demon Realm's alchemy world participated in the conference, including mechanic masters, potion masters, and even a few emerging celebrities in scroll studies. The initiator of the conference was the recognized top Grand Master of the Demon Realm, the Potion Grand Master and Mechanic Grand Master, Aguile. Aguile was undoubtedly the most influential figure in the Demon Realm because he was not only a dual Grand Master, but he was also the only husband of the Empress of the Three Empires. In a sense, he was also the true controller of the Demon Realm. In addition to these honors, status, and power, he was also a super powerhouse with outstanding strength. The legendary deeds in the Bloody Empire's first martial competition in the Demon Realm were still talked about enthusiastically. The person who presided over the academic conference was not Aguile, but Aguile's teacher, Tetanus. He was also a dual Grand Master of Mechanics and Potion. He was also one of the only two Grand Masters in the Demon Realm. He was the top existence second only to Aguile, and he was admired by all alchemists. The academic exchange of the conference was divided into two major venues. One was the mechanics venue, and the other was the pharmaceutics venue. Aguile, Tetanus, the presidents of the Alchemy Alliance of the Three Empires, and well-known masters all spoke on the stage one by one. They talked about some valuable experiences and also organized discussions afterward. The atmosphere was very lively. As the saying goes, there must be someone to learn from. This kind of open exchange was completely different from closed-door self-research. Even ordinary alliances did not have such an atmosphere. Many masters felt that they had benefited a lot and even felt enlightened. In the final stage of the conference, there was no venue for mechanics and potion. All the masters gathered in a hall to discuss a topic together: magic firearms. The Demon Realm's firearms were divided into two categories: heavy weapons and light weapons. Simply put, heavy weapons were mainly magic crystal cannons, while light weapons were magic firearms. The focus of the discussion this time was magic firearms. A man wearing a cloak and a mask first stepped onto the stage. Under the demonstration of the Magic TV's big screen, he introduced the concept and structural principle of the magic gun. This person's attire was very similar to Aguile, but he was not Aguile. For the mechanical masters, this mysterious man was no stranger. At the mechanic exchange meeting a few days ago, this person was one of the main speakers. The level he showed was almost no less than Tetanus. In other words, this mysterious man is probably also a mechanic Grand Master. Not only this person, but there was also a shorter, mysterious person who also showed the level of a master. It seemed that the Devil Realm was indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were actually 4 Grandmasters. This did not include Saman, who was defeated and killed by Aguile in the Alchemy Master competition. Judging from some of the details of the communication between Aguile and the 2 mysterious Grandmasters, they should be very familiar friends. It seemed that this Grandmaster's connections were still above imagination. War was the most common keyword when it came to weapons. To an empire, it was the greatest military secret, and not even a little bit of it could be leaked. Now that the 3 empires of the Demon Realm had formed a firm alliance, there would be no war for at least a considerable time. The alchemy masters of the 3 empires had been approved by the 3 empresses before they came, so they could discuss all issues without reservation. It wasn't until this last topic appeared that many people understood why the 3 empresses would give such an explanation and attach great importance to it. In a sense, as a double-edged sword, war was not only the culprit that hindered and destroyed the development of civilization, but it was also the driving force to promote the development of society and technology. Since there would be no more war between the three empires, then the enemy that this kind of developed weapon would be used against, everyone couldn't help but feel refreshed. After more than 100 years, the entrance between the human world and the demon realm will open. At that time, Chen Rui vaguely guessed the thoughts of these people. Of course, he wouldn't explain. He just said silently in his heart, "You guys only guessed the beginning, but you can't guess the ending." In fact, after the magic firearms emerged in the last military exercise of the fallen angel empire, many mechanics of the Bloody Empire and the Shadow Empire began to study this new type of weapon, and they also had some experience. The masters on the seats listened while recording. This kind of explanation of the magic gun's source power from creativity and conception was much better than racking their brains to research and crack it. After the mysterious Grand Master introduced the relevant principles of magic firearms in detail, he asked, "If you have any questions or suggestions, please feel free to raise them." Several masters raised their questions one after another, and the mysterious Grand Master answered them one by one. At this time, a familiar voice sounded to Chinrue. "Sir Grand Master, can I say a few words?" Chinrue took a look. It turned out to be Master Toria, the president of the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association. In order to get the fertile yuan soil that Moore needed, Chenrue sneaked into the library to explore the whereabouts of Mountain Secret. He even worshipped Turia as his teacher. Later, under the temptation of the top mechanic master, Nate, he betrayed his teacher, but he faked his death to expose Nate's ugly face and his misdeeds of framing Master Fonsac and others to the public. In the end, Nate, who offended the public, was imprisoned by Raisin, and Turia took over as the president. Later, when Tiffany entered the library to become the key, Turia and others were affected by the strange power and almost lost their lives. Chinrue went to the library to accept the power of Charlie's evil eye and bring back Tiffany. Turia was also rescued because of this. About the magic pattern circuit that Sir Grandmaster just mentioned, I have some shallow research insights here. Please take a look. Turia took out a drawing. The mysterious Grand Master took the drawing and looked at it. He blurted out a praise. "Wonderful! These circuits are quite ingenious. It seems that Master's talent in Mageweth can be called, but the attainments of these Mageweth. And Master, please forgive me for being rude. Are you the author of this drawing?" "You are indeed, Sir Grandmaster." Turia was not flustered. You can see the problem of the Mageweth at a glance. "To be honest, this is the work of my daughter, Belluin. She has been in contact with Mageweth knowledge for less than 3 years. Some designs do seem naive." Belluin? A girl with a pretty face and glasses appeared in Chinrue's mind. This girl had an encounter with him back then, but that Richard had died in Nate's incident. Even if they met in the Bloody Empire later, they didn't know each other. Chinrue glanced at the drawing and immediately saw the mystery in it. "I didn't expect Belluin to have this kind of talent. She is worth training. May I ask if Ms. Belluin is in this venue?" Turia was secretly happy when he saw that the mysterious Grand Master recognized his daughter's creation. She has not reached the realm of Master yet, so she is naturally not qualified to participate in this conference. However, in order to let her increase her knowledge, I specially brought her from the Bloody Empire to the fallen angel capital this time. The mysterious Grand Master nodded. "Very well, if there is a chance after the conference, I hope to meet this genius of Mageweth." Turia was overjoyed and quickly agreed. The masters cast envious eyes. To be able to be publicly praised by the Grand Master at this kind of conference, no matter what the level of this Belluin is, at least in the mechanic industry, she already has a bright future. So everyone began a more heated discussion. They put forward various creative opinions on magic circuits, styling design, and other aspects. However, after listening for a while, Chinrue on the side stood up. His powerful voice sounded in the venue, overshadowing all the discussions. "To be honest, I'm very disappointed. To put it in a crude way, guns aren't used like this. These words carried an undisguised derogatory meaning, and everyone couldn't help but be surprised. They only heard Aguil side, whether it is mechanics, pharmaceutics, scroll, or other mechanics, whether it is apprentice, alchemist, master, or grandmaster. There's one word that is always the most important, that is creation. The essence of creation lies in endless imagination. What my mysterious friend said is indeed quite an amazing creation. I didn't deny Ms. Belluin's Mageweth circuit creativity and some of your suggestions, but what needs to be explained is that your focus is still too narrow. Narrow. The masters looked at each other. Even Tetenis and the two mysterious grandmasters looked at Chun Rue. Once the thinking is fixed by a certain framework, it is tantamount to killing the real imagination. From the perspective of a user, if the person who uses magic now is a warrior fighting the enemy head-on, and he has to face a large number of enemies, then the magic gun he wants should be a gun with fierce firepower that can carry out rapid range attacks. If it is an assassin who assassinates the enemy's leader, then he needs a magic gun that can carry out long-range, accurate sniping. There are very high requirements for range and accuracy. There are many such ideas. Everyone can brainstorm to imagine and create. The eyes of the mechanical masters who were a little unconvinced previously lit up. Indeed, the angle proposed by Aguil was something that everyone had not thought of before. Let me give another example with a bigger leap in thinking. Why must the role of a magic gun be to kill or destroy? If a partner is seriously injured in the battle and is on the verge of death, and it is impossible to rescue him due to various conditions such as distance, magic power, or speed, then can we consider using a specific magic gun to fire a bullet containing healing magic and first aid medicine to save our partner as soon as possible? As soon as Chun Rue's creativity was said, the three Grand Masters nodded at the same time. The masters were even more enlightened as they showed admiration. Take first aid firearms as an example. It was completely feasible and practical. The scope of knowledge involved was not only mechanics. No wonder the discussion of this topic would gather potioneers, scroll masters, etc. It was by no means a fluke that everyone could become a master. After being reminded by Chun Rue's words, their original thinking limits were suddenly broken. Many fantastic ideas immediately popped out. Some theories were no longer limited to firearms, but more types of firearms. Although it was not realistic enough, it was enough to find a new way. Seeing this scene, Chun Rue's face behind the mask showed a smile. Perhaps it is only a matter of time, but today I personally ignited this fire. I don't know if this is the legendary Pandora's box in my previous life, but since I have decided to open it, I will not regret it. In any case, at least I can grasp a trace of the future, even if it is only a trace. Chapter 11:28. This kind of wine is strong enough. Bernard raised his glass and took a big gulp. His already red nose became even redder. This is the wine that is truly suitable for dwarves. After drinking it in the Stone Fist Village last time, I can't forget it. Even the best yellow wine can't compare to the taste of this white wine. Yellow wine and white wine have their own characteristics. I still prefer the taste of yellow wine. Actually, the Demon Realm's Meow Fruit wine and Purpleberry wine are also very good. The one who spoke was the Dwarf Grandmaster's old friend, Finoa. The Elf Grandmaster's face was also a little red at the moment. Obviously, he was not used to the rush of white wine and was a little drunk. Chun Rue laughed and took out a bottle of Purpleberry wine and handed it over. The two wines you like are the specialties of the Shadow Empire. This bottle is my last stock. However, you will stay here for at least a week. I will go to the palace of the Shadow Empire to get a batch of the best royal fruit wine for you to take away. I won't stand on ceremony. Who asked you to be the husband of the three empresses? Let's use your power for personal gain this time. Finoa immediately changed the white wine to purpleberry wine and raised his glass. My friends, although I don't know what the future will be like, let's have a toast now. The three of them clinked their glasses together and smiled. It turned out that the two mysterious grandmasters who participated in the Alchemy Academic Conference were Chun Rue's two grandmaster friends in the human world, Finoa and Bernard. The two grandmasters were insiders of the abyss, so it didn't take Chin Rue too much effort to successfully invite the two friends to the demon realm through the Tower of Glory to attend the Alchemy Academic Conference as mysterious guests. After learning that the demon realm had actually formed a unified alliance and that the true identity of his friends was actually the husband of the three empires, even the knowledgeable elf Finoa couldn't help but be stunned. A human actually became the real controller of the demon realm in a sense. What does this mean? Especially when the war between the two worlds would break out 100 years later. Would the future change because of this? The prosperity of the devil world also surprised the two gurus. In the past, the devil world in legends or cognition was often associated with barren, cruel, evil, and so on. But now, what they saw and heard was very different. The prosperity of the devil world was no less than that of the human world. There were even many novel things that the human world did not have. Apart from their appearance, the demons didn't feel much different from humans. For the elves and dwarves, who also looked different from humans, it was easier to accept. Although the elves on the surface were quite repulsed by the dark elves, Finoa, who had a tranquil temperament and was already used to the vicissitudes of life, was even able to accept the half-elves. Actually, by participating in this pure alchemy academic conference, as a mechanic this time, I've gained a lot from brainstorming. Chinrue had promised the two that he would synchronize the magic game upgrade of the human world with the demon realm, and the research results obtained from the magic weapons would also be shared. The Tower of Brilliance was severely damaged in the previous battle with Charlie. Although Chun Rue tried various methods to repair it, and the Tower of Brilliance also had a certain automatic recovery feature, it was still not completely repaired. It could barely be used once every 10 days. Therefore, before the next time of use, Finoa and Bernard would temporarily stay in the demon realm. Finoa, do you really want to accept that demon's girl as your disciple? Bernard asked. Yes, I've been studying Mageweth for most of my life, but unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable successor. Belluin's talent in Mageweth is the best I've ever seen in my life. Even the elves don't have such qualifications. Maybe she can't reach the realm of guru in her lifetime, but I can bet that she will definitely become the top existence in the field of Mageweth. Knowledge has no national or ethnic boundaries. I can't miss such a disciple, even if she is a demon's. Finoa's words at the academic conference were not perfunctory. After the conference, Finoa, who had always been unhurried, took Chinrue to visit Turia immediately and met the genius Mageweth girl. After a few tests, the elf Grand Master became more and more satisfied. Under the witness of Chinrue, he accepted Belluin as his disciple on the spot. This made Master Turia and his wife, Master Mavina, overjoyed. Finoa left a personal Mageweth notebook for Belluin to study by herself. As long as there was a chance in the future, he would go to the Bloody Empire from time to guide Belluin. Although it was inconvenient to reveal his true identity, Chinrue was also gratified to see the Turia couple and Belluin happy. Yes, knowledge has no national boundaries. The dwarf Grand Master nodded first. Then he suddenly thought of something. Cunning elf. I also want to accept a disciple, so I can come to enjoy the wonderful white wine from time to time in the future. The elf Grand Master was taken aback at first. Then he laughed. You even noticed this. It seems that there are cunning mutants among the stubborn dwarves. This is called wisdom, the old dwarf said with his eyes wide open. His nose was even redder. Born, if you really want to accept a disciple, of course I will fully support you. Chinrue laughed and said, I don't have anything else, but I can supply you with the white wine. If you can't finish it, you can pack it and take it away. That's what you said. The old dwarf was overjoyed and took another big gulp of wine. Dwarves had always been forthright in drinking, but the power of white wine was obviously different from the yellow wine that had a slow after-effect. After drinking for a while, he couldn't stand it anymore. He fell on the sofa and began to snore. This way of drinking is also suitable for dwarves. For other races, it is too harmful. Chinrue shook his head. The dwarf's physique had a special ability to absorb alcohol. After getting drunk, they would be energetic instead. The alcohol in the demon realm is generally stronger than that in the human world. Not to mention the Skyborn. Even I am almost drunk. Fanoa shook his head. Although it's a little impolite, I have to remind you, Chinrue. You must remember that commission. Don't worry. I'm just a bad guy who doesn't keep his word. I'm not a good person anyway. Chinrue smiled self-deprecatingly. I just don't know why Madame Alusier suddenly has such a commission. I don't know either. I'm just passing on Madame Alusier's words. In fact, when I first heard this commission, I was very surprised. Fanoa came to the demon realm, this time with a commission from the legendary prophet Alusier, which was to temporarily detain the elves' tree of nature and not return it. This commission was a bit strange. Back then, Alusier asked Chinrue to go to the tree of nature and destroy Quiriana's clone. The tree of nature was thus reborn and became a sprout that Chinrue took into his body. As the nature realm was eroded by the power of the abyss, even with the 3 types of spring water provided by Chinrue, it would take 2 years to recover. Chinrue promised the elf queen to take care of the tree of nature and return it to the elves after 2 years. He even received the honorary title of Elf King for this. Now that the legendary prophet gave him such a commission, it was surprising. However, the tree of nature was a good thing. It was of great benefit to Chinrue's training and faith. It would be better if he could keep it. I only believe one thing. Madame Alusier will not harm the elves. She may have some difficulties that are inconvenient to disclose to the elves. Madame Alusier is also my half-teacher. My life was saved by her. Fanoa pondered. Actually, you just need to contact Madame Span first, and then don't appear in the elves for 2 years. Just treat it as a disappearance. In this way, even if the elves find Madame Span, they won't know your whereabouts. Understood? Chinrue shrugged. I'll call you when I arrive in the human world and set up a place to come to the demon realm together. You have a disciple here. Fanoa smiled. Of course. Cheers to the great invention of the telephone. To the great invention. Chinrue silently recited the names of the 2 original creators of the telephone and wireless telephone. Fanoa looked at the purple moonlight outside the window. I didn't expect the moonlight in the demon realm to be so beautiful. It's a pity that Patricia is not here. Otherwise, it would be the greatest enjoyment in life to listen to her music while drinking and admiring the moon. Patricia? The image of a beautiful and generous female elf elder appeared in Chinrue's mind. That elder was also the teacher of the little elf Princess Michelle. He came to a realization. So our elf friend is having an affair with Elder Patricia. I remember that she is still single. Actually, she and I... Fanoa showed a rare expression of awkwardness. We're just friends. Friends? I thought you were saying the truth after drinking. Seems like I'm misunderstood. Chinrue smiled weirdly. To express my apology, I'll take you to a good place later. However, I can't guarantee that when you wake up tomorrow morning, you won't be lying naked in the arms of a succubus or other beautiful demons. Fanoa was stunned and smiled bitterly. All right, you win. I'm really drunk. This was equivalent to admitting the truth after drinking. Chinrue smiled and clinked glasses with Fanoa. To the beautiful Madame Patricia. The elf drank a glass of wine, and her ears moved. What's that song? It's so beautiful. Chinrue also heard the sound of the magic television in the distance. He replied, It should be a replay of the magic concert in the capital. There will be a large concert in the Dark Moon Estate in a few days. We can go and watch it live. Moonlight, wine, food, beautiful music. Fanoa's eyes were a little hazy. Mixed wine was the easiest to get drunk. It was white wine first, then fruit wine. Even the elf couldn't hold it anymore. I should confess to the Moonlight Goddess because I like this demon realm. The Moonlight Goddess may be asleep. Let's pray to the great founder. Thank him for creating this wonderful world that is worth protecting. That's right, great founder. Finoa opened her eyes reluctantly. You know the founder? Chinrue asked. You know too? I once heard Madame Alucier say that the great founder created this world in 7 days. Chinrue nodded. At first it was nothing. Later, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking carefully for a while, he suddenly realized. I remember Ben Hong once said that the founder used 3 days to destroy everything originally, then used 3 days to create everything today. 3 plus 3 equals 6. Why did Alucier say 7 days? Not 6 days? Finoa, are you sure it's 7 days? Of course, 7 days. Finoa said. Finally, she couldn't hold it anymore and fell drunk on the sofa. As Chinrue was about to wake Finoa up to ask, he suddenly had a special feeling in his mind. This feeling was no longer unfamiliar now. 2-star enhancement. Someone succeeded again. Chapter 1129. In the super system, Paglio looked at the Galaxy Divinity Temple Hall curiously. Although he had learned about the scene of this strange world from the description of Rala and Catherine, he still felt a considerable degree of shock when he saw it with his own eyes. Especially the endless galaxy, the poison dragon was no longer a rookie who had just entered the super rank. He could clearly feel the vast momentum. This seemed to be a real universe that contained endless faith and life force. This is Chinrue's kingdom? Thinking back to the beginning, that human was still a powerless weakling, but he actually walked step by step to the realm that even I need to look up to. Although I usually yelled fiercely, I actually didn't have much jealousy in my heart. Instead, I had more of a fighting spirit to catch up or follow. There was also a trace of inexplicable pride. Perhaps this is the feeling of a partner. While Paglio was feeling emotional, Chinrue had appeared in front of him without warning. Cunning human, do you see that? I finally did it. Paglio raised his eyebrows and said proudly, Since the last battle of the Moon Kingdom, the poison dragon immediately began a retreat to fully digest and comprehend a trace of Charlie's soul power. Of course, this guy might also take the opportunity to escape from Miss Emerald Long's forced marriage. In any case, it was finally a success now, and he had fully comprehended the power of 2-star evolution. This meant that there would be a new god in this kingdom, and the power of the strongest ultimate move, Galaxy Divinity Mirror, would also be doubled. Thank you, Paglio. Chinrue was very clear about how hard Paglio had been working during this time. This kind of hard work was not just for the poison dragon. Stop flattering yourself. I'm doing it for myself. Paglio glanced at him contemptuously. The expected stubbornness was still the dead duck dragon. Chinrue shrugged. I know you only have Miss Betty in your heart. You have proven this with great actions. Everyone in the Dark Moon estate knows this. Can you not talk about this? The poison dragon's eyes twitched. What should I do next? Can you give me a beauty friend? A king of the harem or something like that? Unfortunately, only the most compatible source of faith will appear by your side. You want none of these god positions. This is the difference between ideals and reality. Not every loser can counterattack. Chinrue. Veronica's voice came from behind. Is this the new god? A top-grade beauty. Paglio's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Beautiful lady, may I ask? Veronica pursed his lips and smiled. My name is Veronica, and I am now the divine envoy of this star divinity palace. Oracle. The poison dragon rolled his eyes, but before he could strike up a conversation, Chinrue walked straight over and held Veronica's hand. Don't bully your friend's wife, understand? The poisonous dragon crow was so jealous that it was furious. You cunning human. There was actually a beauty hidden here. I'm going to report you. You should be Peglio, right? I heard Chenrue talk about you before. You are his best partner and brother. When Veronica heard the words friend's wife, her face blushed, and she saluted. Nice to meet you. Facing Veronica, who had an extraordinary temperament and was polite, Peglio returned the salute honestly. He muttered something like, all the good cabbages are taken by pigs. Dead duck dragon. Forget about the bad idea of reporting me. Veronica is not a stranger that I hid. She is friends with Rolla, Catherine, Isabella, Tiffany, and Ben Hong. Rolla? Ben Hong? Master Poison Dragon couldn't help but shudder. Veronica is actually friends with two crazy women? Veronica smiled and said, let's go to the Tower of Faith first. The three of them came to the Tower of Faith. The Tower of Faith was shining with a strong light. Peglio, who was close to the Tower of Faith, also had the power of resonance. The various sources of faith in the Tower of Faith seemed to begin to fuse and interweave into various forms. Peglio was covered by a light and sucked into the Tower of Faith. On many planets in the galaxy, a huge phantasm of Peglio appeared, indicating the birth of a new god. Like Rolla and Catherine's apatheicized, the name of this god and the faith he possessed automatically appeared in people's minds. The devout quickly obtained the corresponding power and understanding. Related buildings such as temples and statues appeared quickly. The light of the Tower of Faith became stronger and stronger. The astral god statue of Peglio on the star-ceiling platform exuded strong starlight at the same time, which was filled with the power of life and faith. The composition of the entire projection became subtle stardust, and an independent galaxy gradually took shape. Chenrue clearly felt that his power had been further enhanced. Sure enough, this is the best way to improve Purple Pole Star Emperor. As the light flashed, Peglio reappeared in sight. At this time, the power aura exuded by the poison dragon was completely different from before. The most notable was the silver and green armor, which exuded an elegant and majestic aura. The galaxy of the astral god statue was completely stabilized, and this set of star armor also appeared on the exterior of the statue. Ha ha ha! Peglio felt the huge power from the vast galaxy and the powerful aura of his own armor of faith, and he was overjoyed. Previously, he finally broke through to the demigod realm under the constant hard battles in the UFO land and the fierce abuse of Ben Hong and Rolla. However, due to the considerable flaws in the real kingdom, he had been unable to truly master the mystery of the power of the demigod level, nor could he have the armor of faith. Now that he had comprehended the two-star evolution, he immediately had an unimaginable galaxy kingdom and such a powerful armor of faith. It could be said that he had turned things around in one fell swoop. How could the poison dragon not be ecstatic? God of Plague! Chenrue looked at Peglio with a weird expression. Sure enough, a weird person has a weird choice. The God of Plague reminded Chenrue of Luyu in the Investiture of the Gods that he had read in his previous life. Later, he seemed to have been conferred the title of the God of Plague by Zhang Zia. Although his reputation was not very good, his lethality was quite amazing. I don't know either. I originally wanted the poisonous faith, but there is no poisonous source of faith here. Instead, that plague flew over. I can feel that this disease itself contains the power of poison, and it will make my poison power even stronger. Hee, no matter what, I am a god now. Peglio shook the armor of faith on his body proudly. When we go out later, I will let little Betty see my heroic appearance. Fortunately, the helmet is not green. Chenrue nodded solemnly. Bastard, what did you say? For the partner who first came into contact with Chenrue, the meaning of this word was already clear. Your heroic appearance has been fully revealed when you run in a wooden barrel. Chenrue chuckled. Humph, I am in a good mood, so I can't be bothered with you. Peglio's mood was indeed quite good now. Not only had the kingdom and faith been resolved, but he could also use the power of the demigod's kingdom to freely use the artifact, Thunderflail. He didn't have to risk his life to consume the power of the bloodline like before. Thinking about it, your status doesn't seem to have changed. You can't beat Benhong, you can't beat me, you can't beat Rala. By the way, Catherine's small realm seems to be about to break through again. The power of Nirvana completely restrains your poison power, so you can't beat her either. Chen Rue counted. You are still the number 5. Back then, I easily beat you until you cried for your mom and dad. The poison dragon suddenly thought of something, speaking of Benhong. I am also the god of plague now. That crazy woman even vowed not to hold us back in the Moon Kingdom, but she hasn't become a god here yet. The next time I see her, just what? An indifferent voice came. Paglio trembled. No way. The voice instantly appeared in front. Go on, Master Paglio. It's really a crazy woman, based on the principle of a wise dragon not fighting when the odds are against him. Paglio swallowed some harsh words with difficulty and put on a smiling face. It turns out to be Sister Benhong. I knew that Sister would always be one step ahead. I wonder what kind of god Sister is. Beautiful goddess? Goddess of wisdom. The goddess of wisdom is Catherine, and Benhong is the goddess of disaster. Veronica explained kindly. Disaster? It was fitting for this ruthless and crazy woman. Master Poison Dragon said in his heart, but he pretended to be surprised on his face. Charlie's soul has the power of disaster, but it's a pity that I can't use it. Now that I have the deity position of disaster, it is equivalent to having one more powerful power. Benhong said indifferently, Actually, I'm not the fastest to comprehend the 2-star evolution. In addition to Rala and Catherine, who have succeeded previously, there's one more person in front of me. Who is it? Paglio was shocked again. Initially, he thought that he could get 3rd place, but he didn't expect Benhong to appear. Now, there was actually someone faster than Benhong. Counting it, he was ranked 5th again. It's me. A familiar voice sounded next to Paglio. Isabella. Master Poison Dragon was dumbfounded. How can you be faster than us? Benhong said indifferently, This is not unusual. I got the 2-star evolution much later than all of you. You should be ashamed, Paglio. Inni is only at the kingdom level, now that she has the kingdom and deity position of this world. Her cultivation path can be said to be smooth. It is only a matter of time for her to enter demigod. If you are complacent after making some small achievements, you will soon be overtaken again. Demigod is still far from me. In fact, Rala and I were the first to get the 2-star evolution power, and with Rala's guidance, I succeeded inexplicably after getting the soul power given by Benhong. Isabella smiled and said, I should be the one who cheated, and there is still a part of the soul power that hasn't been fully absorbed yet. I have to work hard. Paglio knew that the so-called Rala's guidance was just an excuse. Inni was little Betty's best friend. She was obviously giving him a way out for little Betty's sake. He shook his head and sighed. All the good cabbages are really taken by pigs. Chinrue rolled his eyes. This damned dragon. Isabella is giving you face, and you should just appreciate it. Why are you talking about this again? By the way, Isabella, what kind of god are you? Paglio asked curiously. Isabella is resourceful and good at scheming. She should be able to become a god of wisdom, but the goddess of wisdom already has Catherine. Goddess of deceit, master of deception, lies, blackmail, etc. There is a guy who has too many good women around him, so it's better to be bad to attract attention. Isabella smiled sweetly. Actually, in my life, I died because of a deception, and I was resurrected because of a deception. I have been manipulated by deception all my life, so I also want to deceive others. Chinrue felt the affection contained in the blue eyes, and his heart was warm. He was very clear about Isabella's meaning. The deception of the first death was that Eudora cheated away the Breeze shadow boots, causing the tragic death of her people. She sank in hatred, and she was dead even though she was alive. The second deception was that her heart was cheated by Chenrue, who pretended to be Charles. The subsequent incidents of Snow, Dowlette, and Bree's shadow boots completely untied the knot in her heart, and she regained her true vitality. Tisk, flirting with each other. Do you think I don't exist? The poison dragon put away the armor of faith. By the way, why are you all here? It is the same as your current situation. A trace of our souls are separated and integrated with this world forever. It is equivalent to a connection that can cross the limitations of space. For example, my main body is still sleeping in the Moon Kingdom, digesting Charlie's power and kingdom. If the consciousness leaves, the soul is still here, but it receives the power of faith back to the main body unconsciously. As long as we get the permission of the Master, we can enter this world at any time through this soul connection. As he said, Ben Hong looked at the galaxy in the distance and said emotionally, I don't know if the real kingdom of God has this power, but it is obvious that this world is very close to the kingdom of God. If the apotheosized God is counted, maybe one day it will surpass the kingdom of God. Of course, Chenrue and our strength are far from enough to be called God, so don't be arrogant. At this time every day, Inni, Rala, and I will enter the training ground together for various training. Rala should be arriving soon. Although Catherine is busy with state affairs, she will take time to train from time to time. When you are familiar with your newly acquired power, you can also join the training. I will guide you well. Hearing the last sentence, Paglio couldn't help but shudder. He muttered, Do you want to retaliate against me again? Crazy woman, I won't. What? It was clearly the fairy Miss Long's voice at the back, scaring Paglio again. If there was something worse than encountering a terrifying madwoman, it was encountering two terrifying madwomen at the same time. Master Poison Dragon didn't even think about it. He used the excuse of familiarizing himself with his newly acquired power and immediately withdrew his consciousness from the world. Chapter 1130. Did I miss something? Fairy Miss Long asked innocently as she looked at Paglio's receding figure. No, you came at the right time. Chenrue smiled at Rala and turned to look at Ben Hong. Ben Hong, I have a question that I would like to know the answer to. Please speak, sir. How many days did the founder use to create this world? You once told me that the founder used 3 days to destroy everything that was originally here, and then used 3 days to create everything that is here today. But today, someone told me that the founder used 7 days to create the entire world. Is that what someone told you? When Chenrue asked the question, Ben Hong's eyes lit up a little, but when he heard the last sentence, his eyes dimmed again, as if he was disappointed. I hope to know the real answer. It is said that the universe was originally chaotic. The founder used 3 days to destroy everything that was originally not suitable for life, and then used 3 days to create the big universe with this main plane as the center. Chenrue frowned. These words were no different from what he had said before. Then he heard Ben Hong's tone change. In fact, there is still a day between destruction and creation. This day is between destruction and creation, which is also between nothing and being. It shows that it contains the supreme mystery of being and nothing at the same time. Being and nothing? Chenrue suddenly thought of the most famous Taoist scripture from his previous life, Tao Te Ching. There was a sentence at the beginning. Nothing is the beginning of heaven and earth. Being is the mother of all things. The path of being and nothing is the doorway to pry into the infinite mysteries of the universe. As the saying goes, the most mysterious of mysteries, the door of all wonders. Tao Te Ching should not have anything to do with this, but no matter which world or plane, some things are common. So there is such a day between 3 days, it is indeed 7 days. Chenrue nodded slowly. Suddenly he thought of something and was shocked. That's right, the silver box. That's right. Ben Hong's eyes were shining. Sir's reaction is very fast. This was why the silver box was called 1/2 of something, or 1/7 of something. Many people knew about this rumor, but they didn't know what it meant. The so-called half referred to the complete origin of destruction and origin of creation. This was the common explanation, and it was also what ordinary people understood. However, most people don't know what the so-called 1/7 is. There is actually a third party between creation and destruction. According to the number of silver boxes, it is the 7th silver box. It is the real taboo. Taboo. Chinrue frowned. Can't I tell you? Ben Hong shook his head. Actually, there's nothing I can't say in front of you. It's just that there are some things that you have to remember yourself. I finally know what 3 men make a tiger means. There are already many people who think that I'm that person. Even I, who has always believed that I'm not that person, has begun to doubt whether I'm that person or not. Chinrue shook his head. But if your judgment is only based on the 7 artifacts or the strange world of stars, then you may really be disappointed. No matter who I am, I want to know what this so-called taboo is and not wait for the so-called memory recovery. Ben Hong, please answer me. Ben Hong stared at him for a moment and sighed. I will only say one thing. The thing that can make all the top experts unspeakable is also the world's biggest taboo. You should be able to guess it. The biggest taboo? Chinrue fell into deep thought. The abyss? Or Isabella, who had been listening, tentatively asked, Gods! Chinrue, who was thinking at high speed, suddenly thought of those huge corpses in the chaotic realm. His mind shook, and he blurted out, The twilight of the gods? Could it be that the 7th silver box, or the supreme power between being and nothing, caused the death or sleep of the gods? Ben Hong did not answer. In fact, it is the biggest secret. I'm not very clear about it. Chinrue sighed. You mean, I am the one who knows this best? Yes. This time, Ben Hong's answer was quite firm. Perhaps after you can completely control all of the 7 divine artifacts, you should be able to get the answer you want. All the 7 artifacts? Chinrue was silent. Among the current 7 artifacts, according to the order of analysis, they were God-eating mask, sword of fallen angel, angry king's armor, blood fiend ring, Bree's shadow boots, and elusive demon shield complete. These 6 artifacts had been completely analyzed. The last one was dark shadow cloak, which was the so-called chapter of nothingness. For some reason, this one was a little different from the previous 6. The progress of deep analysis was extremely slow. From the information revealed by Ben Hong, the 7 artifacts are likely to be related to the 7th, most mysterious silver box, and the master of the 7 artifacts is Chinrue. To be precise, it is someone who is misunderstood. Then, connecting these pieces of information together, the more Chinrue thought about it, the more shocked he became. Ben Hong saw the changing expression on his face, so he interjected, Before you have the corresponding strength, even if you know the truth, it will be useless. Instead, you will be distracted. It is better to transfer this desire to the pursuit of power. Chinrue nodded. Ben Hong was right. Whether it was the twilight of the gods or the 7th silver box, they were distant things. The urgent matter now was how to deal with the agreement between the 3 angels of light and Satan. At this time, there were only more than 2 years left from Gabriel's 3-year period. This would be the biggest test. Time waits for no one. He must comprehend the mystery of Purple Pole Star Emperor as soon as possible, and have the strength to contend with the peak of pseudo-god. There is one more thing. It is about Athena's child. Ben Hong's words immediately shifted everyone's attention, especially Chinrue. The first thing that came to Rala's mind was Duo, so she asked, Does Athena's child also have the bloodline of God? The bloodline of God is not inherited by every child. I don't know if that child has the bloodline of God or not, but I can basically be sure of one thing now: destruction. Ben Hong looked at Chinrue's nervous expression. Don't worry, this is not a bad thing. What I mean is that this child will have a powerful destruction origin talent as soon as he is born. Destruction origin talent. Rala pondered. In that case, the child will be able to cultivate offensive power with twice the results with half the effort, and it is possible that he will have a special talent. Isabella's thinking direction was different from Rala's, and she immediately grasped another key point. Why would Athena's child have the destruction origin talent? Could it be that there is a direct connection between this and her pregnancy? Hearing Ben Hong's words, Chenrue remembered. Calculating the time of conception, it happened to be when he and Ben Hong reached an agreement and comprehended the complete destruction origin. Could it be Ben Hong had already given the answer? As everyone knows, the more powerful a person is, the more difficult it is to give birth to a child. Even humans whose fertility rate is higher than the demons cannot avoid this law. With the strength of both of you, it is indeed not an easy task to give birth to a child. The reason why Athena is pregnant is directly related to Sir's comprehension of the complete destruction origin. It should be under the effect of some mysterious power that the destruction origin power promotes the birth of a child, and at the same time, it also has the nature of inheritance. Chenrue suddenly understood. No wonder Athena suddenly became pregnant. It turned out to be the effect of the destruction origin. However, this kind of origin inheritance is unique. If other children are to be born, they can only rely on a normal combination. By the way, doesn't Chenrue still have the complete creation origin? Isabella's blue eyes flickered with a moving light. Does this mean that at least a child with the creation origin talent can be born? Hearing this, Rala's eyes also lit up. Ben Hong smiled indifferently. In theory, that is the case. However, Athena being able to get pregnant, although luck is one aspect, the most important thing is still her own physique. She should be the best incubator to bear the destruction origin power. The creation origin also needs a corresponding bearing physique. Unfortunately, you guys don't have this physique. Light attribute physique. Isabella immediately reacted, and then she showed a depressed look. Light attribute physique could be easily grabbed from the human world. But in this demon realm, especially in the harem, there was no such thing. Even a holy item like snowed dowlet could only stimulate the light attribute to mutate. It couldn't really transform the completely opposite dark attribute physique into light attribute. Ben Hong emphasized, to be precise, it's a pure light type physique. In fact, the origin of destruction shouldn't be compatible with the bloodline physiques of the 7 great royal clans. So it chose the pure, dark type great demon body. The destruction origin is not compatible with the bloodline of the 7 royal families? This sentence made Isabella ponder. Then what about her? Rala's gaze landed on someone. Veronica was taken aback. Me. At this moment, all eyes turned to look at him. Veronica was originally a human, but unfortunately, she is now a soul body. Ben Hong thought for a while. If I use my secret technique to transfer the soul body to another human body, it is theoretically feasible. But first, I have to find a light body that is most suitable for her soul. This is not an easy task. Besides, my soul fusion secret technique can only ensure that the battle will not be affected. As for the birth of a child, there is no guarantee. Isabella and Rala looked at each other and said, I think we can try if there is a chance. Veronica was Chenrue's earliest first love, and she was also very easy to get along with. Anyway, they already had this kind of relationship. It was much better than some guy going to the human world to fool around with the excuse of having a child. We are getting further and further away from the topic. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. Chenrue came out to smooth things over. Even though Veronica had always been generous, she couldn't help blushing at this time. She immediately found an excuse. Paglio has just become an artifact. I will go and see the situation of the newly built Plague Temple and the statue first. I will also select some oracles to represent him. Watching Veronica hurriedly disappear from the Tower of Faith Rala, and Isabella, gave Chinrue a meaningful look and followed Ben Hong to the training ground. How could Chinrue not understand the meaning in the eyes of his two wives? He rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. Let's put other things aside first. Rala, Catherine, Isabella, Ben Hong, and Paglio. Now, there were already 5 people who had become gods of the super system. Not only had his and Chinrue's power been enhanced, but with the increase in the number of gods of the super system, he also began to vaguely feel a trace of the context. Although it was impossible to describe the specific details, Chinrue had a hunch that this might be the key to completely mastering the purple pole star transformation and even the entire 6-star evolution. Chapter 1131. The peak pseudo-god's understanding of faith was by no means comparable to ordinary kingdom-level or demigod powerhouses. For Paglio, who had reached the critical point of power, Charlie's soul power was a successful catalyst, and he successfully completed 2-star strengthening. The soul power of a peak pseudo-god was extremely powerful. 2-star strengthening did not mean that the soul power was completely digested. Take the poison dragon as an example. After reaching 2-star strengthening, his soul power was still not fully integrated. Fortunately, with Paglio's fully stabilized demigod strength, coupled with the newly acquired super systems kingdom power, it wouldn't take long for him to completely absorb this soul power. In contrast, although Isabella completed 2-star strengthening earlier, she couldn't exert the true power of faith and life because her realm had not yet reached demigod. Therefore, it was much more difficult for her to digest Charlie's soul power than Paglio. Needless to say, it was even more difficult for others who had not completed 2-star strengthening. However, just as Ben Hong had said, Isabella had already comprehended 2-star strengthening at this stage. In the future, she would have a smooth road ahead of her when she reached the demigod level. In particular, the most difficult problems of the demigod level, such as true kingdom and life, had already been solved in advance. Paglio, who had completed 2-star strengthening, was naturally proud of himself. He always showed off his newly acquired armor of faith in front of everyone, intentionally or unintentionally. Lomont didn't care at first, but when he heard that Isabella had also comprehended 2-star strengthening, and it was before Paglio, he couldn't sit still anymore. Madame Ant had already set an example by surpassing Paglio with the strength of kingdomization and completing 2-star strengthening in advance. As a member of the Belphegor family, he naturally couldn't be a burden to the captain. Chinrue would go to the Holy Mountain of Light to face 3 powerful enemies who were equal to Charlie in 2 years. More than 9 years later, he would challenge Satan, who was stronger than Charlie alone. Lomont didn't want to be the burden that Ben Hong mentioned. He and his 2 wives had all accepted 2-star strengthening and the soul power of a peak pseudo-god. At least one of them must keep up with the pace of those ahead. As a man and the captain's best friend, he was absolutely duty-bound. Chinrue couldn't help but feel a little guilty when he saw that Lomont didn't go out to play with other people's wives. Instead, he stayed in the training ground and cultivated all day. However, when Delia gave him a thumbs up and Metalou sent a thank you letter on behalf of all the women in the Dark Moon, Chinrue suddenly felt that he had not done enough for his female compatriots. Chinrue, it's time to eat. The succubus maid's voice interrupted Chinrue's thoughts. Chinrue nodded and stood up. Looking at the listless Kia, he walked forward and held the little succubus hand. Kia, are you all right? I'm fine. The little succubus maid's mood was obviously a little depressed recently. After learning that Athena's pregnancy was due to the effect of the power of the origin of destruction, and the creation of the origin could only be conceived with the light attribute physique, the little maid's plan to be a mother that she had been brewing had completely failed. Although she didn't show much on the surface, Chinrue could feel the frustration from the bottom of her heart. She could no longer see the energetic appearance of taking the lead to dance the child-seeking dance every day. What do you want to eat today? Chinrue deliberately found a topic. Purple mushroom soup, flat-bone steak, lettuce meatloaf, shredded potatoes, blue melon sauce cake, coconut bread, red rice. With the rapid development of the economy, the improvement of material living standards, and the circulation and trade of commodities, the demon realm's originally relatively single recipes had become rich and diverse. Many delicacies that were originally only available to nobles had entered the homes of ordinary people. Chen Rui naturally played a considerable catalytic role in it. As the saying went, there were specializations. His cooking skills were no longer enough at this level. However, as a major shareholder of the Royal Highness Prince Consort and the Princess Villa, he naturally had a large number of excellent chefs on hand. As long as he roughly described the delicacies in his memory, the top chefs would naturally imagine and make them on their own. Of course, due to various factors such as ingredients, many things had changed and become food with demon realm characteristics. The demon realm's crops were mainly wheat and beans. Wheat was ground into flour to make bread. There were not many people who ate cereal directly. Rice became popular after Chen Rui's magic land was popularized. It was mainly a preference in his previous life. That's it. Why isn't there that nourishing soup recently? Chen Rui deliberately teased. That kind of soup was a supporting derivative of the child-seeking dance. It was a daily necessity. After drinking it, it would make the partner extremely strong. The effect could be imagined. I'm not doing that anymore. Kia lowered her eyes and bit her lip. There's one more thing. Let me guess first. Chen Rui smiled slightly. Do you want Joanna to be a secretary to take care of government affairs for you while you train with Isabella and the others? Kia looked surprised. How do you know? Fool! How can your little tricks hide from the man who watches you every day? Chen Rui touched the little succubus hair. Kia sighed. Am I snobbish? Seeing that I can't have children with you, I thought of training. It's not snobbish, it's stupidity. Chen Rui said seriously, do you think only training can help me? Now, every meal in the house is the result of your careful selection and cooking. Your cooking skills are far better than mine. This is the result of your dedication. For this, you even gave up your favorite clothing design. You not only have to take care of everyone's lives, but also help Athena deal with government affairs. Take care of her. Take care of me. Take care of Duo. With you, I basically don't have to worry about these trivial things. I can do what I want to do without any distractions and fight with all my heart. You are the most important woman standing behind me. You are irreplaceable. Chen Rui's words were not exaggerated. Compared with the women who fought side by side, Kia, who silently contributed behind the scenes, was equally touching and cherishing. Kia's eyes suddenly turned red, and she was hugged into Chen Rui's arms. I really feel extremely satisfied with such a good woman who is willing to give birth to children for me. Unfortunately, she actually said that she is snobbish. Isn't she stupid? The succubus hugged Chen Rui's neck tightly, buried her wet eyes in his chest, and gently shrugged her shoulders. Joanna has been in charge of internal affairs and finances. Her ability is obvious to all and is qualified for the position of secretary. You take her to familiarize her for a few days and give her full authority. You agree to my training? Kia raised her head, and there was surprise in her tearful eyes. Chen Rui nodded. Of course. Actually, you can do whatever you want to do. I will support you, just like you have always supported me. Great. The little succubus was overjoyed, but then said shyly, but I'm too weak, the worst one. That's because you have to take care of everyone and have never had the time and energy to calm down and train. In fact, your talent is quite outstanding, especially your mental power. You are also good at fire and wind power. If you walk the path of a mage, with the help of star sealing, black potions, and training grounds, you will definitely be able to improve your strength quickly. However, on the path of cultivation, haste makes waste, so don't be rash. Usually ask Rala, Delia, and Isabella for advice. They are experts in magic. I know. Actually, I'm just taking off the burden of secretary. I will still continue to be responsible for everyone's lives. The little succubus clenched her fists and swept away her previous decadence. I will work hard, whether it is training or anything else. Even if I can't become the top powerhouse, I will become the top super chef. You are already a super chef, Miss Kia. Chinrue stroked her hair. Actually, even if you have a child. Have a child? The little succubus maid's ears suddenly perked up. Chinrue kissed her cheek and whispered in her ear, Athena's child does have a promoting relationship with the power of the origin of destruction. But that is actually a bit of a trick, and it is not the only way. According to Ben Hong's speculation, we still have a considerable chance in the proper way. Kia's eyes lit up, and the little knot in her heart that had been tangled up finally completely unraveled. A charming blush appeared on her face. Understood. 10 seconds later, Chanrue's body trembled slightly, and sweat oozed from his forehead. I say, you understood too quickly. It turned out that the little succubus's hand had already understood very well to the bottom of his lower abdomen. Wait a minute. Isn't it mealtime now? Chinrue hurriedly held the little succubus's hand, but his earlobe was licked by the little succubus tongue, and his hair stood on end. A little exercise before a meal is good for digestion. The little succubus licked her tender red lips and giggled, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest. Just by beating around the bush, a certain part of Chinrue couldn't help but have a physiological reaction. The succubus' spiritual talent was really deadly. Chinrue swallowed with difficulty and hurriedly said, There's not enough time now. Paglio and the others are still waiting in the yard for dinner. And Duo is also here. Let's go eat first. Isn't it Athena's turn to do today? She's cultivating in seclusion now. I'll come to you at night, okay? If he was having sex with the little succubus now, he would definitely be teased by the 2 scumbags outside. Besides, his precious daughter Duo was also here. With Lala Leah as a negative example of a failed education since childhood, it was better to be careful in many aspects. That's what you said. Kia put away her charm talent with a smile and blinked playfully. I'll wear your favorite clothes and wait for you at night. If you have any perverted little requests, you can also satisfy them. What perverted little requests? Didn't you take the initiative? Chinrue was embarrassed. The succubus race was the most proactive and the most open in some aspects, even above the Asmodeus royal family. Some tricks could indeed satisfy a man's possessive desire to the greatest extent, but it was only an occasional change of interest after all. Did I? I don't remember. The little succubus looked at him with an innocent expression of a victim. Okay, I took the initiative. I'm not a good person. Chinrue was defeated. Let's go eat. Wait a minute. I'll go make a tonic soup first. You can come out later. It seemed like he was trapped in his own trap again. Chinrue scratched his head. Looking at the little succubus who was full of fighting spirit again, he felt that his mood had become lighter. Chapter 1132. After Kia decided to train, Rala specially tailored a training plan for her, majoring in fire and wind magic. She would enter the training ground to meditate and train every day. The succubus' spiritual talent was quite good, and her progress speed was commendable. Unfortunately, her starting point was too low. She was still at the peak stage of the Great Demon King, and she was preparing to advance to the Demon Emperor level. In addition to training, Kia had to continue to be responsible for food and take care of everyone's life. It was actually harder than before, but the succubus felt more fulfilled and happier. She would still lead everyone to dance in high spirits at a fixed time every day. With Kia's strength and progress, it might take a long time to complete 2-star strengthening. However, Chinrue felt that the help and motivation she brought to him now exceeded 2-star strengthening in a sense. In addition to Lomont, Delia, Metaloo, and others were secretly working hard, but the most effective one was actually Oliphius. Under Isabella's suggestion, Chinrue specially established an upgrade reward fund for a certain chick. 50,000 black crystal coins would be rewarded for every small realm breakthrough, 500,000 black crystal coins for breaking through a big realm, and 1 million black crystal coins for successful 2-star strengthening. As soon as this reward fund was introduced, the black dragon chick's eyes suddenly turned green. She stayed in the training ground for 3 days in a row. When she came out, she was already at the middle stage of the kingdom. In fact, in the previous treasure hunt in the Dead Sea, Oliphius and Lala had experienced unimaginably dangerous battles. Although they were captured in the end, they also accumulated a lot of experience. Now that they had settled down, it was expected that they successfully broke through a small realm. Seeing the black dragon chick proudly put 50,000 black crystal coins into her pocket, Dodo's eyes also turned green. At this time, there was less than half of the half-year deadline for the soul power burst. Initially, the slime was in a panic every day, but he had a fluke mentality, so he muddled along for more than 3 months. Now that he saw that Oliphius actually took 50,000 black crystal coins, Dodo gritted his teeth and really made up his mind to be ruthless. He followed Oliphius into the training ground every day and stayed for a few days. When he came out, he was like a reincarnated, hungry ghost. He ate and drank desperately, then he went in again, and so on. It seemed that not only there would be brave girls under the reward, but there would also be brave bugs. Even if Dodo couldn't complete 2-star strengthening, he could at least have a breakthrough in strength. In contrast, the most oppressed one was Lalalia. Initially, Paglio was just a small fry in her eyes that could be stepped on. Now that Paglio's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, even she couldn't beat him. In fact, as the god of plague, Paglio now had the faith power of the poison dragon, plus the star armor, that surpassed ordinary armor. Lala Paglio could not defeat him. To Paglio, Paglio to be it. Dragon, to him, to be. To Lalalia, that was not all. Her aptitude was top-notch in the entire Dragon Island, especially after she became a demigod a few years ago. Even the elders who strongly despised Lala Lolis had to admit that this Lala dragon was talented. However, after arriving here, Lalalia realized that she had become the person with the slowest progress. Having a high starting point couldn't be used as an excuse to comfort herself. During the Bloody Empire's martial arts tournament back then, Catherine and Rala's strength were only at the national level, which was far below her. In just a few years, Catherine and Rala had reached the peak of demigod, while she was still at the early stage of demigod. Even people like Lomont and Isabella had improved their strength very quickly. It was simply incredible. It was all because of that human. That human's current strength is even stronger than the old Dragon Emperor. In addition to the black potions that I already know, he should have more secrets, such as the terrifying huge fortress in the Moon Kingdom last time and the countless weird creatures. At present, Rala and the others had already reached the front. Meanwhile, the few people at the national level behind them saw their strength improving at an incredible speed. It was only a matter of time before they were surpassed. Lalalia couldn't accept this fact, but she wouldn't take the initiative to beg Chinrue. The flat Loli was actually very proud in her bones. She had always kept her promises, and she was happy to repay favors and grudges. However, she suffered several losses in front of this man. From the initial defeat, to the failure of the martial arts tournament, to being rescued in the Sea of Death, she owed several favors that she had been unable to repay. The reason why she had the cheek to stay here was great now. The repayment plan had not succeeded yet, and the old Dragon Emperor's father was saved again. He was in debt. Although the human emphasized that there was no need to fuss too much between friends, Lalalia didn't think so. Owing favors was only one aspect. Lalalia's real goal was the peerless beauties in the human's harem. She coveted any one of them, but unfortunately, it was inconvenient to seduce them due to favors. Once the debt was paid off, she could, although it was inconvenient to ask the creditor. Treasure hunting and decrypting had always been one of Lalalia's hobbies as a dragon. Therefore, instead of being deterred, it aroused her strong interest. The first person she inquired about was her sister, Oliphius. Although she was also her father's daughter and she had to call her sister based on age, the weight was not as heavy as Isabella. The black dragon chick still insisted on the integrity of a bodyguard. She stood on the side of reason and refused to reveal the boss's secret. However, Lalalia was very clear about the characteristics of this sister. A rare gem made the black dragon chick's moral value negative. From the mouth of the black dragon chick, Lalalia learned that the special training ground that Oliphius and the others entered was different from what she could enter. Oliphius could enjoy the highest time rule of 500, and there was no time limit. After Lalalia ate the fruit of faith, she could only use the 100 time rule at most, and she could only train for 1 hour a day in reality. In fact, this was the difference between the super systems, linked objects, and non-linked objects. Non-linked objects could only enter the projection of the training ground after consuming the fruit of faith redeemed from the exchange center. Not only there was a time limit, but the time rule of the highest authority could not be used. If she could successfully complete the 2-star strengthening and obtain the god position, then she could also use the original training ground in the Galaxy Divinity Temple with the highest time rule of 1000. There is actually such a secret. Lala's teeth itch. The effect of this difference alone is quite obvious. I was ecstatic because of this hour at the beginning. When Lalalia asked for the reason, the black dragon chick, who felt a little sorry for the boss, actually she was afraid of canceling the upgrade reward fund, said vaguely, "The boss has a star ceiling platform. He can make you a concubine and give you special power." Concubine? This word with a rather obvious meaning made Lalalia frown. Lalalia's second question was her good friend, Adeline, who had gone through hardships with her. Compared with Oliphius, Adeline was obviously better at keeping secrets. She just shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. In fact, considering the danger last time, Chinrue had given her the power of 1-star strengthening and 2-star strengthening, so that she could be kept in the star ceiling platform in a critical moment. However, without Chinrue's permission, Adeline couldn't reveal the secret. Adeline's strength was too weak, so Lalalia didn't doubt it. When she asked Delia, Delia only said, "Let's ask Chinrue himself." It's as if she didn't say anything. At this time, Paglio, who was also a dragon's, extended a friendly helping hand. That guy has this very bastard ability. He can enhance women's strength through Lalalia showed a suspicious look. "Then you also have an affair with him to get your current advancement? It seems that you have sacrificed a lot." Paglio almost choked on a mouthful of wine, and Lomont on the side spoke in time. "Lalalia, we are so familiar with each other, so I'll be straightforward. That guy has a different fetish from you. He only has women in his eyes. Do you see how many beauties he has gotten? His greatest ability is to do that with women. Through this method, he greatly enhances their strength. Didn't you notice? His women grow faster than us friends. The most outstanding ones are Rala and Catherine." The last sentence was particularly convincing, so Lalalia couldn't help but nod. She looked at Paglio again. "But why did Paglio also advance to demigod?" "I advanced to demigod." The poison dragon rolled his eyes. "It's mainly because of the power left by a dead father. That guy is the brother of the dragon emperor in the human world. I went to the human world with Chinrue last time and obtained his power. Oh, he also left me this artifact, Thunderbolt Flail." Lalalia had experienced the power of Thunderbolt Flail. She finally nodded when she saw the artifact that appeared in the poison dragon's hand. Paglio chuckled. "Don't you owe him a favor? Just take this opportunity to return it to him. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Go pick up your soap." Lala lowly glanced at the poison dragon with contempt. Then she turned around and left. Looking at Lala lowly, leaving angrily, the 2 animals who wanted to see the world in chaos looked at each other with a sinister smile and clinked their glasses. Although the poison dragon and Lomont's words were very convincing, Lalalia didn't believe them completely. The last person she found for confirmation was Chun Rui's woman, Kia. In the harem group, Lalalia had the best personal relationship with a little succubus who was good at fashion design and food. The set of men's clothing that she was most satisfied with was the result of Kia's personal design. Kia, let me ask you, does Chun Rui enhance your strength when he does that kind of thing with you? Kia was taken aback. Dual training was the secret of the harem group. Even Delia and the others didn't know about it. How did Lalalia know? Lalalia was not an ignorant chick like Olifius. Although Kia hesitated and did not give an accurate answer, the flickering look had already betrayed the truth. What Paglio and Lomont said was actually true. Paglio's words echoed in her ears, and Lala Loli's eyes burned with raging flames. Repay the debt. Become stronger. Harem of beauties. By the way, I can also stop the old man from worrying blindly. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone. I'm really a genius. Oh ho ho ho. As for the sacrifice, just take it as being bitten by a dog. Chapter 1133. Wah. Help. Auntie. Hey, cunning human. I admit defeat. Hurry up and take this crazy guy away. The ground trembled continuously and exploded violently. Although there were screams in his ears, Chinrue looked at Isabella calmly and smiled. He opened his mouth to take a piece of bacon from the succubus maid and clinked glasses with Rala. Ms. Fairy Dragon confirmed the stability of the nearby magic protection barrier and said 2 numbers, 5, 6. Isabella's eyes flickered and she shook her head. 2, 7. 0, 9, Kia said confidently. A lightning-fast figure shuttled back and forth. Although Lomont's flash talent had been enhanced to the extreme, and he even used some kind of new secret technique to increase the limit, it was a pity that he still couldn't get rid of the figure behind him that was like a shadow. After a few turns, his speed had just slowed down a little. With a flash of light, Lomont flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell on his face. The blow was definitely not light, but it wasn't fatal. It just completely defeated all the strength of his nephew, and he couldn't get up for a while. After defeating Lomont, the graceful figure didn't stop. She rushed toward Paglio with an even more violent aura. Paglio shuddered, and the poison dragon star armor suddenly appeared on his body. A powerful force steamed on his fist, and he turned around and hit the figure that was pouncing toward him. The figure was tall and beautiful, wearing an armor of faith. It was the girl version. To be precise, it was Lalalia in a level 1 rage state. The whistling fist wind, mixed with violent poison, poured towards Lalalia. Lalalia did not dodge or give way. Her figure instantly changed from a young girl to an even more fiery, mature woman. She had already displayed the highest level 2 berserk talent and punched out. The magic barrier around Chenrue trembled for a while, then it became calm again. This barrier was not to protect the environment, but to prevent the battle from affecting the 4 people watching the battle. Paglio and Lalalia flew away at the same time. They seemed to be evenly matched, but Lalalia, who had activated the highest rage state, had a greater advantage in terms of recovery. Before the poison dragon could stand still, Lalalia had already stabilized her retreating body. She bounced and instantly appeared in front of Paglio. The mature woman's right fist condensed energy into the shape of a dragon's claw, and a true rising dragon fist hit Paglio's entire body into the air. Even if the poison dragon had star armor protection, he was still dizzy from this heavy blow. Lalalia's figure caught up with the poison dragon in the air in the blink of an eye. Under a series of flat meteor punch bombardment, Master Poison Dragon was almost beaten into a honeycomb bristle, if not for the protection of the star armor. If it was more than a month ago, even if Lalalia used the highest level of rage transformation and the insight of the magic mind eyes talent, she wouldn't be able to force Paglio to this extent. However, at this time and place now, even if Paglio had the poison dragon star armor that surpassed ordinary armor of faith, he could no longer suppress Lalalia. Instead, he was seized by the opportunity to launch a painful attack. This was the projection training ground. Due to a special rule, the poison dragon couldn't use Thunder Flail. With the same black potion's buff power, the same 1-star strengthening, purification, star sealing, and other auxiliary powers, Paglio had lost his previous absolute advantage against Lalalia, whose realm was slightly higher than him. The most important thing was that Master Poison Dragon had a guilty conscience, while Lalalia fought desperately because of anger. When the two strong met, the braver one would win. Therefore, it was reasonable for Paglio to be beaten up now. Things had to go back more than a month ago, when he took his baby daughter to the street once. Chenrue instinctively sensed that someone was following him. When he hit his breath to counter-follow, he found that the stalker was actually Lalalia. This was just the beginning. Then Lalalia's behavior became more and more abnormal. Stalking, peeping, etc. The peeping was actually peeping at him taking a bath. If it was another girl peeping at Chenrue taking a bath, it would be fine. But it happened to be this Lalalia, who only had a feminine style. There is definitely a problem. There is a demonic aura. Finally, one day, Lalalia rushed into Chenrue's bedroom. "I've decided. I will repay the debt with my body." This valiant and decisive sentence stunned Chenrue. Equally stunned were Isabella and Kia in Chenrue's arms. Then she pulled the Lala and jumped, lying on the big bed, making a big gesture. "Come on, I owe you once for the duel. I owe you once for the martial arts tournament, 5 times for the 5 people in the Dead Sea, and Old Dragon Emperor once for a total of 8 times. Chenrue and his 2 wives looked at each other speechlessly. Sacrifice? If it was someone else, Isabella and Kia would definitely suspect that this guy was flirting again. But this chick is too unscientific. Chenrue's eyes were full of weird. "Okay, you said, I will repay the debt with my body. But why did you choose to rush in when I am about to have sex with my wife? If I'm offering my body, what's with the hedgehog-like armor that she deliberately wore under her clothes? Also, why did that hand deliberately touch Kia's buttocks? Hey, stop your perverted hand." Chenrue was speechless as he grabbed Lalalia's hand that was molesting the succubus buttocks. Even if it was a woman, he was not allowed to take advantage of his wife, let alone in front of him. In fact, this was a little unfair to Lalalia. The flat loli really did not intend to take advantage of him. It was just a habitual action caused by excessive nervousness. Who knew that when he grabbed Lalalia, the loli's hair immediately stood on end. The big gesture that was originally free for him to take advantage of instantly turned into a 1. I was violated by a stinky man. In the previous battle and the rescue at the Dead Sea, Chenrue had much more contact with her than this. However, at this moment, Lalalia's nerves were extremely tense. Her hair stood on end and she screamed, instantly turning into a huge black dragon. Boom! Under the dumbfounded gaze of Chenrue and his wife, half of the house was destroyed by the enlarged black dragon. After cleaning up the mess with much difficulty, Chenrue finally figured out the whole story under Isabella's patient questioning. At the end of the day, it was all due to the pride of the dragons, especially her forced fiancé identity. In fact, at this point, he and Lalalia could at least be considered friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Although this loli had a problem with her sexual orientation, she was a good person. If she was willing to join, she could be considered a strong comrade. The reason why such a blunder happened was because of the 2 bastards, Paglio and Lomont. Do you really want to join? Your future path of cultivation may not be able to change because of this. Are you reluctant to give up that power? Or do you want me to give up something? Humph. Even if we really have to have sex, I'll accept it. Including this time, it's a total of 9 times. You can come and take it any time. I'm a man of my word, and I'm sincere. Chenrue rolled his eyes. When you're talking about sincerity, can you not say it in front of Isabella? Can you not stare at Isabella's chest with those sneaky eyes of yours? Also, can you keep that treat it as if I was bitten by a dog in your heart instead of saying it out loud. In the end, it was his aunt who activated her expert-level diplomatic skills and took the initiative to invite Lalalia to join him. The arrogant, flat, lowly dragon took the opportunity to get out of the embarrassing situation and obtain the real increase in power as she wished. After receiving a full set of black potions and 1-star strengthening, after a month of 1-star strengthening, Lalalia's foundation and realm were more consolidated. She then obtained the title of Sealed Star, which was like adding wings to a tiger. Most of Charlie's soul power was also digested. The first thing Lalalia did after getting the power was to hunt down Lomont and Peglio. She almost destroyed the entire yard when she went on a rampage. Later, Chinrue came out to smooth things over. She usually stopped fighting and went to the training ground every 3 days for confrontation training. She also took revenge and complained. Bang, bang, bang. I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat this time. In the sound of the fierce attack, Master Poison Dragon, who couldn't hold on, finally fell to the ground like a dead dog, looking exhausted. In this day and age, the most untouchable thing is a desperate lunatic. I'm so handsome that even the heavens are jealous. I actually provoked 3 female lunatics. Humph. Lalalia didn't give another fatal blow. She just slowly changed from an older sister form back to a young girl, then from a young girl back to a lowly, panting heavily. Due to using the strongest berserk talent, her consumption just now was also very large. Fortunately, the rules of this training ground were very wonderful. There was no backlash like in a real battle. She just couldn't use berserk for the time being. 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Isabella looked at the timer. The last number is 2. I win. Ms. Fairy Dragon and the little succubus made side in unison, looking a little frustrated. Rala snapped her fingers and removed the magic enchantment around her. Athena's time tonight is mine. Isabella pursed her lips and smiled. She winked at someone who was the bet, and someone could only giggle. Madame Ant then got up, came to Lomont's side, and asked with concern, "Little Lomont, are you okay?" Lomont almost didn't even have the strength to speak, and he barely showed a smile on his face. As a kingdomized powerhouse, it was quite amazing to be able to escape several times under Lalalia's attack. Your current speed is more than twice as fast as when you were killed by Lalalia for the first time, and your strength has also increased a lot. The effect of this special training seems to be quite obvious. After a dozen more times, not only can you break through your current strength realm, but you can also completely absorb Charlie's soul power. After a few hundred more times, I'm afraid 2-star strengthening will not be a problem. Lomont's smile suddenly froze on his face. Clearly, he had forgotten that his aunt had the title of Deceiving Goddess. Isabella smiled at Lalalia and said, "Lalalia, my little Lomont will be in your hands in the future in terms of cultivation." Lalalia still had a good impression of Isabella, not only because of her beauty, but also because of the favor of helping to persuade Isabella to accept power the last time. Fangs flashed in the corner of her mouth as she smiled. "Don't worry, from today onwards, I'll be his personal training consultant." Wait a minute. Lomont desperately tried to stop his aunt's entrustment, but the personal training consultant stepped on his chest. He suddenly felt suffocated and speechless. "Don't worry, if anything happens to you, we'll take good care of Delia and Metaloo for you. Ho 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 ho." Lomont's vision darkened, and he simply fainted. Chapter 1134. When Lolly's rampage finally subsided, Sir Dark Moon Lord also completed his closed-door training. When Athena exited the retreat this time, her originally flat belly was bigger. She finally looked a bit like a pregnant woman. Her strength unexpectedly directly reached the peak stage of the demon overlord from the peak stage of the demon emperor. Not only that, the territory owned by Athena actually revealed a powerful aura similar to a kingdom. This kind of aura was the power of destruction. This meant that it should be quite easy for Athena to enter the super rank in the future. Obviously, this was not entirely caused by her own strength. The child in pregnancy should have played a very key role. Although Ben Hong had previously told Athena's child had extraordinary talent, Chenrue still couldn't help but marvel when he saw Athena's advancement with his own eyes now. This was the standard mother is noble because of her son. Catherine had a deep understanding of this at the beginning. Duo was definitely the biggest factor for Her Majesty Dark Shadow Empress to have today's strength. Generally speaking, the stronger the parents, the stronger the strength and potential of the child. Athena's child had an extremely rare talent of destruction origin. In turn, the child could also make Athena, as the mother, stronger to be born in the strongest state. This was an instinct. Athena's pregnancy was different from Catherine's. Duodwa's soul was originally mature. She was just born with Catherine's blood essence and power, but Athena's child was truly born from scratch. Therefore, with the pregnancy process of the child, Athena's strength was likely to be further enhanced. Actually, it doesn't matter how strong the child can be, as long as he or she is healthy and happy. Athena touched her slightly bulging, smooth belly with a loving look in her eyes. The motherly look made Chenrue stunned. "You're right." Chenrue leaned down, put his ear on Athena's belly, and felt the life that was still very weak. "Little guy, you have to be healthy and happy with Mom." Athena stroked her lover's hair with a gentle smile on her face. "Thank you for your hard work, Athena." Chenrue got up and kissed her cheek. "It's not hard at all. I just feel very happy." "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about the first time we met." Chenrue held her body and sat down. That violent female demon and that poor burr puzzle. Athena rolled her eyes at him. Chenrue chuckled. "However, even I didn't expect that the valiant, generous, and beautiful swordswoman would become my beloved wife and the mother of my future child." Athena raised her head and stared into his eyes, her eyes flashing with a strong affection. "Rala and the others have said that these few days belong to you." This sentence completely triggered a passionate war. Athena raised her head and took the initiative to kiss Chenrue's mouth with her red lips. As their lips and tongues intertwined, their breathing began to become rapid, and they slowly fell on the bed. Pregnant women were much more sensitive and easily aroused. Athena's pregnancy was different from that of ordinary humans. It would take at least a few years for the child to be born. Therefore, at this time there was no taboo of abstinence. Of course, compared to the usual period, she must be more careful. After such a long time of retreat, it was difficult to control her emotions now. Chenrue fully displayed the good at undressing, attribute that every man should have. He skillfully untied the opening and grasped the fullness. Due to the pregnancy, the originally bosom became bigger. The color of the bud at the tip of the peak became a little darker, and the halo was a few times larger. It had a unique charm. Without too much teasing, Athena was already as limp as mud. She couldn't help but have a flood of lust. Soon, there was a blushing sound in the room. Because of her physique, Athena, who was a little sleepy, woke up at noon the next day. The little maid with a mischievous face came in. While helping to clean the bed sheets, she asked, "Do you need help tonight?" Even the female lord, who had always been generous, couldn't help but blush. However, at lunch, the little friends in the harem didn't make fun of Athena anymore because the palace welcomed two guests, Earth Elemental King Moore and Dark Elemental King Hegel. Water Elemental King Lambost's elemental heart was damaged and solidified into an ice sculpture in the battle against the Altar of Despair. Chenrue wanted to go to Mountain Shillong's Earth realm as soon as possible to tell Earth Elemental King Moore the news. But because he was eager to take Duo to the human world to treat the cold illness at that time, he did not go to Mountain Shillong in person. Instead, he asked Wallen Fortress Legion commander, Tim, to pass a magic crystal to Moore. The magic crystal contained Chenrue's personal account of the battle experience at the Altar of Despair and the sea coordinates of the place where Lambos turned into an ice sculpture. Later, after Chenrue returned from the human world, He wanted to go to the Earth realm again, but he received a report from Tim that the Earth Elemental King had left the Earth realm. Chinrue estimated that more went to find the Dark Elemental King. As expected, the second kings came to the Dark Moon together today. Earth Elemental King Moore was Chunrue's old friend, and the Dark Elemental King Hegel was no stranger to everyone present, especially Paglio, who once fought with Hegel in the past. With the passage of time, the enemy who fought with Hegel back then was now a guest of honor. It turns out that the last time you went to the human world and met the three kings of light, you actually set a 3-year period with Gabriel. After listening to Chinrue's brief account of the experience in the Palace of Fire and the Black Prison Desert, Moore seemed to be in deep thought. The growth of your strength is really amazing. Hegel's eyes glowed with a cold light. Not only you, but also your partners. It seems that some of your consciousness has been awakened. Chinrue remembered that when he defeated the Saint Dragon Rodriguez at the Land of Despair at the bottom of the sea, he exposed the secret of being able to control 2 of the 7 artifacts in front of the third kings of darkness. At that time, Hegel gave him a piece of advice. Don't reveal this in front of anyone before you fully integrate all the 7 artifacts. Otherwise, you will encounter an unimaginable and terrifying disaster. It turned out that at that time, Hegel had already vaguely realized that he might be someone. I don't have the so-called awakening. I may be different from someone you think. Chinrue shook his head. I don't think this should be the topic we are going to discuss today. Of course, my friend. Moore nodded. Whether you are or not, when your strength is qualified, I don't mind using the true power of the Dark Elemental to fight you fair and square. Hegel sneered. I have never been your friend. Even Moore may become your sworn enemy in the future. Hegel, Moore rarely showed a fierce tone. He is my friend. Not only the Earth Elemental King, but also the recognized friend of the Earth Elemental. When did you become so indecisive? There was a hint of contempt in Hegel's cold voice. You actually understand it in your heart. If something, sooner or later, you and he will face the choice of fate. Even the gods can't fully grasp the trajectory of fate. Otherwise, there will be no catastrophe in the past. No one can predict what the future will be like. Moore said lightly, I just want to try to grasp my own fate before a certain future comes or before it is annihilated, even if I fail. Hegel was silent for a moment, and there was no disdain in his eyes. You are braver than me, or you are stupider. Moore raised his glass and said to Hegel, Chinrue, and others, to stupidity. Chinrue faintly heard some thrilling secrets from the debate between the 2 elemental kings just now, but Moore's words moved him secretly. He raised his glass, no matter what the future will be, to the present. Everyone raised their glasses. Hegel snorted coldly, raised his glass, and took a sip. Boring liquid. Except for a little diluted fountain of life, it has no practical value. Chinrue knew this guy's bad temper. In fact, he had heard this kind of evaluation from Moore and Lambos before. He laughed indifferently and raised his glass again, to the ridicule. In terms of ridicule skills, Hegel was much worse than the Little Mermaid princess. Except for the 2 elemental kings who didn't know what was going on, the friends all raised their glasses and drank with laughter. The atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed. About the crisis premonition mentioned by the 3 light kings, Moore said solemnly, I, Lambost, and Hegel also felt it. Before you went to the Dead Sea, the 3rd kings of darkness had met on this issue. Now you said that the 3 light kings also have the same premonition. Then it can be confirmed that this is the warning of all elements. I'm afraid it is not an illusion. It's the abyss? Chinrue clenched his fist slightly. Destroying the 3 main altars still can't stop the power of the abyss. If the 3 main altars can be directly destroyed at the beginning of the abyss disaster, it is almost equivalent to completely cutting off the source of the abyss contact with the main plane. However, After so many years, the shadow of the abyss has gradually eroded to many corners of this main plane. Even if you destroy the 3 main altars and some other possible channels, these are only known. Moore paused, and his gaze became more distant. Those unknowns, even the entire future, no one can predict what will happen. Actually, the Elemental King's crisis premonition should not be directly related to the abyss. Hegel also said, "This focus is too one-sided." The abyss and the Elemental King's warning signs are not directly related? Chinrue frowned and asked tentatively, "Is the abyss sealed by the power of the Elemental King's main body, the Elemental King?" "Who told you?" Even Moore shook his head. Chinrue was taken aback. "Isn't it? I remember the 3 Light Kings said with great certainty that there is no problem with the main seal of the abyss for the time being. By the way, the 3rd Kings only said that there is no problem with the abyss division orbit for the time being, but they did not admit that the abyss is sealed by the Elemental King." Moore changed the topic. "We are here today for an important matter." Chinrue nodded. "We're friends. If there's anything, please say it." "It's not looking for you." Hegel's gaze fell on Chinrue's side. "It's looking for her." Chinrue frowned. The her Hegel said was none other than the fairy Miss Long. Chapter 1135. "Me?" Rolla was surprised too. "Of course it's you, the one recognized by the crown of the goddess of elements." Hegel pointed out the key in one sentence. The crown of the goddess of elements? Chinrue frowned even tighter. This artifact was obtained by Rolla from the Elven Prophet Illusor's card drawer ward. As a reward for accepting the Tree of Nature mission, Chinrue and Rolla each had a chance to draw a card. The card type was an ancient magic card that Chinrue was very familiar with, Fate Duel. As a result, Rolla was extremely lucky and drew the strongest main order card, White Queen, second only to the Golden Emperor. Chinrue drew the weakest resource card, Wood. The White Queen became the artifact, the crown of the goddess of elements, which played an important role in Rolla's further understanding of the mystery of the 6 elemental kingdoms, and even breaking through to demigod. However, Chinrue also discovered that the elemental kings showed a weird attitude when they saw this artifact. In fact, this abnormality appeared after Rolla comprehended the 6 elemental kingdoms, but she didn't know the real reason. Today was probably the time to reveal the mystery. Chinrue looked straight at Moore. "I want to know the specific reason. Please don't give a perfunctory or ambiguous explanation. There is a sleeping thing that seems to be awakening, and it will bring unpredictable consequences, so we need Rolla's power." Moore said the name of the thing. The Staff of the Goddess of Elements. The name the Staff of the Goddess of Elements naturally reminded people of the crown of the Goddess of Elements that Rolla already had. Chinrue immediately reacted and asked, "Artifact? Or another part of the artifact set?" "Yes," Moore nodded. "The elemental goddess armament left by the god who controlled the elements was composed of 3 artifacts: the crown of the Goddess of Elements, the Staff of the Goddess of Elements, and the robe of the Goddess of Elements." "A god who controlled the elements?" Hegel continued. "Yes, the Goddess of Elements. Right now, we want Rolla to help us control the staff of the elemental goddess. If we succeed, not only will Rolla possess this artifact, her strength will also rise to the semi-divinity realm." Fairy Miss Long's eyes lit up when she heard that she had advanced to the semi-divinity realm. Paglio and the others were also shocked. Demigods are the closest to the level of gods, and the difference in strength between a demigod and a demigod was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, advancing from a demigod to a pseudo-god was much more difficult than advancing from a demigod kingdom to a demigod. The most difficult thing about becoming a pseudo-god was the formation of a pseudo-divinity and a pseudo-god kingdom. It took Augula's more than a year to successfully form a pseudo-divinity after obtaining the pseudo-god dragon power essence from Rodriguez. How could they not be shocked when Hegel said that Rolla could become a semi-divinity realm cultivator? What if it fails? Chinrue was not confused by the benefits that Hegel said. What he cared about most was not whether Rolla could be promoted to a pseudo-god, but her safety. Moore pondered for a while and said the answer. With our full support, her life is not in danger. However, once she fails, not only will she lose the crown of the elemental goddess, but her strength will also regress, and she will never be able to exert the power of the 6 elemental kingdoms for the rest of her life. Everyone was silent, including Master Poison Dragon with a face full of jealousy and hatred. Forget about the crown of the elemental goddess. The 6 elemental kingdoms was the fairy dragon's strongest kingdom talent. Rolla risked her life to cultivate it successfully. There was also the 6 elements source power that Chenrue obtained through hardships. Rolla's strongest big move, Elemental Wrath, also originated from the power of the 6 elemental kingdoms. Ordinary peak demigod might not be able to touch the door of the pseudo-god in their lives, but if she could be promoted to the pseudo-god, even if she failed, there would be no such huge risk. This depended on Rolla's own decision. Chinrue and Rolla's voices blurted out almost at the same time. No. Okay. The one who refused was Chinrue, and the one who agreed was Rolla. Chinrue shook his head at Rolla, but he saw a rare determination in Rolla's purple eyes. Rolla didn't look at Chinrue again, but she just asked the Earth Elemental King, "You came to me specially. The matter must be serious. If I refuse, what special thing will happen?" The warning sign of the Elemental King. This may be one of them. Moore sighed. Actually, the awakening of the staff of the Elemental Goddess is a bit sudden. It is much earlier than we expected. If Lambost's water elemental heart wasn't broken, maybe the situation wouldn't be so serious. Now Lambost. But even so, we will ask Rolla for help because she is recognized by the crown of the Elemental Goddess, which will greatly increase the chance of success. Once the staff of the Elemental Goddess is awakened and uncontrollable, it will induce some kind of change. Then the consequences will even cause a terrible disaster that is no less than the abyss. There is actually a terrible disaster that is no less than the abyss. Chinrue couldn't help but be shocked. Rolla nodded. Okay, I promise you. Rolla, I'm your woman, but not. The fairy dragon bit her lip. I have my own freedom. This is my choice. Even if Rolla wasn't as obedient to Chinrue as the little succubus, she was still a husband and wife that made the poison dragon and Lomont jealous. However, this sentence showed surprising determination in both meaning and tone. Chinrue wasn't angry. He just nodded slowly. Okay, I'll go with you. I'm afraid not. It was Moore who said this. Earth Elemental King sighed, because that place is the elemental realm, which is also the elemental plane. Athena asked, why can't Chinrue go to the elemental realm? The elemental realm is different from ordinary planes, unless there is a powerful force that overrides the entire plane. Otherwise, only the recognized elemental envoys can enter and exit freely. Elemental envoys. Isabella, who was the most quick-witted, seemed to understand something. When Rolla was recognized by the crown of the elemental goddess, she already had another identity, which was an elemental envoys. Elemental envoys. Chinrue secretly clenched his fists. That bastard prophet Alucier actually concealed such an important thing. Isabella asked again, is there any difference between Rolla's elemental envoys and yours? Elemental envoys are the rulers of the elements. They can maximize the power of the elements and exert great power beyond the ordinary level. Moore explained, as for me, I should be called a great elemental envoys in the elemental realm, which is the highest level of elemental envoys. There are only 6 great elemental envoys in the elemental realm. These 6 highest level great elemental envoys obviously corresponded to the 6 elemental kings on the main plane. The elemental king should be the avatar of the great elemental envoys. Due to some restrictions, the elemental king that appeared on the main plane could only exert demon overlord level power. Rala said, "When are we leaving?" "As soon as possible." Rala thought for a while. "Tomorrow." "Okay." Hegel stood up. "I'm very sorry." Moore glanced at Chun Rue apologetically. "If there is another way, I don't want Rala to face this risk. I will do my best to protect her. She can come back in a year at most." Chinrue nodded and said nothing more. "Let's go, Moore. We'll come again tomorrow morning." After Moore and Hegel left the palace, the others also left sensibly, leaving only Rala and Chinrue. The fairy dragon slowly walked to Chinrue. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Chinrue had already said those 3 words. "I'm sorry." Rala looked surprised. Chinrue shook his head. "It's all my fault." "No, Rala, I understand." Chinrue sighed. "The reason why you agreed is that you want to reach the pseudo-god realm as soon as possible to help me get through the holy mountain of light. If I have enough strength, you don't have to take this risk." "Yes and no." Rala's purple eyes showed tenderness. "I just want to be by your side. Not only me, Inni, Athena, and the others all think so. Everyone's way is different. For example, Kia stands behind you silently to support you. Although I enjoy your care, I want to stand by your side to face the powerful enemy together." Chinrue's eyes flashed with realization, and he nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, this is your freedom and your choice." "Are you angry?" Miss Long was a little nervous. She held his arm. This was what she said previously. In front of so many people, she didn't give her man face. This was a big taboo. "Why?" Chinrue kissed her face. "I've decided." "What?" "I've decided to do something as soon as possible." Chinrue laughed and carried Rala up. "My goddess, 1 year is not a short time." "What?" Obviously, the goddess was pretending to be stupid. The next day, Rala left the dark moon with Moore and Hegel. Soon after, Chinrue stated his real decision in front of everyone. "What? You're going out to train?" "Yes." Chinrue replied with certainty. "I'm leaving a familiar place, putting aside all distractions, treating every day as the last day before the final battle, and focusing on training wholeheartedly." "Cunning human, did you take the wrong medicine?" "Uncle-in-law, are you being chased by someone because of your womanizing outside, so you want to go out to take refuge?" "Actually, this is my idea for a long time." Chinrue shook his head. "Everyone is working hard, so I certainly can't hold them back. I've decided that I will definitely rush back in 2 years at most." Feeling the determination in his tone, Paglio and Lomont stopped making a fuss. After a moment of silence, Athena said, "If this is your decision, we will support you." The little succubus maid's eyes were a little red. "You're not allowed to face everything secretly alone." Isabella thought about it and added, Chinrue nodded. "You're not allowed to look at other women. You're not allowed to hit on other women. You're not allowed to have sex with other women. You're not allowed to bring other women back. You're not allowed to go to the human world to secretly find other women to have children." Chinrue. Chapter 1136. Supersystem, Galaxy Divinity Temple. "He's gone." Ben Hong looked at the vast and boundless galaxy. His pale silver pupils reflected the sparkling starlight, looking deep and distant. "Yes." Veronica answered, 2 years. Before reaching a certain level of power, he won't come back, and he won't enter this world again. Leave the familiar place, put aside all distractions, treat every day as the last day before the final battle, and focus on training wholeheartedly. These are his exact words. Leave this most important world to train? Ben Hong's eyes flashed with brilliance. I don't know if he has really found the direction of his heart, but I'm looking forward to seeing his strength the next time we meet. Has your soul fusion with him reached the final stage? Veronica's face blushed and she nodded. The The fusion of soul and body had indeed reached the highest level of harmony. Although there was no body, it could be regarded as completely becoming Chen Rui's woman. I can see that you have already comprehended a certain level of soul power. However, the mysteries of the soul can be said to be endless. Although your soul talent is quite good, your current level of understanding is still very shallow. I will now pass on a few secret techniques to you, said Qin Feng. Thank you, but it seems that I don't have much use for them. I just want to stay here and manage the faith for the gods of your world. You don't even want to learn the secret technique of soul reincarnation? Ben Hong said faintly, this secret technique can not only resurrect you, but it can also make you the mother of a child. Veronica was slightly shocked. Of course, she knew what Ben Hong was referring to. Chen Rui had the two original powers of destruction and creation. These two powers could promote the birth of descendants. Previously, Athena's pregnancy was due to the destruction origin. Unfortunately, the creation origin required a pure light attribute physique, so the demon realm women had never been pregnant. The most promising candidate for the mother of the son of creation was Veronica because she was originally a human and she was basically accepted by everyone in the harem. As long as she found a light attribute body in the human world to be reborn, it was likely to be successfully pregnant. I want to learn. Veronica could no longer remain calm or reserved. After all, the temptation of giving birth to a child for the person she loved was too great. All right, but you must first cultivate your soul to a certain level according to the method I've taught you before you can start learning that reincarnation technique. Not only that, when you and her cultivate your soul fusion, the effect will be even better. Thank you, Ben Hong, Veronica said sincerely. You don't have to thank me. I'm just doing this for him. Ben Hong shook his head. It's not the kind of relationship or feeling you have with him. I can't explain it any better. Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but who do you think he is? He and I knew each other a long time ago. Although there were some changes later on, his memories were also merged with some kind of inheritance, as if he had become a new person. To me now, who he really is no longer important, but I can see that who he is more important to you than who he really is. These words may be a little contradictory or difficult to understand. I understand what you mean. Ben Hong suddenly sneered. The me I see in your eyes now is no different from the me when I first entered this world. Your heart is really simple. I didn't expect someone to care about someone like me. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Veronica lowered her head. He has always said that he is not that person. Maybe it's my illusion. I just want to ask you, what if you are wrong? Then, Ben Hong was silent for a moment, and his figure gradually became thin. No regrets. Vaguely hearing these three words, Ben Hong completely disappeared from Veronica's sight. Dark Moon Estate. Are you still thinking about him? Athena. Isabella's voice sounded. Stand up and move around. It's good for the child. Athena stood up. Don't you miss him? Inni. Of course I do. But I think everyone should have a different way of dealing with missing. Way of missing. Yes, for example, you. You protect yourself. Take good care of your body. And let the child be born healthy. This is the best way to miss him. When he comes back, even if there is no surprise, at least he will be at ease and happy. Athena thought for a moment. I understand. Thank you, Inni. Isabella smiled slightly, and Kia on the side quickly asked, What about me? Only you know your own affairs best. I only know that he prefers your appearance of fighting spirit rather than being listless. As for the rest, it depends on your own feelings. Understood. The little succubus nodded and clenched her fists. I will definitely cheer up. I also miss Boss. Sister, what should I do? The black dragon chick looked like she was thinking hard. You should choose Rest Assured. Rest Assured. Because the upgrade reward fund is still in effect. Before your boss left, he specially gave all the bonuses to me for safekeeping. It depends on whether you have the ability to get them." Isabella smiled and said, 50,000 black crystal coins for a small realm, 500,000 for a big realm, and 1 million for a successful 2-star strengthening. You have to work hard. I am now in the middle stage of the kingdom, and I have already received 50,000 black crystal coins from the boss. If I reach the peak of the kingdom, it will be a total of 100,000, and when I reach demigod, another 500,000. The black dragon chick was excited and quickly calculated. The biggest reward is still the 1 million for the 2-star strengthening. Isabella blinked. In fact, this reward does not have to be obtained by breaking through the realm. I am the best example. Unfortunately, I did not have this reward fund when I succeeded. That's right. The black dragon chick's eyes were full of sparkling black crystal coins. She immediately stepped forward and held Isabella's hand. "Sister, tell me, how did you complete the 2-star strengthening?" "Well," Isabella showed a troubled look. "Actually, I don't understand it myself. I have strange dreams every day, and then I inexplicably completed this kind of strengthening in the dream." "Dreams?" Oliphius showed a thoughtful look. "What kind of dreams are they?" A blush flashed across Isabella's face. "Don't ask about this. Everyone's perception is different. I remember that Rala is different from me." She felt some kind of soul fission. Then what should I do? The black dragon chick still didn't understand. The reward of 1 million black crystal coins was too tempting. She was drooling just thinking about it. "Your heart. Just follow your heart." A voice suddenly rang out in the courtyard. "Ben Hong." Isabella immediately recognized the owner of the voice and said with joy, "You have completed the devouring of the Moon Kingdom? Didn't you say it would take half a year? It's a full month ahead of schedule. Because the power of that world is stronger than I thought." Ben Hong's figure appeared in the courtyard. "I have completely absorbed Charlie's power, and the Moon Kingdom no longer exists. Now, that kingdom is called the Disaster Kingdom." "Sister Ben Hong, what did you just say? What's the matter with the heart?" The black dragon chick had always been a little afraid of Ben Hong, but for the sake of the high bonus, she couldn't care more. "The so-called heart," Ben Hong listened. "For example, this harp sound. This is Adeline playing the harp." The Naga girl was the black dragon chick's good friend. Although the harp sound in the distance was faint, Oliphius immediately judged it. The rest of the people also quieted down and listened to Adeline's harp sound. Such a picture appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Under the moonlight, a quiet and beautiful girl was playing the harp, thinking of the person who traveled far away, and blessing and praying for him with her heart. "Is it that Nagasea tribe girl?" Ben Hong listened for a while and nodded slightly. "It's really surprising. If I'm right, the next successful person is probably her." "It's Adeline?" Even Isabella showed a surprised look. Although the Naga girl swallowed the power of the mirage by chance and her strength reached the demon overlord level, due to her gentle nature and dislike of fighting, her strength had been stagnant for many years. She didn't even enter the super rank. Unexpectedly, she was judged by Ben Hong as the most likely successful person to complete 2-star strengthening. This is the heart. Her harp sound has completely integrated into the soul and the whole world. You can clearly sense the emotions and power from the heart. This state is no longer simply serious, but pious. Only true piety can feel the purest faith in the purest state. Hearing these words, the little succubus maid's eyes suddenly lit up. According to this, you don't have to train to a certain state to complete 2-star strengthening. Ben Hong nodded. Strength is not an absolute reference. According to my current understanding, the key to 2-star strengthening is the perception of faith and life, not a pure increase in strength. Strength is one of the factors that promote success, but it is not the only factor. Ini is an example. Paglio's strength is stronger than her, but the speed of comprehending two-star evolution is still behind her. There can be different ways to the same destination. However, no matter which way, it is not a simple thing. Understood. Kia's fighting spirit was unprecedentedly strong, and she was not deterred by the difficulties. Since Adeline can do it, I can too. Didn't Isabella say the way of missing before? Then the way of me, the maid, the concubine, the secretary, is to surprise him. The black dragon chick still didn't understand. Do I have to learn harp from Adeline? Silly girl. Isabella shook her head. What is your most pious favorite thing? Money. The black dragon chick's eyes lit up, and she suddenly became enlightened. Sister, let me sleep in the pile of money every day. I will definitely succeed. At this moment, the training hut on the side flashed, and several figures walked out one after another. At the front was Lala, followed by Lomont and Paglio. All three of them were bruised and swollen, especially Lomont, who was limping miserably. Little Betty, come and help me. I can't hold it anymore. As soon as Paglio shouted, he saw Ben-Hong, and his voice suddenly lowered. That, Sister Ben-Hong, why are you? I have absorbed Charlie's power and basically recovered my strength. Why? Are you surprised? Ben-Hong sneered. Of course. Master Poison Dragon's heart was pounding. Then I will give you a bigger surprise. Ben-Hong's smile was even more creepy. There is still a month before the soul power explosion. In order to help some people complete the absorption as soon as possible, I plan to invite a few volunteers to my disaster kingdom to train. Paglio, Master Poison Dragon, shuddered and shook his head quickly. This crazy woman is much more terrifying than Lala Loli. Now that she has fully recovered her strength, it will be difficult for me to come back alive if I am caught by her to train. I'll go. Lala Leah took the initiative to speak. This chick wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger now. As soon as the poison dragon breathed a sigh of relief, Ben-Hong's words almost made him kneel down. Okay, it's you guys, Paglio, Lala Leah. When did I? As soon as Paglio said a few words, he felt a terrifying force coming, and he suddenly lost the ability to speak. Lomont on the side was about to gloat, but his face suddenly turned pale because his aunt said, Sister Ben-Hong and my little Lomont. Seeing Ben-Hong nodding in agreement, little Lomont almost cried, Leader, Sir Uncle, help! Achoo! An ordinary-looking man suddenly sneezed, looked at the bright sunshine above his head, and continued his journey. Chapter 1137. Whether it was the surface world that was bathed in sunlight, or the demon realm where the 2 moons hung in the sky, or the songs and dances of peace, or the turmoil, they were all busy and mediocre as usual. Almost no one knew that for the sake of this mediocre and busy world, and even more so for the protection in his heart, there was a man who looked as mediocre as an ordinary person who was using his own 2 feet to walk out of the fog. He crossed the ocean that was closest to death, crossed the desolate desert, and walked past the nightmarish volcano. His footsteps still did not stop. Perhaps there was no end, and he was just looking for the direction of his heart. Time flowed like water, and before he knew it, 2 years had passed. Under the bright sunlight, it reflected a sea of blood. The originally warm radiance turned cold. Bang, 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 the long black barrel swallowed and spat out the light of death, reaping lives quickly. Magic firearms. Compared to 2 years ago, the current magic firearms were much more advanced. This kind of powerful weapon that could fire rapidly had been widely used, causing a great change in the form of battle. Even people without magic and long-range talent could use firearms to carry out powerful long-range attacks. Of course, firearms were also limited by ammunition, range, accuracy, and firepower, and for those who were stronger than a certain level, they could not pose a real threat. The popularity of magic firearms had a great impact on the traditional long-range archers. Many archers had switched professions to become magic gunners, and even the elves, who were famous for their archery, were no exception. Of course, this referred to ordinary archers. For the current stage, firearms were inanimate objects, after all, and could not unleash the power of the weapon itself. For the high elven magic archers who could combine their own strength to launch all kinds of gorgeous attacks, there was no such concern. Moreover, magic firearms were originally invented by the elves. The elves' vision, hearing, and sensitivity to the natural environment were far superior to ordinary races. So magic firearms could unleash greater power in the hands of the elves. In contrast, the profession of mages was much less affected. On one hand, magic firearms were more lethal to mages, especially sniping. On the other hand, mages who mastered firearms also made up for their personal shortcomings to a certain extent, such as being able to use handguns to attack or delay the enemy when the distance was closed, and still being a threat when their magic power was exhausted, and so on. Even the civilians who had no combat talent could use firearms to fight against a certain level of strength. It could be said that the emergence of magic firearms increased everyone's combat power and also changed the pattern of many things. The most obvious was war. For example, the current war between the Thunder Kingdom and the Baiqing Kingdom. The cause was that the Thunder Kingdom's seventh prince, Swan, admired the Baiqing Kingdom's first princess, Mei Jing, and went to propose to her. After being rejected, he accidentally died in the Baiqing Kingdom's territory, and the war started because of this. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye would know that the seventh prince of the Thunder Empire was the son of a concubine and was not favored at all. As for the eldest princess of the Baiqing Empire, she was the apple of the Baiqing Emperor's eye. Everyone knew that the Thunder Empire had been coveting the territory of the White Creed Kingdom for a long time. This marriage proposal was likely a self-directed play by the Thunder Empire. Poor Yu was just an abandoned pawn. The Thunder Kingdom's territory was a Baiqing world. World, and in kingdom, and the kingdom, world, and in world, kingdom, and of world, in kingdom, world, and kingdom, and. The Baiqing Empire's location was relatively remote, and it was rich in mineral resources. The Thunder Empire was one of the vassal states of the Dragon Bright Empire. This invasion was likely to have been incited and secretly supported by the Dragon Bright Empire. Their goal was naturally the resources of the Baiqing Empire. There was almost no suspense. With the fall of the Baiqing Empire, the name Baiqing Empire became history. This was not the first victim of greed and ambition, and it would not be the last. The sun shone on the blood and flames everywhere. Behind the cheers of the victors were the cries and wails of countless souls. No matter what excuse was used to whitewash it, the nature of war was the cruelest. The demon realm. It was also a large-scale war, and it was also a stage where magic firearms shined. But there was no real blood and death. The magic game Endless Warrior Online had a weekly super monster siege event. Every city that the players were in would be attacked by a large number of dungeon monsters. These monsters, which normally only appeared in dungeons, were quite fierce. The most frightening thing about them was their endless numbers. There were also many chieftain and elite bosses among them. From afar, it looked like a boundless ocean. It could be called a nightmare for all players. The ballistae on the city wall shot out exploding poisonous bolts one after another, and the magic crystal cannons spat out destructive light. There was a strong sound of ejection from the rear, and huge rocks surrounded by flames were thrown out. All kinds of openings appeared in the sea of monsters. However, the monsters were not affected at all. The gaps were quickly filled as they advanced. The waves at the front were endless, and they became more and more crazy. Due to the cooldown, the light of the magic crystal cannons gradually dimmed, and the attack frequency of the catapults and ballistae could not stop the arrival of the waves of monsters. The monsters had quickly closed the distance between them and the city wall. The magic crystal cannons, catapults, and ballistae were all used by Qinrui in the war against Prince Obsidian and the Bloody Empire. They were once very powerful, and the results were outstanding. Even the most powerful Bloody Empire army suffered a great loss. Now, facing these monsters that were numerous and didn't fear anything at all, they were powerless. If it were a few years ago, the players' teams would have been in chaos when they encountered such a situation. But now, every player seemed unusually calm. In the past few years, the players had experienced this kind of siege battle hundreds of times and accumulated extremely rich confrontation experience. Whether it was tactics, cooperation, psychology, etc., they had reached a considerable level. Rows of gun barrels protruded from the parapet. Those main shooting platforms had long been set up with a special type of gun. The structure of this gun was more complicated than usual. The most obvious thing was that there were actually 6 gun barrels, and behind them was a long row of blue bullets connected in parallel like some kind of chain. However, none of the guns fired in advance. They were all waiting for some kind of opportunity. Dozens of flying figures appeared in the sky. They were the assembled puppets, and they went straight to the sea of monsters. The assembled puppet was different from ordinary machinery or firearms. It could combine the spirit power and soul power of the driver to burst out strong lethality. As long as there was the corresponding talent and ability, even the originally weak race could freely drive the war puppet to exert the strength no less than a powerhouse who trained hard. Since the military parade of the fallen angel empire that shocked the demon realm, the puppet master had become an official combat profession. At present, the 3 empires had an astonishing number of construct legions. The outstanding puppet masters in the game were the elites of the legions. The new profession, magic gunner, was the same. The connection between virtual and reality was the greatest charm of Endless Warrior Online. For the entire sea of monsters, these assembled puppets were just a drop in the bucket. However, the purpose of the war puppets was not to attack directly, but to fly in the air according to a certain trajectory and sprinkle some strange things. The monsters did not hesitate because of the actions of the assembled puppets. In fact, nothing could stop their crazy attack, including the death of their own kind. The monsters did not lack long-range attack abilities. Although they did not have the range and power of the magic crystal cannons and firearms, it was enough to put the assembled puppets in a desperate situation. In the intertwining energy, the number of the assembled puppets was rapidly decreasing. Fei, Ahan has been shot down. He's not done yet. An anxious voice came from the communication device of the assembled puppet. Damn it, just a little bit more. Fei was a dark goblin. When it came to combat power, dark goblins were not even worth mentioning. In the past, Fei was often bullied and could only rely on stealing and doing odd jobs to make a living. The appearance of Endless Warrior Online and the assembled puppets changed everything. As the lucky winner of the first free Magic Game promotion, Fei received the Magic Game helmet and Magic TV. From then on, there was one less insignificant thief in the corner of the street, and there was one more famous ace pilot in the Magic Game and the Construct Legion. Dieters, cover me. Fei's assembled puppet made unimaginable dodging movements in the air, causing the intertwining flames and acid attacks to miss. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived at the position where Ahan had been shot down. Dieter's construct puppet dodged the attacks while shooting at Fei's position to provide cover. It was slightly distracted and was hit by a long whip of flames, causing a large crack to appear on the puppet's armor. Before Dieters could react, he was already drowned in the waves of energy. Not long after, only the dark goblin Fei was left of the dozens of assembled puppets. The long whip of flames that had defeated Dieters once again appeared in Fei's vision. Fei hurriedly turned the puppet around, narrowly dodging this powerful attack. The one holding the long whip was a voluptuous woman wearing strange armor. Her entire body was surrounded by green flames. She was the ghost demoness, an elite boss that could only be seen in dungeons. Not only was she astonishingly strong, but she also had special fire abilities. Under normal circumstances, unless one was an abnormal super player, they would need the cooperation of a small party to slowly grind her to death. There's not enough time. Fei looked at the position behind the ghost demoness, gritted her teeth, and charged over. The ghost demoness whip accurately struck the puppet's head, but the next moment, the reckless puppet also rammed into the ghost demoness body. The ghost demoness wasn't a whip queen who only knew how to play SM. With a roar, she used all her strength to block the huge puppet. The puppet's hands emitted terrifying flames, and an alarm in the puppet's cockpit rang out. Faye felt as if her body was about to be melted by the terrifying heat. Endless Warrior Online had gone through many upgrades, and the current version, Blade of Fate, had been improved in every aspect. The player's senses were now very close to reality. Physical damage, pain, mental fear, and so on could all be felt. Combat strength would change according to these factors, including losing the ability to fight, being heavily injured, dying, and so on. If there were no corresponding medicines or healing spells, the injuries would affect the user's combat power. The user would only be able to fully recover after the user had fully recovered, and the dead user would need a day to revive. Just in time. Facing the puppet that was about to collapse, Faye didn't panic. Instead, he smiled because he had successfully used this collision to scatter something in the corresponding area. Boom! The last puppet exploded, and a dazzling flower bloomed in the air. Self-destruct. The ghost demoness armor was already distorted, and although the wounds all over her body weren't fatal, it was still a considerable blow to her. The charging tide of monsters didn't stop because of this small interlude, and was getting closer and closer. What the monsters didn't expect was that the entire battle situation was changed by this small interlude. After a moment, the ground shook violently and countless thick vines emerged. The general layout of these vines was quite ingenious. It wasn't just a simple barrier, but like a wall. It divided the entire monster army into several parts. The thorny vines were extremely tough and had a special paralyzing effect. The surging tide of monsters was immediately slowed down. Guardian vines, it had appeared in the war for the throne of the fallen angel empire and the war of Warlock Fortress. Now it was a special game item. At the same time, the magic firearms on the city wall opened fire, especially the multi-barrel firearms on the main shooting platform. They sprayed terrible flames, and under the intensive fire, the monsters fell to the ground one after another. The division of firepower of the firearms was quite exquisite. They focused on the enemies in their respective areas of responsibility so that they could achieve the maximum damage. The nearest mini-boss level monster rose into the air and was about to rush up the city wall. Suddenly, it shook, and a bloody hole appeared between its eyebrows and it fell down. This kind of bullet was much more lethal than the normal type, but it didn't kill the mini-boss level. However, before it could attack again, its vital parts were accurately hit by the special bullets, and it finally fell unwillingly. Target number 1 eliminated. Prepare to concentrate firepower on target number 2, the long-horned monster, located at Area X, somewhere on the city wall. A dark elf wearing a special helmet listened to the communication instructions in his ear and aimed at another mini-boss level in the area. Sniper. One of the special professions of the magic gunner. Not only was it a sharpshooter who mastered accurate shooting skills, but it also mastered various assassin skills such as camouflage, reconnaissance, and concealment. Whether it was in the game or in reality, it was a hot profession. The multi-barrel guns fired tirelessly. After the ordinary magic guns on the city wall fired a few rounds, they began to reload and cool the guns with special equipment. The row of guns at the back immediately filled in. This repeated. Even though the monsters were extremely tenacious, they couldn't resist this continuous hail of bullets, and they fell to the ground one after another. The number of monsters in the divided area began to decrease sharply, but the defense of the guardian vines was limited. Soon, the green wall of thorns was drowned in the endless flood of monsters. The army of monsters quickly broke through the magic traps along the way and reached the city. The game's degree of simulation was extremely high. Under the influence of some kind of intelligent system's mental power, everyone's soul could feel that creepy sense of oppression. At this moment, many people were even truly immersed in this war. It wasn't just a virtual game, but a real battle. In the face of an irresistible enemy, in the face of almost certain defeat, everyone simultaneously tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit and determination. In the countless flashes of light, the scene seemed to freeze. Winning or losing the war was no longer important. What was important was the courage to fight against fate, just like the blade of fate that was in their hands. Chapter 1138. The two purple moons hung high in the night sky, exuding a gloomy brilliance. It was as cold as 2 years ago. In the yard, the little succubus maid held her cheeks and stared at the sky blankly. "Kia, are you being love-struck again?" "Ah." Kia came back to her senses and glanced at Isabella, who was teasing her. "I just miss a certain guy." "Don't you miss him?" "Humph, I don't want to." Isabella shrugged subconsciously, but she forgot that this was a certain guy's habit. That person must be having fun outside and forgot to go home. He said that he would stay for 2 years at most, but today is the last day of 2 years. He hasn't come back yet. "Didn't you say you don't want to?" "Innie, how do you even remember the days so clearly?" Delia smiled. Looking at Athena's bulging lower abdomen beside Delia, Isabella's eyes flashed with envy. "Didn't you see it in that world a few days ago?" Helen, who returned to the Siren tribe previously, actually became a god of the world. Although Helen didn't say anything, the matter is obvious. After that guy left us, he went to the Dead Sea and hooked up with this beautiful Siren princess. Helen has always been our friend. In order to save Chenrue back then, she gave him the most precious siren's heart. Her vitality was greatly damaged, and her hair turned silver. It hasn't recovered until now. Athena sighed. We only know that Helen also likes him, but she has been hiding it in her heart. If Chenrue doesn't have any explanation for such a woman who is willing to sacrifice herself, he is not our man. What's more, Helen being able to become a god of that world is of great benefit to the growth of his strength. Athena, you are generous. We must not tolerate this kind of mistress. It was Alice who gritted her teeth. She didn't have the awareness of being a mistress at all. The real mistress, Metaloo, pretended not to hear it and whispered to Adeline on the side. Alice didn't hate Helen. To put it bluntly, she was just jealous and envious of Helen. I have also given my princess heart to my brother. Why did my brother at most kiss me? He didn't do anything more intimate, let alone the legendary Papa, also about that world god. I was one of the first to receive the 2-star strengthening. Why hasn't there been any movement until now? Not to mention Vixen and Delia, these big breasts and brainless tough women who are combat type. Even the non-combat type Kia, Adeline and Helen had succeeded. Let me guess. Isabella looked at Alice, who was a little distracted. Does our new lord, Princess Royal Highness, want to send troops to the Dead Sea to rescue my brother from the clutches of the Sirens? Due to her own physique and the destruction origin in the fetus, Athena had not given birth for more than 2 years of pregnancy. Jia considered repeatedly and finally agreed to Athena's request to allow her to resign from the position of the Dark Moon Lord and the 3rd General of the Empire. The Dark Moon Lord was temporarily held by the little Princess Alice, and the 3rd General was taken over by the powerhouse of the Lucifer royal family, Sarandi. In the eyes of outsiders, this was the fallen angel empire's Emperor Jia's imperial scheme. The purpose was to curb the increasingly powerful Wales family. From ancient times to the present, the king's most taboo sensitive topic was George and Athena. Among the 3 generals of the fallen angel empire, George and Athena occupied 2 positions. In particular, Athena was the lord of the largest estate of the fallen angel empire. Not only she had a large number of troops, but she also controlled great wealth. It was inevitable that she would be suspected by the king. When Jia first ascended the throne, due to her unstable foundation, General George was a loyal supporter of Crown Prince Grimm, and Athena was also an old minister of the Dark Moon, so she relied on the father and daughter a lot. now that the fallen angel empire was completely under control. Jia, who had been enduring, finally showed her fangs. In the eyes of discerning people, this was only a matter of time. The Dark Moon Estate was Jia's old base, and it was also the most prosperous estate in the entire demon realm. It was naturally reasonable for Jia's only sister, Alice, to take over. As a compensation for balance, General George received a generous reward, and Athena was also conferred the title of Duke. Even the unborn child had a corresponding title. It was no secret that Athena was pregnant. As for the father of the child, it should be the human internal affairs genius, Chen Rui, who had made great contributions to the fallen angel empire. However, this person had disappeared in recent years. There were rumors that the human had died long ago, which caused many people to covet a certain female lord, female general. There was once a Lucifer royal family member who came to propose, but he was scolded and expelled by Athena. Over time, no one dared to come to humiliate himself. In fact, no one would have thought that the child in Athena's belly was the royal highness of Emperor Jia's husband. Emperor Jia was NTR'd. Hearing Isabella's teasing, Alice curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Humph, humph. If I want to send troops, the first one to destroy will be your little fox courtyard. Unfortunately, the princess's sister, Her Majesty, gave me the right to dispatch the 2 legions early in order to prevent her from causing trouble. Isabella smiled and took out a magic commander seal. You can only mobilize the ordinary city guards. Maybe we can have a military exercise? Military exercise? City guards versus Red Blood Legion and Flame Legion? Alice was discouraged all of a sudden. In her brother's words, it was the city management versus the armed police. Isn't this bullying? A good princess doesn't fight with a fox. Humph, humph. I'll let you go this time. The female fox didn't care. She smiled at her friend, Miss Betty, and stroked the hair of Duo in her arms. The little girl was still talking from time to time just now, but she actually fell asleep at some point. It was no wonder. She went out for an outing with everyone in the morning and kept making noise excitedly. She should be tired after coming back. Sister, I'm back. An excited voice came from a magic teleportation portal set up in the yard. It was the black dragon chick with a red face. Oliphius realized 2 stars strengthening a year ago and received the reward of 1 million black crystal coins. The huge amount of black crystal coins stimulated Dodo, who was also a miser. The greedy slime acted out of character and actually took the initiative to follow Ben Hong to the Kingdom of Disaster for training. He finally got what he wanted not long ago. Compared with Dodo, who was still lazy at the same time, the black dragon chick was more persistent about money. In line with the dragon's principle that greed was a virtue, she was not satisfied after getting 1 million black crystal coins. She set her eyes on the level up reward again. The reward of 50,000 small realm and 500,000 large realm was not a small mosquito for the black dragon chick, who believed that no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Last month, the black dragon chick followed Lala and others to the Kingdom of Disaster for training, striving to break through to the peak of the kingdom and win the 50,000 prize money. Oliphius, your strength has reached the peak of the kingdom. Not bad. Isabella handed the duo to Crobolus, stood up, hugged the black dragon chick who rushed over, and nodded approvingly. I'll give you the bonus later. Sister, you're so nice. The black dragon chick was overjoyed. She suddenly thought of something and looked around. Where's the boss? He hasn't come back yet? As soon as these words came out, all the women looked gloomy. That guy seems to have stood us up. A man who doesn't keep his promise is the most unreliable. People like us who keep our promises are more trustworthy. Ho 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 ho. Just listening to that laughter, they knew it was the 10,000-year-old flat lowly Lalalia. Lalalia. Oliphius, said Alice, standing up, too joyfully. Lalalia and Oliphius were the only good friends who made Alice feel balanced, because even Eve and Alien, who were equally flat back then, had now become slim and graceful girls. Even the thin and weak Adeline's chest outline had some size. Only Alice's height and chest size remained the same. This was also the problem that the lowly princess struggled with the most. You still keep your promise? Back then, you repeatedly said something about paying with your body. You still haven't climbed into that guy's bed until now. The uncoordinated voice behind was obviously Paglio, who returned together. After Lalalia completed the 2-star strengthening, he had broken through to the intermediate stage of demigod in the past 2 years. Paglio was currently still a step away from the intermediate stage of demigod. Even with the thunder flail in hand, he was not the opponent of this fierce lowly, so it was inevitable that he was jealous. I'm willing to admit defeat. Who asked that guy to have no guts and no vision? He didn't even dare to accept the gift. Lalalia said shamelessly, that guy has always had no vision, but he was most accurate when he looked at you. The poison dragon sneered. There was a wine bottle in his hand, and he took a sip. Little Lomont, you seem to have said the same thing last time, right? What the hell? Feeling Lalalia's gloomy gaze, little Lomont secretly scolded the poison dragon for dragging others into the trouble. Lalalia was now his training mentor. Although this mentor contributed a lot to his current strength, if he was really provoked, she might take revenge on him by breaking his 5th limb or something. Lomont pretended not to hear it and walked straight to the front. Delia, baby! Medalu, baby! I finally advanced. Reward me with a love kiss. The mistress, Medalu, was about to greet him happily, but she glanced at the main wife who was sitting calmly like a mountain and sat down again. Lomont's face had always been as thick as the city wall, so he didn't blush at all. He walked straight to the 2 women and hugged one in each hand. Delia glanced at Lomont angrily, but she finally kissed him gently. The mistress naturally followed the main wife's footsteps. Why are you stealing the limelight? You're not the main character tonight. The poison dragon was a little jealous of little Lomont's hugging. He walked to Miss Emerald and wanted to kiss her as a demonstration, but he was pushed away by Miss Emerald, who was glaring at him. Your breath reeks of alcohol. Stay away from Duo. Seeing little Duo sleeping soundly in little Betty's arms, the poison dragon could only admit his bad luck and sat aside. He didn't forget to complain. It should be the last day. That guy really stood me up. It's such a waste for me to come back. Humph. You were just talking about other people's taste, but you don't know that you are the slow one. As soon as this voice sounded, Master Poison Dragon's face twitched, and he didn't make a sound. In the entire demon realm, only a certain ruthless, crazy woman could make this guy so obedient. Not only that, there was also a crazy woman who liked to pretend to be stupid. Being stubborn at this time will only make me suffer. At this moment, Duo, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. There was surprise in her big hazy eyes. Dad! A pair of wings appeared behind the little girl, and she flew in the direction of the gate. Paglio was taken aback. He finally understood why Ben Hong would say that he was slow. That guy actually came back. Everyone in the yard got up and walked toward the gate. Only Ben Hong continued to stand there motionlessly, gazing at the purple moon in the sky with a faint sense of loneliness in his eyes. Chapter 1139. In the courtyard, everyone surrounded the returning Chun Rue, cheering, rejoicing, ridiculing, or despising. In short, it was lively. You're quite punctual. You only came back on the last day. These days, someone has been looking for a husband every day and was distracted. As a result, salt was used as sugar and vinegar was used as wine when cooking. We, the innocent people, were almost poisoned to death. Although Isabella said so, her eyebrows and eyes were full of joy that couldn't be hidden. I know, it's Aunt Kia. Duo in Chunrue's arms immediately said the name of the culprit. It seemed that even this little girl was once one of the victims. The succubus, little maid giggled and didn't have the slightest awareness of poisoning. Sorry, it's my fault for coming back late. Chinrue knew that his wife and friends were worried about him. After being bombarded in turn, he very consciously admitted his crimes to the motherland and people. "It's good that you're back." Beside him, Athena held his hand tightly. This position was specially given to him by the harem. After all, Athena was now the most precious mother-to-be. Other than Duo, her status was the highest. Everyone's strength is advancing so fast. Chinrue looked at his relatives and friends in surprise. "Raleigh, you succeeded? Your strength should be almost at the intermediate stage of pseudo-god." "Hey, Lalaria is already at the intermediate stage of demigod. Isabella and Oliphius are also at the peak of the kingdom, and Delia." Miss Long smiled proudly, and a scepter-like long staff appeared in her hand, exuding a powerful elemental fluctuation. It should be the staff of the goddess of element. The process of obtaining this artifact could be said to be quite dangerous, including the subsequent training in the elemental realm. It was unimaginably difficult, but Rala persevered in the end. Being able to see his surprised look, all the previous difficulties were worth it. The flat lowly let out her signature weird laughter. Apart from possessing so many beauties, this man is not annoying. He does feel like a friend. The most important thing is that after he comes back, those little beauties should be more energetic and beautiful. For Madame Lalaria, it is naturally a pleasing thing. It would be great if I can hook up with one or two. Master Poison Dragon blushed a little. 2 years ago he was at the early stage of demigod, and now he was still at the early stage of demigod. Although he was only a step away from the intermediate stage of demigod, he didn't break through after all. In contrast, Isabella had faintly touched the threshold of demigod. Oliphius reached the peak of the kingdom, and Roman was about to reach the peak of the kingdom. Even Dodo, the lazy guy, had reached the peak of the kingdom under Benhong's coercion and Isabella's temptation. If he didn't move forward desperately, he would be surpassed by these guys behind before he could catch up with Lolly. Benhong's indifferent voice sounded, "Sir, the feeling you gave me at the door just now is a bit strange." "It seems a bit strange." As Benhong said so, Rala nodded thoughtfully. Paglio also reacted. "By the way, I can hardly sense his existence. That feeling is like nature." Lalaria continued. "He is completely integrated with nature, just as ordinary as a stone or a gust of wind. Not only I don't feel special, but I also can't feel the level of realm. There is no change in the realm on the surface. It is still the peak of demigod." Benhong frowned. "My intuition tells me that something must have changed, but I don't feel it. I'm ashamed. In terms of the current state, there is actually no change." Chinrue shook his head. "In fact, for the past 2 years, I have been walking most of the time to explore the beginning and the ultimate place of the mind. I have tried several times to surpass the current realm, but unfortunately I failed." "Failed?" Everyone was shocked. Isabella was the most attentive and immediately caught the key word. "You just said, what do you mean by this state?" "It is this state." Chinrue shrugged. "The state of leaving the world." Benhong understood a little. Yes, what Chinrue was talking about was the demigod realm in the normal state. This represented a bottleneck, and if he could find the opportunity to break through, it was very likely that the entire 6-star evolution would undergo a real transformation. "Your path of cultivation has long surpassed ordinary understanding," Benhong pondered and said. "I only have one question. Do you already have the strength to fight against a peak demigod?" "I'm not very sure, but I can try." Chinrue kissed his precious daughter, handed Duo to Kia, and stood up. "It seems that you are very confident." Benhong narrowed his eyes, and everyone felt a tremor in their minds. They had already been teleported far away, leaving only Chinrue and Benhong in the center. The space around them quickly changed, turning into a swamp. The sky was dark, and most of the swamp plants and land were black, exuding a strange aura. Chinrue could clearly feel the great power contained in this aura, and it was actually even stronger than when he faced Charlie. He was slightly shocked. This is your peak state? No, it's even stronger than my peak state back then. There was a hint of pride in Ben Hong's smile. This is thanks to the soul that I devoured and the strange world power that you gave me. Now, even if I go to the holy mountain of light to face Michael, I have enough confidence to compete with him. Ben Hong's eyes locked tightly on Chen Rui, and his tone changed. Did you isolate the world for the past 2 years to make your basic power qualitatively change, so that the power of the demigod transformation becomes stronger, or even further breakthrough? As expected of Ben Hong, Chen Rui praised. Although not exactly, it's not far from the truth. At least a considerable part of the reason is this. Then, let me see your latest transformation power. First of all, don't be too surprised when you fuse with the world. As soon as Ben Hong finished speaking, Chen Rui felt a terrifying pressure coming at him. His body was suddenly unable to move, and even breathing was almost impossible. In the past 2 years, Chen Rui had focused on the training of his body and mind, and he deliberately did not enter the super system. Now that he was facing Ben Hong, whose strength was still above Charlie, he naturally couldn't deal with it in an ordinary state. As his mind moved, he finally activated the purple polar transformation that he hadn't used for 2 years. Purple starlight instantly filled the disaster kingdom, and the dark world became bright. Ben Hong sneered. Countless black smoke emerged from the kingdom, wrapping Chen Rui as if he wanted to strangle the bright starlight in the bud. The black smoke contained an earth-shattering power that even the people outside the kingdom could feel. Rala's face changed slightly because Ben Hong didn't hold back. He used the strongest power of the Peak Kingdom as soon as he came up. The fairy dragon was now close to the intermediate stage of pseudo-god, and she had the 2 artifacts, the crown of the goddess of elements and the staff of the goddess of elements. However, if it was her, facing the power of Ben Hong, she was likely to be smashed into pieces. The black smoke was getting thicker and thicker. In a moment, Chen Rui was completely enveloped, and the purple starlight was quickly blocked. It was like a huge cocoon imprisoning him. Chen Rui in the black cocoon couldn't see anything clearly. There was only endless darkness containing terrifying death power in his entire consciousness. Ben Hong's eyes suddenly flashed, and a strange expression flashed past his eyes. He saw that the black cocoon suddenly split open, and several times more resplendent than before appeared. Immediately after, the entire black cocoon split into pieces, and the intense light that burst forth made the spectators unable to look directly at it, and they all narrowed their eyes. Chen Rui was surprised to feel the huge power beyond imagination of the purple polar transformation. He finally understood why Ben Hong would say, "Don't be too surprised." It was because the faith and life power displayed by the super system at this time were many times stronger than 2 years ago. This power directly affected the power of the purple polar transformation, and it tore Ben Hong's imprisonment power more easily than expected. Chen Rui immediately reacted. 2-star strengthening. The deity who had completed 2-star strengthening immediately appeared in his mind. He was shocked when he sensed it. So many. While he was distracted, Ben Hong on the opposite side had undergone some changes. The black gas in the sky condensed behind her and turned into a pair of black wings. A pair of dark red and black exquisite armor appeared on her body. It was like a gem in the demon realm, revealing a dark and deep light. It was the first time Chen Rui saw Ben Hong's armor of faith. This should be a fusion of the super system's star armor and her own armor. Similarly, the kingdom was also fused. Unlike Rala's dual kingdoms, Ben Hong completely combined the 2 into one, and its power was even higher. Lali Arya was also trying this kind of fusion, but she had been unable to succeed. Ben Hong, who was equipped with the armor of faith, was obviously going all out. In the name of misfortune, Ben Hong waved her hand, and a cold power pressed straight toward Chen Rui. A red light loomed in the darkness as if it could explode at any time. Chen Rui also raised his right hand, and a vortex-shaped stardust appeared in front of the dark red light like a huge galaxy. The two collided in an instant, and the entire kingdom trembled under the two terrifying forces. Everyone watching the battle only felt that the space had a strong distortion under the terrifying power. Even their souls seemed to be distorted and deformed. Boom! The two forces turned into nothingness at the same time, and they were actually evenly matched. Only then the feeling of soul distortion in everyone's consciousness gradually disappeared. Ben Hong was visibly moved. "This is the power of failure that you speak of." Chenrue nodded. "Yes, as I said, I tried to surpass, but unfortunately I didn't succeed." Ben Hong took a deep look at him, and the disaster kingdom gradually disappeared. Chenrue also put away the star armor. The attack just now was just a probing attack. If he were to further resist, he was afraid that it would be difficult to control, and it would not be worth it if he hurt others. Now, even if Satan is in front of you, he may not have the confidence to win. If in a few years, I think that guy will definitely regret giving you 10 years. I'm suddenly looking forward to your level after success. Compared to this, I'm more surprised by the surprise you mentioned. The transformation power I just displayed was far beyond my expectations. Chenrue looked at the group of relatives and friends who were watching the battle. I don't know how to describe this surprise. Perhaps the word touched is a little superficial. You still need to further familiarize yourself with and integrate the power brought by this surprise. I believe that the trip to the Holy Mountain of Light soon will bring a real surprise to those 3 arrogant guys. Of course, I have this confidence and determination. Because I'm not alone, I've come this far. Ben Hong glanced at Duo who was flying over and the people who were laughing and joking behind her. He sighed softly and said, "What you have, Chenrue glanced at Ben Hong. But Ben Hong did not continue, and his figure began to gradually fade. Before Chenrue had time to think, Duo had already flown over. Chenrue smiled and hugged his precious daughter. Chapter 1140. Lying comfortably on the reclining chair, listening to his daughter's playful voice in the yard, he opened his mouth to take the fruit peeled by his beloved succubus maid. This was simply the life of a deity. Unknowingly, a month had passed since Chenrue came back. In the past month, his simple life could be said to be comfortable. He was almost enjoying himself to the point of forgetting home. Of course, it was just almost because next month was the deadline for the agreed deal with Gabriel. In addition to Gabriel, the 3 supreme angels of the Holy Mountain, Michael and Raphael, were his sworn enemies. Even Gabriel was by no means an easy person to deal with. This trip was definitely not a simple exchange. Regardless of whether there would be a conflict, it would be a battle, facing the 3 supreme angels head-on at the same time. Now, it was just a relaxation before the battle. If he was always tense, no matter how tough the bowstring was, there was a risk of breaking, especially after 2 years of continuous training. In the past 2 years, it was not only him who was tense, but also others. As Ben Hong said, the surprise was far beyond his expectations because there were actually as many as 18 gods in the super system. Rala, in charge of knowledge, learning, research. Catherine, in charge of wisdom. Isabella, in charge of fraud, deception, conspiracy. Ben Hong, in charge of disaster, misfortune, etc. Paglio, the god of plague, in charge of plague. Adeline, in charge of music. Lalaria, in charge of sky. Athena, in charge of battle, war. Lomont, in charge of chaos, disorder. Delia, in charge of law, rules, order. Oliphius, in charge of wealth. Dodo, in charge of food. Ja, in charge of earth. Crobolus, in charge of harvest, wine. Tiffany, in charge of hope, dawn. Samuel, in charge of loyalty, trust. Kia, in charge of love, lust. Helen was in charge of the ocean. Before Chenrue left, only 5 people, including Rala, completed the strengthening. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, there were 13 more gods. Many people's successes were beyond Chen Rui's imagination, such as Adeline, Samuel, Kia, Helen, and so on. As Ben Hong said, power was not the only way. Soul and piety were more important. Therefore, the corpse necromancer Garatam, whose strength was far above Kia and others, had not succeeded until now. No matter which path they took, success was definitely not a coincidence. One could imagine how hard everyone worked and risked their lives. Indeed, he was not alone. This is the greatest possession and happiness. Who are you thinking of? I'm in a daze. The little succubus maid's voice interrupted Chen Rui's thoughts. Thinking of you, my goddess. Chen Rui laughed, bit a piece of orange that Kia handed over, and sucked on the white, jade-like finger. Kia sucked her finger in her mouth again, which could be regarded as an indirect kiss. She giggled. I just barely managed to sneak into that world. Your goddess is someone else. What do you mean sneak in? Chen Rui shook his head. You're the real goddess who controls love and lust. Although you haven't been a god for a long time, the number of believers is amazing. Even Paglio and the others are jealous. I'm surprised that I can complete 2-star strengthening. This is all thanks to Sister Ben Hong. Thanks to her guidance. The key to 2-star strengthening is the perception of faith and life. Power is only one of the factors to promote success, but it is not an absolute reference condition. Also, thanks to Adeline, your Naga sister is actually the 6th person to complete 2-star strengthening after Paglio. Her success has given great confidence to those of us who were originally weak. The image of the shy Naga girl appeared in Chen Rui's mind, and his heart warmed. Thinking of your good sister again? Humph. Adeline was fine, but we didn't expect Helen to be there. Helen has always looked down on you, but you actually have the ability to turn an enemy into a girl without batting an eyelid, and even swindled her heart into your hands. Tell me honestly, have you been accompanying her in the Dead Sea for the past 2 years? Here we go again. I don't want to explain it again. Chen Rui gently scratched the little succubus nose. I've always felt guilty about that siren's heart. In fact, I only stayed in the Soul Sea for 3 days. In those 3 days, I just listened to her singing from afar, and I only saw her once when I left. As a man who is not stupid, Chen Rui certainly would not tell her the scene of him kissing the little mermaid princess forcefully at the last moment of separation. Although it was a forceful kiss, it was actually just a fierce bite at the beginning, and then it seemed to be harmonious. 3 days of singing and Helen's distressing silver hair really made Chen Rui unable to harden his heart. 2-star strengthening was a promise for the future, but he did not expect Helen to also complete the strengthening. The consequence of this was the adultery was exposed. We only met once, and she is now the goddess of the sea. Kia handed over a piece of orange, and Chen Rui subconsciously took a bite. His eyes suddenly narrowed because of the sourness. It turned out that the little maid did not peel the orange on purpose this time. Well, it was just a sour taste, understood. At this time, Duo ran over happily, Dad. I won. I'm the champion of the shooting competition. Really? Chen Rui smiled and hugged his daughter. Although it was a competition, in fact, there were only 2 participants. It was either the champion or the runner-up. Little Master Duo, Dodo at the back said with a wronged face. The last shot was obviously won by me. Although the slime was used to flattering others, the reward of this shooting game was 3 no-threshold, free consumption vouchers of the Princess Villa, sponsored by Alice, were 300 black crystal coins. Therefore, the master and servant were clear about the accounts. The slime was unusually serious. Duo who won? Chen Rui frowned slightly and asked while holding his daughter. It's the referee, Sister Alice. She ruled that Dodo's last shot was invalid. Duo said confidently. Chinrue glanced at Alice, who was glaring at Dodo. He already understood a little, so he didn't reprimand him. He just asked his daughter gently, "So, what do you think of Sister Alice's judgment?" Duo sucked her finger and thought for a while. "I think Dodo doesn't seem to have violated the rules. We would rather have a real failure than a false victory. Okay, baby?" Chenrue had no experience in early childhood education, but Duo had a good mother. Although it was also her first time being a mother, the wise Dark Shadow Emperor was much stronger than Chinrue in this aspect. She was also the most convincing to Chinrue. Catherine said that blindly spoiling and accommodating would only harm the child. So Chinrue would now pay attention to cultivating Duodwa's good habits and behavior standards in many places. He also reminded the harem girls from time to time not to spoil too much and affect Duodwa's future growth. And Duo nodded as if she understood. "I'll listen to Dad." Duo is such a good girl. Chinrue kissed his daughter lovingly. "Look at you sweating profusely. Go wash your face with Aunt Kia first. You're a big girl now. You have to wash your face and handkerchief by yourself, understand? Duo must have a good bath." Duo patted her dad's face and followed Kia to the house energetically. Chinrue looked at the pitiful slime. "Give Dodo the reward he deserves, Alice." Alice pouted and reluctantly gave the free voucher to Dodo. Onion, who was crying just now, immediately smiled. He shouted, "Master is so handsome," with starry eyes, and jumped away cheering. "Alice, don't help Duo cheat next time." "Oh," Alice looked at the sky that was approaching dusk. "That brother. Do you remember what day it is today?" "What day?" Chinrue thought for a while. "By the way, it's the start time of the Tree Shade Estates trade fair. Royce also specially sent an invitation. Betty said last time that she wanted to see what was sold. Anyway, the trade fair will last for 10 days. You can go together in 2 days." "Humph." The lowly princess suddenly stomped her feet angrily. "I'm not going." Alice, Athena, and Isabella, who were walking and chatting in the yard, came over. Athena saw the lowly princess' unhappy face and asked, He just... Alice pointed at Chinrue with grief and indignation. "He forced me to do that kind of thing." "Wait a minute." Chinrue was speechless. "What do you mean by that kind of thing?" Athena and the lowly princess had been friends for more than 10 years. Isabella was even more clear about Alice's careful thoughts. The two women looked at each other and smiled. They didn't pursue it. Isabella said with a smile, "What kind of thing is it?" Making our little princess look like she's not satisfied. "You're the one who's not satisfied." Alice glared at Isabella fiercely. This big-breasted vixen's figure is getting hotter and hotter, especially after Brother came back. She looks radiant and charming. According to the books, it should be the result of being fully nourished by men. Damn vixen! She must be pestering Brother every night, not only the vixen. Athena, Kia, Teacher Rala, and Sister all like this recently. I heard that Brother went to the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire to accompany Catherine and Tiffany last week. Why am I the only one who doesn't care about me? Why am I the only one here? Especially today. It's my birthday, okay? Sister even asked someone to send a gift yesterday, but Brother actually forgot about it. The cheating in the shooting competition was just an excuse to ask Brother to go to the Princess Villa to have a big meal. It was just a celebration for me. Brother actually didn't remember when I reminded him just now. He even forgot about Athena. Whoa, could it be that I'm really destined to grow old alone and be alone for the rest of my life? A figure with white hair, wearing a princess dress, and carrying a long sword appeared in Alice's mind. Isabella said, "How about this, Chinrue? You invite Alice to the Wawa beverage shop to drink a cup of specialty black pear juice as an apology. Bring some back for me, and Athena, by the way. Obviously, you want to drink it yourself. I won't be fooled." Alice immediately saw through the vixen's trick. Isabella didn't realize that she was exposed at all. She pulled Alice to the side and whispered, "Alice, don't you understand my real intention?" "Humph! What other intention can you have? Let's test our new dark moon, Lord Royal Highness first. What is the west side of the Wawa beverage shop? It's relatively famous. Isn't the west side the Red Fruit Hotel? The Red Fruit Hotel seems to have a nickname. The Holy Land of Lovers?" The eyes of the new dark moon, Lord Royal Highness, suddenly lit up. "The location there is relatively hidden, and the staff are the most concerned about privacy. The environment and conditions are quite good." Isabella handed over a magic room card. "This is the room card for VIP room 208. I've prepared it. Seeing the vixens, you know, look." Alice's eyes were even brighter, but she couldn't help but doubt. "Why did you suddenly? I know that today is a princess's birthday, so I'll treat it as a gift, Sister Innie." The lowly princess was really touched. She immediately took the room card. The image of the Jinx with the sword on his back suddenly disappeared, turning into a blissful bride who was being carried by her beloved prince. Step by step, she walked into room 208. The lowly princess held Isabella's hand tightly with tears in her eyes. "Today, when I'm forgotten by everyone, there's still a vixen who remembers me. No, I won't be called a vixen anymore. This vixen is my sister. Go quickly. Come on." Isabella turned to look at Chun-Rue. "Chun-Rue, listen to Alice later. Walk with her more. Don't make her angry anymore." Chun-Rue looked at Athena, who nodded with a smile and shrugged. "Understood, Madam Innie, Madam Athena." Everything went smoothly after that. Black pear juice. The two shared a standard couple's cup. If it weren't for my brother reminding me to use the disguise magic tool, I would like to let everyone know that Alice is on a date with my brother. Not only a date, but also that kiss game. It's been 2 years. Sob. I finally kissed my brother again. Then I proposed to take a break at the Red Fruit Hotel, and my brother actually agreed. As the vixen said, "Listen to Alice later. My dream has come true. Just like that? Is it an illusion? It's not just a kiss, but also, right, I read in the book that the first time will be very painful. Also, I heard that this will make my chest bigger and taller. There are also a lot of positions that make people blush. Anyway, from today onwards, I am Dwidwa's real aunt." The more the lowly princess thought about it, the faster her heart beat. When she carefully pulled Chun-Rue to open the door to room 208, she was suddenly shocked, because the room was full of people, acquaintances. Athena, Kia, Duo, Rala, Lala Arya, Adeline, Isabella, Peglio, even my sister is here. Seeing the kind vixen's evil smile, the lowly princess realized that she was fooled again. The image in her mind was that lonely star with a sword on her back, wearing a princess dress, and the autumn wind blowing the fallen leaves. "Happy birthday to you." The birthday song sung by everyone interrupted Alice's days. She saw the vixen pushing out a dining cart with a 7-layer cake on it. She turned around and saw that her human brother was also smiling and affectionately stroking her hair. So they all remember Alice, who was previously gritting her teeth, suddenly felt warmth in her heart and could no longer be angry. "All right, I'll reluctantly forgive that deceitful vixen. No, I'll settle the score with her next time. Also, I must get a room with my brother next time." Chapter 1141. Holy Mountain of Light. Today was the official opening day of the pilgrimage. Crowds of believers filled the White Cliffs teleportation square. Looking at the holy mountain in the distance that pierced the clouds, the believers all had pious expressions on their faces. Some of them even bowed as they walked forward. Knights of Light stood on both sides of the square and the passageway. A special badge of piety was required to enter the White Cliff. Usually, only believers who had a certain level of contribution or recommendation from the local church could get such a badge. The function of the badge of piety was not as simple as teleportation. It had another important function, and that was to reflect the degree of piety toward the God of Light. Without a badge of faith, they would be detected by special detection devices. This made it impossible for spies to hide in the Holy Mountain, even if they were extremely powerful enemies. Among the crowd of believers, the Knights of Light quickly discovered two special existences, a man and a woman. There was nothing special about their appearance and aura. They were just two ordinary people. However, if one looked closely, their appearance seemed to be a little blurry, and they could not give the clearest impression. The real reason why the Knights of Light felt strange was that the two did not have any pious expressions or movements. They looked calm, as if the holy land of the Church of Light was just an ordinary place for peddlers. Moreover, they did not hide this calmness at all. The magic detection devices showed that the two did not have any badge of piety on them at all. It was unknown how they passed through the teleportation gate. Just like that, the two of them walked forward. Due to the prayers and other reasons, the followers behind them were left behind by a large margin. The two of them were particularly eye-catching, but they did not mind and continued to walk forward. Even when they noticed that a large number of Knights of Light had been mobilized, they still did so. The Knights of Light had seen many spies sneaking into the Holy Mountain. However, this was the first time they had seen one swaggering around like this. This was contempt for the Knights of Light and the entire Holy Mountain of Light. After distancing themselves from the believers behind them, the leader of the Knights of Light, Reese, gave an order. The Knights of Light, who had been lying in ambush, immediately moved and surrounded the two. However, something strange happened. When the Knights of Light rushed over to surround them, they found that there was no one in the encirclement. The two people were still walking in front of them, as if they were just two phantoms. After missing twice, Reese finally felt that something was wrong. Until now, the other party hadn't even turned around to look at him. The strength of these two people far surpassed the level that they could contend with. It was no wonder that they had such an attitude. However, this was the Holy Mountain of Light, and it would not tolerate the blasphemy of infidels. Reese sent an emergency signal without hesitation. The Knights of Light on sentry duty in the distance immediately became alert as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This situation was also immediately transmitted to the palace of Tsang Thunder. The current leader of the palace of Tsang Thunder was Gamundin, the Lightning Sword Saint, who was also the commander of all the Knights of Radiance. After receiving the emergency signal, Gamundin immediately sent someone to report to Pope Fandus, while he personally led the elite knights of the Divine Palace to the place where the enemy appeared. When Gamundin arrived with his men, the man among the two suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" The woman asked and also stopped. "Nothing." The man looked at Gamundin in front of him. "I met an acquaintance." "You should have a lot of acquaintances here, right?" The woman smiled indifferently. "A little more than you." The man also smiled. "The two of you, please stop." Gamundin didn't feel any special aura from these two people, but the more he thought so, the more cautious he was. "May I know what brings you to White Cliff?" "To visit the mountain." The man thought for a moment. This word may be a little unpopular. You can think of it as a visit to find trouble. "I have to say that your courage is admirable. This is the first time I've seen a guest who dares to break into the Holy Mountain and provoke us." Gamundin said calmly, "But this is the end of this magnificent feat. The Holy Mountain is the most favored place of the God of Light, and it can't be violated. If you give up resistance now, you may still have a way out." As expected of the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, "You speak and act like a general." The man smiled and said, "Your Excellency Gamundin, we're actually old friends. Do you really not recognize me?" "Old friends? Now is not the time to be friendly. Besides, I don't—" Gamundin's words came to an abrupt halt, because he saw that the man's ordinary face had already changed. The originally somewhat blurry facial features gradually became clear, turning into a familiar face, a handsome young man with a head full of blonde hair. This face, this voice. "Your Excellency Gamundin should have an impression of me, right? It's you." Gamundin's expression changed greatly. He would never forget this face, the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur Rowland. No, he shouldn't be the real Arthur. Instead, he was a mysterious expert who could rival the three supreme angels. It was this person who played the entire human world in the palm of his hand. First, he pretended to be the third prince of the Long Huang Empire, deceiving Cardinal Glaland's trust through trickery and trickery. Then he inconceivably deceived one of the three supreme angels, Lord Raphael, and was actually appointed as the next Holy Son of the Pope. During the coronation ceremony of the Holy Son, this person broke the spirit-gathering formation of the coronation ceremony in front of all the guests and rescued a mysterious girl who was imprisoned. Even the strongest demigod, the eight-winged angel camel, was as fragile as a baby in front of this person. Even the pinnacle fake god, the supreme angel Raphael, could not take this person down, and he easily left with the girl. Although the church had given the highest order to keep this incident a secret, and even the emperors and kings who participated in the coronation ceremony were not allowed to leak a single word about it, and they only told the public that the Holy Son was poisoned by the Black Death apostles and died suddenly during the coronation ceremony. It was believed that everyone who witnessed the battle that day would never forget the soul-stirring scene. Who would have thought that the most wanted criminal would actually appear on the sacred mountain so openly today? Gamundin raised his hand and stopped the Templars from advancing. Since it was that person, even if all of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. If they forced themselves to attack, they would only die in vain. Your Excellency, coming to the holy mountain like this today. Before Gamundin could finish his words, a shout came from afar. Lord of the Tsang Lei Temple, quickly take down these two intruders. This was a woman's voice, with irresistible majesty. Your Holiness. Gamundin frowned. The last coronation event made the Church of Light lose face. In the end, the supreme leader of the church, Pope Fandus, became the scapegoat, and Eudora, who became the controller of the Blessed Peak again, quickly overthrew Fandus' power with the support of Raphael. Except for the Inquisition and the Tsang Lei Temple, the rest of the forces were basically under Eudora's control. Even Pusmir from the Starry Palace had to retreat. Eudora was actually the supreme ruler of the Holy Mountain, and it was only a matter of time before she became the next pope. For the three supreme angels who looked down on the common people, it did not matter which of the three temples was the main one. At present, the three supreme angels had all woken up. It was said that after the next supreme meeting, Fandus would completely step down. At that time, Eudora would become the new pope, and the Temple of Divine Seal would also choose a new temple master. Gamundin adhered to the principle of neutrality of his teacher Pari and maintained the impartial position of the Tsang Lei Temple, which also caused Eudora's dissatisfaction. If it were not for the protection of Pari, who had become a super strong, perhaps the Tsang Lei Temple would have changed hands long ago. With the eyesight of Chen Rue and Ben Hong, they had already seen the figures flying in the distant sky. They were the three nominal giants of the Church of Light, Fandus, Eudora, and Pusmir. Although Fandus was in the front, it was Eudora who spoke first. Since the incident of the last Holy Sun ceremony, the top management of the Holy Mountain of Light had been in a state of high tension. Now, after receiving the highest emergency signal and the report of the Tsang Lei Temple, the three giants did not dare to neglect and personally took action. Soon after, the three giants had already flown into the sky. Eudora was about to speak, but she suddenly saw that face clearly. Her mind could not help but be shocked. She felt that two sword-like eyes swept over and fell on her face. Her soul suddenly trembled violently, and she felt that her whole body seemed to be torn by some terrible power in an instant. Eudora screamed and fell straight down from the air. She fell hard to the ground, and she could not get up for a while. Chinrue snorted coldly and slowly withdrew his gaze. If possible, spare her life. This was what Tiffany said to Chinrue in the Bloody Empire one day before he came to the human world. Although it was just a seemingly casual sentence, Chinrue could feel the great courage that Tiffany brewed in saying the sentence. Tiffany once lost everything in her life because of her, including her soul and hope. If it weren't for Chinrue's rescue and the experience in the super system world, even if Tiffany was alive now, she would just be a walking corpse crawling in despair. That painful memory that should be torn and shattered, that most painful scar, was now opened by Tiffany herself. Because of hope. This was the most precious thing that made her stand up again. It was also the clearest emotion that Chinrue gave her. Even when she became his wife now, it was still the same. Because of this, Tiffany realized the mystery of faith of two-star strengthening and became the god of the super system, hope. If it weren't for Tiffany's words, that glance just now could make Eudora's soul completely collapse. Fandis and Pusmer also saw Chinrue's face. They were all horrified and landed on the ground. There's no need to entangle with these ants. Ben Hong, who was next to Chinrue, looked around faintly. His eyes flashed. Since we came in openly, those three guys should show due courtesy and greet us personally. In the next second, a powerful voice instantly filled the entire White Cliff. Everyone's soul was buzzing. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael. Whether it was the road along the way or the holy light city under the holy mountain, everyone was shocked. Who is it? How dare he call those three names so arrogantly in this place? Those three supreme existences, second only to God. Shortly after the voice sounded, 3 golden beams of light were projected from the sky. In the light beams, 3 figures gradually became clear. Chapter 1142. All the radiant knights, knights of light and temple knights, looked at the 3 figures that appeared in the pillar of light in surprise. 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 of them wore pure white robes. The blond man in the middle had almost perfect facial features. It was Michael. The one on the left with black hair and white eyes was Raphael. The one on the right with long silver hair and closed eyes was Gabriel. The 3 supreme angels. These 3 supreme existences, second only to the God of Light, were all alarmed. I was wondering who it was. So it's just a rat that came to die. How dare you be so arrogant? Raphael glanced at Ben Hong in disdain. Clearly, he did not recognize this strange woman. His hateful gaze was focused on Chinrue. His body was surrounded by a dazzling light, and he was about to launch a thunderous attack. The corner of Ben Hong's mouth curled up slightly, and he silently said 2 words. The light around Raphael's body dimmed, and he fell down. He instantly steadied himself and said, "Power of deprivation!" Ben Hong, Michael, and Gabriel sensed the familiar power at the same time, and they revealed the identity of the strange woman at the same time. Killing intent flashed in Michael's eyes. Very good. I didn't think you would dare to come to the holy mountain. As a tribute to this courage, I will personally end the remnant soul in this body of yours. This time, you won't be as lucky as last time. Ben Hong smiled and did not say anything. His gaze fell on Gabriel. Although Gabriel did not open her eyes, Chinrue could feel that there seemed to be some kind of intense sparks between these 2 women, who should be the most powerful in the main plane. The main reason we came today is to trade. Chinrue looked at Gabriel. Your Excellency Gabriel, 3 years ago we made a deal in the Black Prison Desert. Now that I have come, can we begin? The so-called deal is to exchange the snow dowlet tree for the phantom ice spring, right? I heard Gabriel mention it before. Michael sneered, appearing in public in such a manner. Your guts are beyond my expectations. However, you seem to have forgotten something. The relationship between us is not a friendly transaction. There are no eternal friends and no eternal enemies. As long as there were enough benefits, friends could become enemies and enemies could become friends. Since there are interests between us, why can't there be a transaction? Chinrue shook his head calmly. I believe I don't need to explain the significance of the cedar lay to the Church of Light. As for the past grievances, compared to these, it's actually just a small matter. Small matter? You don't deserve to say that. Raphael said contemptuously, You're just a little rat who became a false god by luck. What right do you have to talk to us about a deal? Even Ben Hong can only bow down in front of us, 3 angels. If we take you down, we can still get the cedar lay tree. Gabriel, you think so too? Chinrue frowned. Gabriel had not spoken before, but calmly replied, I also want to confirm what's different about you compared to 3 years ago. Since the target of the transaction is you, then you have to at least have the qualifications to trade with us. Just a woman who plays tricks with poison is not enough. Ben Hong was usually not very sharp-tongued, but today he showed his sharpness in front of Gabriel. A woman who closes her eyes and pretends to be deep. What do you want to do? Don't say that we 3 angels are bullying you with numbers. Gabriel raised a finger. 1-on-1, you can choose any opponent you want. As long as one of you is not knocked down within 10 minutes, you will be admitted to be qualified. Gabriel's proposal made Michael and Raphael secretly nodded. Raphael added, One more, you cannot leave the battlefield. I'm not in the mood to play hide-and-seek with a rat who can only escape with spatial talent. This sentence was clearly aimed at Chunrue's Stargate. The 3 angels had experienced the particularity of Stargate. Even Gabriel, who had the saint-fighting heart, could not crack it. If Chunrue hid in the Stargate for 10 minutes and then came out, no one could do anything. Ben Hong and Chinrue looked at each other, and Chinrue nodded. Yes. If you lose the qualification, Michael said coldly, you must unconditionally hand over the cedar lay tree. This was the home field of the Holy Mountain of Light. Even if Ben Hong, who only had a soul left and barely found a body to fuse with, it would be quite difficult to last 10 minutes in a head-on battle. Chinrue thought for a moment, and a soul contract appeared in his hand. In that case, we will sign this contract. Michael glanced at the contract and raised his long eyebrows. Raphael and Gabriel were also surprised. It turned out that the contract did not require the 3 angels to unconditionally hand over the phantom ice spring after Chinrue's side won, but it was an equal deal. The condition for Chinrue's side to win was actually that Chinrue and Ben Hong each last 10 minutes. The meaning of Gabriel's words was very clear. It was just that either Chinrue or Ben Hong could meet the qualification. Chinrue doing this was equivalent to stupidly taking the initiative to extend his neck for the enemy to cut off. With Ben Hong's strength, there was a glimmer of hope. If Chinrue was included, it was impossible to fight against the 3 angels without using his space talent. Although Gabriel closed his eyes, he could clearly sense the content of the contract and read, If Party A fails, unconditionally hand over the cedar lay tree. Wait a minute, there seems to be a clause at the back? If Party A succeeds, the cedar lay tree will be exchanged for the phantom ice spring, and when facing the most important public enemy in the future, Party B must unconditionally form a united front with Party A at the first moment. Michael frowned, and his eyes were like lightning shooting straight at Chinrue's eyes. What does this mean? Chinrue stared at Michael without backing down and said 2 words, Abyss. Michael's pupils shrank, and after a moment he said coldly, Humph. Self-righteous worry. There is no abnormality in the seal of the abyss. Even the main altar of Sosbach was destroyed by Raphael. There was one sentence that Michael didn't say, and that was, if he really waited until that distant day, he, the archangel, should have become a god, and there was no need to be afraid at all. That main altar, it was I who lured Raphael there. After that, I also destroyed Quiriana's main altar, which was the big explosion of the Mies Kingdom's imperial mausoleum. Not only that, the demon realm's main altar of despair was also destroyed. From this point, at least we have a common enemy. The 3 supreme angels were all moved. The 3 of them could see that Chinrue wasn't speaking carelessly. Michael quickly exchanged opinions with Gabriel and Raphael and nodded. Okay, it's a deal. The alliance against the abyss was something that was far away, and the most important thing right now was to take back the 3 cedar lay trees. Since the other party was reckless enough to make this contract, they could just go with the flow. If possible, they might as well get rid of the enemy in 10 minutes of battle. Thus, the 5 of them signed their names on this contract, and the contract turned into 5 rays of light that entered everyone's body, officially taking effect. The power of a fake god is not to be underestimated. In order to not affect those ordinary guys, let's use this. A model of an arena appeared in Gabriel's hand. Arena of the Ancients, a barrier-type item that can amplify the controller's power and strengthen the barrier. We can decide the victor here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenrue felt the scenery around him change. It had already turned into an ancient arena. The Knights of Light and the church's 3 heavyweights were gone, and only the 5 of them were left. The 2 of you can choose your opponent. We just happen to have one more person on our side. The remaining one, inject your power into the arena of the ancients to maintain the barrier. Then, I'll choose first. Ben Hong's gaze shifted from Gabriel to another person. It was actually the strongest of the 3 angels, Michael. Back then, Michael had heavily injured Ben Hong on the Holy Mountain of Light. If not for Chen Rui's Tower of Glory causing the space to change, Ben Hong wouldn't even have had the chance to escape. Me. What a surprising choice. A look of surprise flashed in Michael's eyes. Are you sure? Have you forgotten who was the one who fled in panic under the Holy Cross sword? If not for that lucky escape, you would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Haven't you heard of an old saying? Stand up from where you fell. A light flashed in Ben Hong's indifferent eyes, as if a blazing battle intent had been ignited. Michael's tone became colder. Your choice will make it so that you will never be able to climb back up again. I remember back then, someone said something similar. Ben Hong brushed his hair, casually. In the end, those were his last words. Humph. This time it was Gabriel who spoke. I'm not an arrogant idiot like Auriel. Michael's eyes grew even colder. This will be the last choice you make in your life. Ben Hong smiled nonchalantly. Chenrue spoke up. Since we have to decide who will maintain the barrier before the battle, it seems that I have to choose one of the 2. Chenrue's gaze shifted between Raphael and Gabriel. Whether fighting or not, beautiful ladies are always pleasing to the eye. So, Lord Gabriel, or should I call you beautiful Miss Gabriel? Raphael seemed to have expected that Chenrue would not dare to face him. Hearing Chenrue say Gabriel's name, he immediately snorted. But at this moment, the second half of Chenrue's words fell into his ears. Please maintain the barrier. Gabriel maintain the barrier? Another unexpected choice. Raphael narrowed his eyes. I promise I will use these 10 minutes. I won't let you fall too quickly. You should thank the snow tree, or this will be the last 10 minutes of your life. The last sentence is a repeat of Michael's. Your vocabulary is too poor. You can only repeat these few sentences over and over again. Chenrue looked at Raphael with undisguised contempt. But don't worry. No matter who wins between Ben Hong and Michael, you will have a chance to fight. I wonder if you will still be so stubborn when all your teeth are knocked out, Raphael said coldly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Cut the crap. Let's start the first round. Ben Hong slowly walked down the stands and came to the center of the arena. Chapter 1143. Stupid woman, you're courting death. Michael instantly appeared in front of Ben Hong. Your courage is commendable, but it's a pity you don't have a snow dowlet to protect you. I won't give you any chance to escape. I'll finish you off as soon as possible. 6 pairs of golden wings appeared on Michael's back. With a low roar, his aura instantly skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. Ben Hong's hair and clothes fluttered violently. Under the powerful pressure, his body was involuntarily pushed back step by step. Just the aura that erupted out was enough to cause Ben Hong, who also had the strength of a peak pseudo-god, to lose his footing and be completely suppressed. There seemed to be no suspense in the outcome of this battle. Facing a character like Ben Hong, Michael actually got serious. Raphael shook his head. Looks like I'll have to go on stage in less than 3 minutes. Unfortunately, Chinrue found a place to lean against the back and sat down leisurely. He even took out a small bottle of fruit wine and took a sip. Whether it's your or Michael's wishes, it's going to be in vain. A look of disdain appeared on Raphael's face. Just as he was about to retort, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that Ben Hong's hair, which was fluttering backward due to Michael's aura, had suddenly changed direction and was flying forward. Michael, who was confident that he could easily win, had a change of expression. He felt a powerful force rushing toward him, directly resisting his aura. The two forces were actually evenly matched. On the opposite side, Ben Hong's body had already stopped moving back. A pair of black wings appeared on his back, and his dark red eyes emitted a burning light. Looks like I really can't end this quickly. Gabriel, who had his eyes closed, had a solemn expression on his face. In the ancient Colosseum, two huge masses of energy were confronting each other, and terrifying electric arcs were constantly triggered in the surroundings. If it was not this Colosseum that was presided over by a peak pseudo-god and filled with barrier power, but in an ordinary geographical environment, it would definitely cause a terrifying collapse, no less than a regional earthquake. In the huge arena, there were only 3 spectators witnessing this intense collision. Compared to Gabriel and Raphael's surprise, Chinrue appeared to have a card up his sleeve. He was leisurely leaning against the stands with a small bottle of fruit wine in his hand. The two powers that had been clashing with each other suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the figures of Michael and Ben Hong also disappeared. A ball of dazzling golden light appeared in the sky. On the opposite side were countless black clouds with a dark red light faintly shining in the center. The two balls of power collided again, and even the sky seemed to crack. This was not a simple clash of power like before, but a clash of might. The golden light could not penetrate the dark red power of the dark clouds, and the dark clouds could not block the golden light either. Once again, they were equally matched. Ben Hong's body should be a newly fused body. It's even stronger than the body from back then. Raphael saw the strangeness of Ben Hong's body at a glance and was moved. It can actually fight against Michael. It's not just her body that's strong. Gabriel's brows furrowed slightly as she closed her eyes. This is all a head-on confrontation. This woman, who plays tricks with poison, is much stronger than expected. Michael was also shocked. Just a few years ago, when he faced Ben Hong, who had infiltrated the Holy Mountain, he had the upper hand without using his full strength. At that time, Ben Hong was only in the state of a soul. But now, the pressure that Ben Hong gave him had reached such a level. This was not a simple fusion of bodies. Michael was an archangel and also the person closest to God. Moreover, he was in the home field of the Holy Mountain of Light. Even in this ancient Colosseum, he could still use the power of the light element to the greatest extent. If he couldn't defeat Ben Hong within 10 minutes, even if only Raphael, Gabriel, and the bug witnessed it, he would feel humiliated. Michael took a deep breath, and there was already a sword in his hand. The fiery, red, sword body had a cross-shaped edge. It was the artifact Holy Cross sword. The sword body danced with sun-like brilliance and slashed at Ben Hong, who was in the mist. Sun death. This was Chun Rue's feeling. Even if he was outside the arena, he could feel the terrifying power of the sword. He had this feeling when he saw Michael perform Holy Cross sword for the first time at the top of the Holy Mountain. However, the current Chinrue was no longer the same as before. He no longer had that sense of irresistible despair because he no longer had to look up to Michael. Even if he didn't cast the normal state of polar transformation or use analytical eyes, his perception could capture the battle trajectory of the two pseudo-gods in a special calm state. This technique, which could be called mind's eye, was one of the results of 2 years of training. In this state, he could still face the pseudo-god level aura released by Raphael freely. There was no need for him to transform into the polar star transformation. This was because his greatest enemy was not external objects, but himself. The mind had the most initial and ultimate power. In the past 2 years, he had been constantly exploring and exploring, wanting to further surpass himself. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. He only understood a deeper level of the mystery of purple polar transformation. Especially after the integration of the world of gods, he had faintly touched the highest bottleneck, which was the bottleneck of the entire 6-star evolution, using the ego to see the greater self and incarnate into the true universe. This should be the future direction and the key to breakthrough and evolution. Chen Rui's current power of purple polar transformation had reached great success, and it was enough to compete with the existence of the peak pseudo-god. If one day he could break through to the 6-star level and evolve further, he himself did not know what level he would reach. He did not know if this day would really come. Perhaps it would come as he wished, or perhaps he would not be able to achieve it in his lifetime. If such a day really came, probably only those huge corpses in the chaos realm would be the goal to surpass. A dark golden whip appeared in Ben Hong's hand, faintly surrounded by black gas. It was the first time that Chen Rui saw her weapon. Compared to the oppressive feeling of the Holy Cross sword, this whip had almost no sense of existence. This was perhaps the most powerful thing about it. Shadow. Just like its name, the shadow whip was silent and ghostly when it was waved. Chen Rui saw it clearly in the mind's eye. The Holy Cross sword turned into countless rays of death and swept towards Ben Hong with overwhelming power. However, Ben Hong was like a kite, always maintaining a distance from Michael. This kind of fighting style made Michael very uncomfortable. He could not use his power, and many of the Holy Cross sword's sharp killing moves were useless. Time passed minute by minute, and the battle was still in a stalemate. Naturally, Michael did not want to engage in this kind of tug-of-war with Ben Hong. Seeing an opportunity, the 12 golden wings spread out, and the surrounding space was instantly solidified like a mirror. No matter what kind of secret move Ben Hong used, it was bounced back. It was equivalent to just spinning in circles, and the distance between them was instantly shortened by Michael. The power of Michael's space. The Holy Cross sword shone brightly. At this distance, Ben Hong could no longer dodge. Facing the complete posture of the death sunlight, she suddenly smiled. No matter how deep the memory, there will always be a time when it will be forgotten. No matter how deep the possession, there will always be a time when it will not last forever. The red light of death instantly dimmed, and the surrounding solidified mirror was like a peeling skin, rapidly withering, no longer able to play any role. The power of Ben Hong's deprivation far exceeded that of the peak of the holy mountain. Not only was the space confined by Michael's power, but even the power of the Holy Cross sword was greatly weakened. Just as the Holy Cross sword's light dimmed, the long whip in Ben Hong's hand disappeared and was replaced by a pair of black daggers. The daggers in the blink of an eye turned into countless indistinct shadows, encircling Michael at an extremely high speed. Looking from afar, the dark red in the black clouds rapidly nibbled away at the golden light, and the golden light gradually began to lose its color. Michael felt that the cunning and ruthless attack was so terrifying that even he, who was proficient in swordsmanship, was in a difficult position and was completely suppressed. When did Ben Hong have such a powerful close combat ability? Even a few years ago, at the peak of the Holy Mountain, it was not like this. It turned out that this sinister and cunning woman had been baiting him into close combat. A moment of carelessness caused a black line to appear on Michael's cheek. He immediately felt a wave of numbness. This dagger was clearly poisoned. Damn it! He was actually injured. He was injured by the blade of this defeated opponent. Michael was infuriated. The space around Ben Hong solidified once more, and his attacks immediately slowed down. Michael then shouted. "Divine grace as vast as the sea." Even a peak pseudo-god would find it rather difficult to continuously display power in an instant, especially when switching to a different type of power. However, Michael managed to do this easily. The originally dim golden light instantly shone brightly, and the black blood on Michael's face rapidly dissipated. The wound healed as if it was in the beginning. The seemingly endless sea of light from divine grace swept toward Ben Hong. Ben Hong had just dispelled the solidification of the space, and before he could react, the dark red, shrouded by the black clouds, was completely devoured by the sea of light. Just as the light completely engulfed Ben Hong, a low female voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Even the sea of light could not isolate the voice that contained a strange power. "It's truly cruel. It's truly poisonous. This is human nature, the human heart." The ocean-like light suddenly turned sluggish, and the ends of the light rapidly turned black. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of light was dyed black. The black sea rapidly evaporated into smoke, and the center of the arena was filled with endless black clouds. The entire arena trembled slightly, and the ground also started to crack. Gabriel could feel the immense pressure that the arena was withstanding. He increased the power input, and the cracks recovered to their original state. "Divine might!" Michael shouted, and pillars of light appeared in the sea of black clouds, rapidly evaporating the power of the poison. Finally, the situation returned to normal. Both sides were still evenly matched. Raphael, who was watching from the stands, was secretly shocked. Putting aside the close combat ability, Ben Hong had also switched the power of deprivation to the power of poison in an extremely short period of time, instantly turning the tables. If not for Michael's strength and reaction being superior, he would have already been suppressed. If he was the one facing Ben Hong now, he would probably still be at a disadvantage. One had to know that this was the holy mountain of light, and it was also daytime when the light element was the most active. When did this woman become so powerful? Chapter 1144. I admit that I was negligent. Michael's face no longer had the slightest hint of contempt. Instead, his gaze became extremely sharp. "Your current strength is astonishing. You are now qualified to stand on the same level as me. You are now qualified for me to unleash my true power." When Michael said the word negligent, his body had already started to emit faint golden flames. When he said the last sentence, the flames solidified on his body and turned into a faint golden armor. This was no ordinary armor of faith. When the armor appeared, a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was vaguely Michael's image. Upon closer inspection, the entire figure was filled with countless specks of light that looked like stars. This huge figure resonated with the entire white cliff, and even the sun in the sky turned golden. The believers thought that this was a miracle, and they all knelt down and prayed. The power of faith caused by the prayers was reflected on the shadow, and countless prayers rose up in the Colosseum of the old. It wasn't just White Cliff's prayers, but also the power of faith from Michael's kingdom and Michael's kingdom, mixed, fused, and blended together. Every single syllable contained a terrifying power that could annihilate everything. I've said it before. I'm the person closest to God. Michael's arrogant laughter resounded throughout the arena. It's your honor to die under this strongest attack, Radiant's forgiveness. Michael's huge figure had not even attacked, but just the majestic aura alone had completely suppressed Ben Hong. The entire arena began to tremble slightly, and serious cracks appeared in the center of the arena. It could no longer repair itself like it had when Ben Hong had destroyed it. Gabriel, who was in the stands, had already taken on the form of a 12-winged angel, and his body was faintly glowing. It was obvious that even a godly item that could amplify one's strength to a considerable extent was starting to feel pressured by Michael's powerful aura. Ben Hong did not foolishly stand in place and wait for Michael to prepare his ultimate move. During this time, she continuously used the power of deprivation and the power of poison. However, the power of the huge phantom was equivalent to an absolute, supreme existence. As soon as these powers touched the phantom, they all dissipated. The feudal Ben Hong stopped his attacks and looked at the huge shadow behind Michael. He did not show the slightest fear, but only calmly said, "I remember you once said that you have already touched the threshold of that path. It seems that you are not bragging." "Of course," Michael said proudly. "You should be proud that you forced me to use my strongest power. Radiant's forgiveness will completely turn you into nothingness." Radiance's forgiveness? Could it be the god of light's forgiveness? Haha! Ben Hong suddenly laughed out loud. Will God really forgive? Those high and mighty figures would only view all living beings below them as ants. It seems that you have been wearing that mask for so long that you can't even tell the real from the fake. Or is this an excuse to fool your believers? Or is it a poor psychological comfort for yourself? Speaking of which, although this country is flashy and impractical, it's still decent. Michael did not expect to be evaluated by his opponent in such a way after showing such overwhelming power. The murderous intent in his eyes grew. At this time, the power of the phantom had risen to the peak. Once it attacked, it would definitely be an earth-shattering killing move. Anyone could see that Ben Hong was in an extremely dangerous situation and would probably be killed in one blow. In the stands of the arena, Gabriel's expression was indifferent, while Raphael revealed a victorious smile. Chinrue held the small bottle, thought for a moment, shrugged, and took another sip. At this time, Gabriel suddenly trembled, and finally could not maintain her indifference. At the same time, Raphael's smile also froze on his face. The armor of faith appeared on Ben Hong's body. The dark red and black armor was like some kind of gemstone, faintly emitting a deep light. What, shocked Gabriel and Raphael, was not Ben Hong's armor, but the rapidly spreading light behind her back. Countless stars revolved around him like a vast river of stars. Ben Hong stood in the galaxy. Her black wings had already turned into a state of shining starlight, extending into the entire galaxy. The most shining stars in the galaxy seemed to be linked by a mysterious power, forming a special pattern. Michael's pupils suddenly contracted. He clearly felt that the enormous power of faith and life contained in the galaxy around Ben Hong was actually only slightly inferior to his huge phantom. The strongest power he had condensed with the power of the entire Holy Mountain's curse and psychokinesis. No, to be more precise, in terms of the purity of faith and life, it was slightly superior to him. In other words, the quantity of the phantom surpassed the galaxy, but the quality was much inferior. Quantity could be accumulated step by step, but quality could not be achieved simply by accumulation. Michael was shocked. Could it be that Ben Hong's understanding of the ultimate had already surpassed him? She had walked ahead of him, the person closest to God, who had the faith of the Church of Light for thousands of years? How was this possible? While Michael was shocked, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. This woman was too much of a threat, far more than Satan. He had to kill her before she completely grasped that power. Fallen, be liberated in the burning supreme forgiveness. Golden light burst forth from Michael's eyes, and the massive projection began to burn, transforming into countless golden runes that revolved around the blazing flames. Faint sounds of prayers could be heard from the runes, making them appear incomparably holy as they slowly swept toward Ben Hong. It did not have the horrifying momentum or speed that Lucian imagined, but it was unavoidable. Just like the growth of all things, people could see the replacement of things and feel the changes of time and space, but they could not avoid the changes. Bang Hun did not move, but the light around her gradually dimmed. This dimming was not caused by Radiance's forgiveness, but by her own manipulation. The stars that were wrapped in darkness appeared to be even more sparkling and resplendent. If one looked carefully, they would find that in Ben Hong's calm pupils, there was also a brilliance similar to the galaxy blinking. The golden runes had already surrounded and wrapped around Ben Hong, quickly engulfing her. Chinrue's eyes flashed, and he could not help but hold the bottle in his hand tightly. In the overlapping prayers, the golden characters of flames formed a battle array, which looked like an enormous, burning flame from afar. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly appeared in the prayers. Singing. As soon as the singing came out, the enormous flame suddenly shivered, and the frequency of the burning became stagnant. Chinrue put down the bottle in surprise. It was actually singing. Ben Hong singing. For the first time, her voice was different from Helen's gentle and fresh voice. Her tone was slightly low and hoarse, but it had an indescribable special charm. It was like a lonely figure walking in the darkness, singing the invisible sorrow with only her own soul. The Song of Darkness. Although Ben Hong did not say it out loud, everyone could not help but think of the 4 words. For some reason, the singing made Chenrue frown slightly. He took another sip of wine and slowly leaned against the cold grandstand. The feeling in his heart vaguely overlapped with a certain scene in the Sea of Death. The singing became clearer, and the trembling of the flame became more intense. Michael felt that the forgiveness of radiance was constantly being disintegrated and nibbled away by a strange power. He could not stop it no matter how much power he instilled. The believers who were praying on the holy mountain of light suddenly felt that the surrounding light had dimmed. When they looked up, they were shocked to find that the miracle in the sky, which was the golden sun, was gradually turning a strange dark red. The completely dark red sun trembled for a moment, and a crack appeared. The crack instantly expanded and spread. Following that, there was a bang, and the entire sky seemed to shatter. The terrifying shockwave of power caused everyone's vision and hearing to lose their function for a moment. When they regained their senses, they discovered that the sky was still the bright and dazzling sun. There was no gold or dark red, as if everything that had happened was just an illusion. The arena of the ancients. The central area was filled with the scene of destruction. Gabriel's eyes, which had been closed all this time, had opened, revealing a pair of strange red and silver pupils. 12 silver wings appeared on her back. If she had not used all her strength to control the barrier, the clash between Ben Hong and Michael would have caused the entire arena to collapse. The phantom of the forgiveness of radiance gradually dimmed, and the black crystal around Ben Hong also disappeared. Objectively speaking, Michael did have the upper hand in the clash just now, but that was all. His strongest attack was still unable to defeat Ben Hong. After all, this was the home ground of the holy mountain of light. Michael, who had been staring closely at Ben Hong, finally thought of something and asked, "That power just now, was it Calamity?" "That's right." Ben Hong nodded indifferently. Raphael and Gabriel were shocked at the same time. Calamity was the talent power of the demon world's old rival, Charlie. Why would it appear on Ben Hong? Ben Hong's next words shocked the 3 angels again. "Charlie is dead." This sentence was not just a simple announcement of his death. It explained more things, such as why Ben Hong could have the Calamity power that only Charlie had. Michael took a deep breath. Although the 10 minutes are not up yet, with this time limit, there is no point in continuing to fight. Although he was unwilling, although he really wanted to kill this woman who had already surpassed him in a certain field, Michael had to face reality. Ben Hong was indeed a powerful opponent, not to mention 10 minutes. Even if he had 10 hours, he might not be able to defeat Ben Hong. He might even be defeated by him. Ben Hong nodded and slowly walked back to the stand. The first round was a draw. The intention of the 3 supreme angels to propose the qualification battle was to defeat Chinrue's side and make them hand over the snow Daolet unconditionally. This tie was actually equivalent to a defeat for the 3 supreme angels. Chapter 1145. Raphael and Gabriel saw the terrifying strength that Ben Hong displayed just now. It wasn't that Michael held back on purpose. If either of them went down, they might not be able to gain the upper hand like Michael, let alone defeat Ben Hong in 10 minutes. Seeing Ben Hong calmly return to the stand, Gabriel couldn't help but snort coldly. After the confrontation between the two powerhouses dissipated, the cracked ground recovered under the power of the boundary. I thought it would be a full 10 minutes. Unfortunately, it's not time yet, and the second round is about to start. Chinrue sighed and unhurriedly drank the last bit of wine in the bottle. You won't have any luck. Raphael tapped his foot and appeared in the arena. Chinrue walked down slowly. Lord Raphael, please have mercy. If you accidentally kill me, the snow tree will be gone too. Don't worry, I'll let you stay for 10 minutes. Raphael's voice was filled with undisguised hatred. This damned mouse had deceived him more than once and made him the laughingstock of the three angels. The last time in the Black Prison Desert, the communication projection was destroyed by this hateful mouse in front of Gabriel. This time, he must properly entertain him. Although there was the snow tree to worry about, it was fine as long as he didn't kill him. For example, breaking his arms and legs, damaging his soul. Anyway, according to the contract, as long as he knocked him down, the snow tree would be handed over. Once the snow tree was in his hands, he would immediately kill him and completely annihilate the mouse before he could use the power of space to escape. Even if Ben Hong had that kind of shocking strength, he couldn't protect the mouse's life while facing the three supreme angels at the same time. Chen Rue walked slowly while chattering. Lord Raphael, be careful. I'll immediately attack. Right? Can I still use items? Lord Raphael. Unfortunately, the restriction of wind and fire that Lord gave me the other time was a defective product. Moreover, it was completely destroyed after Lord destroyed it. If only I had followed my Lord to get more benefits. That would have been great. This was a continuous slap in the face. Raphael clenched his fists. This weak mouse could only rely on his sharp tongue. Take it as his last words. When he was about to walk down the last few steps, purple starlight flashed on Chanrue's body, and a suit of armor appeared on his body. Race: Angel Comprehensive Strength Assessment, SSSS Plus, Physique SSSS Plus, Strength SSSS Plus, Spirit SSSS Plus, Speed SSSS Plus, Analysis: Light element, wind element, binding, dispelling, healing body of light, soul power, danger level. High people were alive, data was dead. The danger level, judgment of analytical eyes, was not necessarily completely accurate, but in terms of strength it had indeed reached the same level. Some time ago he had sparred with Ben Hong more than once, but that was just a drill. Both sides held back. The current battle was the real touchstone. It was a good chance to try the results of the 2 years of training on the path of mind. Raphael had seen Chinrue's purple polar transformation before, so he was not surprised. Instead, he grinned. He was ready to deal a heavy blow when his opponent finished the last stone step. Although this mouse had a few strange tricks up its sleeves, it was not worth mentioning apart from the space door that it had used to escape through. It was nothing more than using guerrilla warfare to delay time. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks were useless. He couldn't even hold on for a minute. The moment after the purple starlight armor appeared, Chinrue, who had not finished the stone step, suddenly disappeared. This speed, Michael and Gabriel frowned at the same time. Raphael had a preconceived notion, so his reaction was half a beat slower. As soon as he was alerted, he felt the world spinning. His vision turned dozens of degrees, and the surrounding scenery flashed past quickly. Then a sharp pain from his nose woke him up. He was sent flying. Impossible. Raphael couldn't believe it. Before he could stabilize his body, he was already thrown into the air by a huge force. This force was so huge that it was like a roaring hurricane, and he couldn't maintain his balance at all. A purple figure was as fast as a meteor, catching up with Raphael in the air. The high-speed fists turned into countless afterimages, and the sound of high-speed punches kept ringing. Michael, who was watching the battle, also couldn't believe it. This wasn't some trick, but real strength. The hard strength of a peak pseudo-god. If Ben Hong had his current strength because he defeated and devoured Charlie's power, then what was going on with this guy? The first time he appeared in front of him with Ben Hong, He remembered that he was just a demigod ant. In such a short time, he had risen from a demigod to a peak pseudo-god. This couldn't be explained with common sense. In contrast, Gabriel was much calmer. His eyes kept following the high-speed movements of the figure, as if he could see through everything. After a series of fierce attacks, Chinrue appeared above Raphael, clenched his fists, and smashed them down. Raphael's body fell like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground. The sturdy barrier actually cracked. Chinrue's figure flashed, and he landed opposite Raphael. Raphael slowly stood up. His nose was crooked, and many parts of his body were distorted. The only exception was that there was no blood. Then the distorted parts recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye he was back to normal. The only difference was that his eyes were filled with rage. Even though he had the healing light body, which allowed him to fully recover from his injuries, the pain was still very real. Compared to the pain, being beaten up by this rat that he had always looked down on in front of Michael and Gabriel was the most humiliating and infuriating. "I warned you to be careful, Lord Raphael." Chinrue shook his head. His face wasn't covered by the purple polar transformation mask. It was obvious that he was deliberately provoking Raphael. "I've crooked your nose. Can you hit me back?" "Damn rat!" Raphael roared. With a leap of his feet, he instantly appeared in front of Chinrue, and a storm of attacks engulfed Chinrue. What a fool! Gabriel shook his head. To think that he would fall for such a trick. Michael could also see that Raphael had lost his cool due to anger. The trajectory of his attacks was also seen through by his opponent. Although he seemed to have the upper hand, he was actually losing the initiative. As expected, after Chinrue saw through Raphael's attack trajectory, he saw an opportunity. A heavy knee strike made Raphael stagger a few steps, followed by a series of punches. Finally, he leaned over and threw Raphael over his shoulder, throwing him far away. He fell heavily on the ground. Raphael fell to the ground, but he didn't jump up angrily. Instead, he lay motionless on his back as if he had lost consciousness. Chinrue suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He frowned and put away the thought of chasing after him. At that moment, laughter came from his opponent on the ground. That's right, laughter. Raphael, who had fallen to the ground, actually laughed. "I haven't been this angry in a long time. I really lost control just now. I have to say that your strategy is quite successful, at least until now. So I've always underestimated you. Although I don't know how your strength can increase to such a level, it's better this way. At least it gives me the desire to fight. I don't have to suppress my strength for fear of accidentally killing you." Raphael's body slowly floated up. His injuries were long gone. Even the anger in his eyes was gone. That cold gaze was another kind of anger, a truly terrifying anger. Chinrue frowned slightly. He didn't expect Raphael to regain his cool so quickly. 6 pairs of white wings extended from Raphael's back. His body was instantly covered with a set of silver armor with elegant patterns. It looked sacred and solemn. Finally regained consciousness, Michael nodded slowly. "Also, Raphael seems to be getting serious. This battle is going to be more interesting than I expected." Gabriel's eyes never left Chinrue. 3 years ago, this man could only rely on the strength of his weapon to barely block his sword. His strength had actually reached such a level. Even Raphael couldn't look down on him. "Still want to try tricks?" Raphael looked coldly at Chinrue. His body was steaming with pure white light, in the face of absolute strength. "All's fair in war." Chinrue smiled slightly. "But since you said strength, then pure strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Raphael had already appeared in front of him. He punched. This seemingly simple punch was not only filled with great strength, but also contained endless follow-up moves. It was enough to seal off every place to dodge. However, those follow-up moves were useless, because Chinrue didn't dodge at all. He opened his 5 fingers to meet the fist. Bang! Chinrue took half a step back. He actually immediately stabilized his body. This punch was solidly received. This punch contained the power of an attack. It was a real hit at peak condition. It was completely different from the state when he lost his cool. He actually received it. Raphael frowned. He saw his opponent's fist flashing with purple starlight. It was coming towards him with the same powerful force and method. Raphael stretched out his hand without hesitation. At the instant his hands came into contact, he felt a majestic and vast force charging straight at him, and it was almost unbearable. His right leg couldn't help but take a step back before he could stabilize his center of gravity. The two of them were locked in the same position. The purple starlight and white light blazed at the same time. There was no special technique. It was just a pure clash of energy. They were actually in a deadlock. Cracks began to appear on the ground. In the huge force field, the gravel seemed to rise slowly without gravity. Gabriel's eyes flashed. The cracks began to recover and then appeared again. This process repeated. A look of shock flashed across Raphael's eyes. This level of strength couldn't even deal with this mouse. Instead, the pressure from his opponent was getting stronger and stronger. This was no longer a mouse. This was a beast that had to be looked at directly. Chapter 1146. The two huge balls of energy continued to cancel each other out, and with a loud boom, the two figures who were locked in a stalemate burst out at the same time and retreated, disappearing along the way. The two figures repeatedly intersected and separated from each other in the air and on the ground. They were so fast that even the three peak false gods who were spectating the battle would not be able to capture their high-speed movements if they did not focus. In terms of strength alone, the two sides are actually evenly matched. Although Michael said so, he looked confident. Unfortunately, that guy's control of power is too rusty, and he can't compare to Raphael at all. Moreover, in terms of control of the battle, Raphael is definitely the most terrifying existence. It shouldn't be a problem to end the battle in 10 minutes. Gabriel frowned, but before he could say anything, Ben Hong spoke first. You're still so shallow, Michael. Humph. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you, but I'm not interested in bickering with a woman. Michael's words were a little too much, and Gabriel snorted in dissatisfaction. A woman who plays tricks with poison. Watch your words, Michael. The corner of Ben Hong's mouth curled up slightly. A woman who closes her eyes. Oh, now she opens her eyes and continues to pretend to be profound. Do you also think that he will lose without a doubt? Not necessarily. Gabriel's answer was far beyond Michael's expectations, and Ben Hong's smile widened. It's hard to believe that you would make such a wrong deduction, Gabriel. Michael shook his head. That guy's speed is indeed faster than Raphael. There were a few times when he was in danger, but he barely managed to resolve it. But you should know very well what Raphael is capable of. He's just testing the waters now, and once he really makes his move, he can be said to have a sure win. Don't say too early whether it's a mistake or not. Gabriel looked at the figure moving at high speed in the field. I can't be sure about anything else for now, but based on speed alone, that guy isn't serious. Michael was startled. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield had already changed. Amidst the continuous sounds of explosions in the air, Chinrue fell rapidly. He barely managed to turn over and kneel on one knee, stabilizing his body. He looked a little embarrassed. Where's the enthusiasm from before? Raphael floated in the air and looked down at Chinrue. His eyes were filled with mockery. Where's your time ability? Also, why didn't you use the ability to reflect power and the Tower of Glory? Chinrue slowly stood up and looked up at Raphael. You want me to use those powers? Actually, I don't need them to beat you. Defeat me? Raphael sneered. Haven't you realized something? There's indeed a feeling of discomfort. This feeling should be control. You seem to be in control of the entire battle. My every move, including my habitual attacks, fighting characteristics, and even possible fighting styles, are all clearly understood by you. That's why I was completely suppressed just now, with almost no power to fight back. Yes, it's control. I have the strongest control and calculation ability. Everything is under my control. Raphael sneered. I never regarded you as a real opponent before, so you took advantage of the loophole. Once I get serious, you have no chance. Chinrue nodded. Raphael wasn't bragging, at least the first half of what he said. The battle, just now, was full of difficulties. He had encountered a similar opponent in the past, and that was Lord of Midnight Sunday. Raphael's controllability was far better than Lord of Midnight Sunday. Although their strengths were comparable, Chinrue's application of power and control of the overall situation were indeed inferior to his opponent, which made the battle very difficult for him. Since you said so, those tricks don't need to be used. Chinrue shrugged. I'm very interested in this kind of control ability. Why don't we discuss it for another 10 minutes? Humph. Raphael didn't want to delay with Chinrue. His figure flickered, and he rushed straight toward Chinrue. As Chinrue said himself, Raphael firmly controlled the battle, like a chess master in a game. He understood every move on the chessboard, and any change was controlled in his hands. From this point of view, he was already in an invincible position. Bang, bang, bang. Chinrue staggered back again, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Just now he was hit by Raphael's continuous attacks on his flaws, and he even got punched in the face. Okay, the learning time ends here. Chinrue wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. This is my tuition fee. I don't understand what you mean, but my meaning is already very clear. Raphael clenched his fist and said sternly, I said that I will let you fight for the full 10 minutes, and I can give you the opportunity to use divine healing technique, lest you fall before I have a good time. What I mean is you do have a strong calculation and control ability. The opponent is easily led into your designed rhythm, and it is difficult to break free. However, your calculation ability is not the strongest. Is your calculation ability still above mine? Of course. Chinrue said bluntly, so you won't be so relaxed anymore. Let's suffer together. Shameless boasting. Raphael appeared in front of Chinrue in an instant and punched with both fists at the same time. However, Chinrue did not dodge or retreat as expected. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Raphael's hands and put them under his armpits. At the same time, he headbutted Raphael, causing him to see stars. Raphael forcefully shook off Chinrue and was about to counterattack when he suddenly raised his body vigilantly and avoided a leg sweep. He had just risen into the air, and his vision had not fully recovered yet. His heart was alarmed again, but this time it was too late to react, and he was hit in the back by a heavy blow. Raphael's body fell rapidly, and his hands and feet supported themselves on the ground at the same time. With this force, he knocked away Chinrue, who was chasing after him. Just as he was about to chase after him, Chinrue unexpectedly appeared on his side. Raphael subconsciously protected his ribs, but he did not expect Chinrue to lower his body and kick him in the back of the knee, sending him flying with another kick. The battle was very intense. In the stands, Ben Hong smiled slightly. His speed is indeed a little faster than before. Humph, don't be so smug, Gabriel said coldly. Anyone can see that it's not just speed. In fact, his speed is far from peak condition. What I'm saying is that his control of power has improved a lot, and he seems to have figured out Raphael's calculation. The methods of attack he has adopted are becoming more and more unpredictable. If he continues to fight like this, Raphael will no longer be able to fully control it. Michael's brows furrowed even tighter. It looks like that guy is actually using Raphael to practice. That's right, that's what Chinrue thought. Raphael was a peak pseudo-god, and he deeply hated Arthur, so he would never stop in a fight. However, because of the snow dowlet, it was inevitable that he would hold back. Such a practical sparring partner was hard to find. Raphael also realized this, and with a roar, a long silver rod appeared in his hand. With a faint thunder sound, He pointed it at the charging Chen Rui. This change surprised Chen Rui a little, and the long sword North Sea immediately appeared in his hand. With a horizontal slash, he blocked the long rod. The long rod carried a powerful shock force, and Chen Rui's body flew backward. With a backflip, he floated in the air. "What's the matter, Lord Raphael? Do you not want to continue close combat?" "Damn guy, I don't have time to tangle with you like this." Raphael's voice seemed particularly cold. He felt the growth and change of this enemy the most. If this continued, he was afraid that he would fail miserably. Although it was a high-speed battle just now, there was only less than half of the 10 minutes left. Raphael didn't talk any more nonsense. He pointed the long rod, and his figure turned into thousands of figures. In the deep analytical eyes, these images were actually countless spread-out ancient runes. Thousands of Raphael turned into streams of light, intertwining in a mysterious trajectory. Chinrue felt his body tightened as if he was tightly wrapped by a large net of thousands of threads. As the streams intertwined, the sense of bondage became stronger and stronger. The high-speed streams intertwined and formed a magnificent and huge throne. Raphael's real body was now on the throne, looking radiant. The silver rod in his hand made him look like a certain god. Ignorant people take pleasure in ignorance. Those who don't wake up are like dead animals. God has mercy on the world, but not on the deceitful villains. Sinners must be eliminated. One of Raphael's unique skills, seat of sacrifice. It wasn't the first time that Chenrue saw this trick. After witnessing Raphael destroy Sospika's phantasm with this trick at the Altar of Fear, he also personally experienced this trick at the Holy Sun ceremony. He barely managed to cope with it by relying on the power of deprivation given by Ben Hong's soul. The previous two combined were not as amazing as the current one. This is the real seat of sacrifice. Chenrue's eyes glowed with a strange brilliance, and the binding power gradually faded. The power of the evil pupil. Immediately afterward, the North Sea sword in Chenrue's hand drew out countless lights. These lights condensed in the air and flew to the throne in the air. These lights seemed insignificant in front of the throne, but Raphael's face changed drastically because the seat of sacrifice actually changed because of this. In Raphael's heart, the seat of sacrifice was not only a unique skill, but also a perfect work. The core of this unique skill was a complicated and mysterious epic of ancient runes. Every character, every phrase, every intertwining and combination was painstakingly created. Every connection and change of the runes could induce an almost endless energy increase, thus bursting out a powerful force. Obviously, what Chenrue displayed was also ancient runes, but after these simple phrases entered the seat of sacrifice, it actually made this perfect work become chaotic, and the original increase became weakened. If this continued, no one knew what would happen. The only thing that could be done was to attack in advance while there was still a certain power. Raphael gritted his teeth. The long rod stopped, and the power of the seat of sacrifice burst out in advance. Chenrue seemed to be prepared for it. The North Sea sword waved out wisps of soft ripples, protecting his whole body. The entire arena of Olden trembled. Chenrue's body flew backward for dozens of meters, and his feet left 2 drag marks on the hard ground. When he finally stood up, the ripples around him had shattered like a substance, and the long sword in his hand was also shattered. Although the blow just now was not the power of the seat of sacrifice at its peak, it also broke the defense of Chenrue's water sword essence. At the same time, the silver long rod smashed the North Sea into pieces. Chenrue's blood and chi tumbled for a while, but he was actually fine. The shock in Raphael's heart at this time was simply indescribable. As the opponent said, he did not use that kind of reflection power, time power, or the Tower of Glory. He just broke my unique skill in such a simple way. The recognized strongest among the 3 angels was Michael. Michael could take the seat of sacrifice, but it was impossible to break the seat of sacrifice in such a way like this enemy. Even Raphael himself couldn't do it. Ancient runes was his most proud talent. Now this enemy actually used the way he was best to overpower him. Seat of sacrifice was the unique skill that he completed after countless years of perfection. It was also the essence of his own knowledge of ancient runes. Including this time, the opponent actually only used it 3 times. In just 3 times, he actually saw through the mystery of the seat of sacrifice and launched an incredible counterattack. No wonder this guy would say that before. It turns out that this is the real meaning, the strongest calculation and controllability. Chapter 1147. Of course, Raphael didn't know that although it was only the 3rd time he faced the seat of divine sacrifice, Chen Rui's deep analytical eyes had already recorded this epic ancient rune during the first time he faced the altar of fear. Coupled with the second personal experience, the deep analytical eyes had already analyzed this rune clearly over the years. Chen Rui didn't know how many times he had tested it in illusions and drills. From this point of view, Raphael was definitely tricked. Raphael's shock only lasted for a few seconds before it was replaced by a strong sense of alarm. He saw that the enemy's figure had become 3, surrounding him in the middle, and a dangerous aura had instantly filled all his senses. Raphael's pupils shrank. He had seen this move before, but at that time this Arthur was only an early-stage pseudo-god. Now this attack was performed with the strength of a peak pseudo-god, and its power was definitely not the same. The profound meaning of using the conflict between the power of destruction and the power of creation. Michael raised his long eyebrows. The 2 powers are actually so balanced and pure. It's already quite close to the origin. Or is it the power of the origin? Gabriel glanced at Ben Hong. I'm not surprised that more miracles have appeared on him. Ben Hong smiled indifferently. During the conversation, the space in the arena had changed, and a special triangular space surrounded Raphael. Then, the entire triangular space shattered, and Raphael was smashed into pieces, scattered into countless lights, and quickly dimmed. The center of the entire ancient arena became an existence similar to a vacuum. In this existence, any matter other than the vacuum would be completely rejected and turned into nothingness. Nirvana dimension. Chen Rui's 3 phantom images quickly merged into one, but the vacuum still maintained its power. After a long time, the space gradually recovered. The white light that had originally scattered and disappeared shone again. Countless rays of light gathered in midair and returned to Raphael's body. Michael nodded. That move just now was a little interesting. Unfortunately, Raphael has the body of healing light, which can be called an immortal body. Just this alone makes him invincible. Invincible land. Ben Hong's voice was filled with obvious disdain. The other person who also had an undying body had already been killed by Chen Rui. At that time, his strength was far from what it was now. Raphael, who had returned to his original state, clenched his teeth. More precisely, he didn't fully recover like before. His body was filled with crisscrossing wounds, sword wounds. Even though the sword wounds were slowly healing, it was obvious that Raphael had suffered a great loss. These were definitely not ordinary wounds. There was a sword in Chen Rui's hand. The body of the sword was snow white, engraved with 2 lines of strange symbols. The edges of the sword were 2 angels standing back to back, looking simple and mysterious. This sword. Raphael stared at the sword in disbelief. The Nirvana dimension had been unleashed by this sword, and it had also been infused with the power of the evil eye. Not only had it greatly restrained the body of healing light, but it had also almost torn his soul apart, almost making it impossible for him to reform his body. The chapter of light. Michael's expression also changed. He had seen this enemy use the power of the chapter of earth in front of the temple of light. In other words, this person could use the chapter of earth and the chapter of light at the same time. It's not just the fallen sword, Gabriel said calmly. The chapter of wind under his feet should be, but it is hidden by the armor of faith. So, his true speed is far from the limit. You know he has the chapter of wind? Michael turned to look at Gabriel with a sharp look in his eyes. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? Because you didn't ask. Gabriel snorted coldly, not showing any weakness. When I told you about the bet, you almost didn't care. Ben Hong looked at Gabriel with a meaningful look, but he didn't say anything. Michael frowned because what Gabriel said was true. When Raphael woke him up and told him about the 3-year promise, he was quite disapproving, thinking that it was making a mountain out of a molehill. Even after Gabriel returned, he still thought so. The Arthur, who had disturbed the sacred mountain several times, was at best a demon who had just reached the early stage of false god, so he wasn't worth paying attention to. But Ben Hong, who might sneak into the sacred mountain again for revenge, made him a little wary. He didn't expect that Ben Hong, who was supposed to be enemies with each other before, would come together with this demons today. And this demons brought too many surprises, not just in terms of strength. Damn demons! Raphael's eyes were almost burning. There was only one strongest thought in his mind now. This enemy could actually restrain physique of light healing. It was no longer as simple as a humiliation, but the greatest threat. Whoever this person was, he must die. The 12 white wings behind Raphael were all burning with white flames. His originally white pupils suddenly turned black, and his whole body was surrounded by silver lightning. The entire sacred mountain resonated again, and the originally sunny sky suddenly became lightning and thunder. His aura instantly climbed to an extremely terrifying level, almost no less than when Michael used Radiant's forgiveness. Raphael is actually going all out, Michael said, a surprised look on his face. At this moment, Chenrue felt a strong sense of crisis. Raphael seemed to be using the faith of the sacred mountain, which was the power of a certain subkingdom, to burn and reverse the physique of light healing, forming a terrible power between life and death. Similarly, Raphael himself would have to pay a considerable price. If he killed Chenrue, the snow-delay tree would also be annihilated. But this angel of wisdom was obviously desperate. For him, this enemy who could restrain his immortal body was the biggest disaster, and he must be eradicated at all costs. Should we stop him? Gabriel's eyes were shining, and he was already holding a spiral-shaped purple sword in his hand, the edge of which was incomparably sharp silver. It was the powerful Holy Hymn sword. Let's wait and see. It was not Michael who said this, but Ben Hong. What do you mean? Michael was startled. What I want to say is, the one who really defeated Charlie wasn't me. Ben Hong's smile was very meaningful. It was him. Gabriel and Michael were both shocked. It was actually him who had defeated Charlie. Charlie's physique of moon soul was almost immortal, comparable to Raphael's physique of light healing. But even Ben Hong was very satisfied with their shock. Of course, she would not say that Chenrue tricked Charlie into the floating land and then killed him. But the truth was that Charlie was indeed dead, and she and Chenrue were still alive. No matter the method, a win was a win and a loss was a loss. From a certain point of view, the winner takes all. Raphael's aura continued to rise, and the 12 pairs of wings burning with white flames made a strange sound. This was no longer the resonance of faith of the sacred mountain, but a powerful sound that combined faith, life, and soul force. It sounded like countless voices chanting some kind of incantation. The sound of this indiscriminate attack was not transmitted through one sense of hearing, but through one soul, making it impossible for one to evade it. Even the barrier was unable to block it. The 3 pinnacle false gods on the grandstand did not show any reaction on the surface, but they were secretly circulating their power to resist the corrosion of this power. Chenrue was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, and an unprecedented sense of danger surged in his heart. This was not the throne of ascension, and he could not use tricks. He could only face it head-on. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, a huge circular imprint suddenly appeared under his feet. No matter how Chenrue moved, he could not escape from this imprint. The pattern of the imprint quickly became complicated, and countless white flames with electric arcs burst out. The flat image also extended and changed into a three-dimensional state. This was a world full of light and fire, the sky, the sun, and countless glowing holy creatures floating in the air, while Chenrue himself was like an evil spirit stained with filth. He seemed out of place in this holy world and was rejected, demon that blasphemed the light, soul that was stained by darkness. Repent on the other side of the sinful shore. Raphael's burning voice resounded in the soul. Holy Spirit, soul suppression song. Everything in the world turned into burning light. Chenrue was shocked. He felt like a lonely wild ghost in a boundless sea of bitterness, surrounded by the chanting of monks. His soul broke out of his body in the endless chanting and was shattered bit by bit. Almost instinctively, Chenrue's figure suddenly became transparent. He had already used the skill of mirror body, and his soul was also awakened. Those spells were reflected back. However, in the face of this whole constantly burning world, this kind of reflection was just a drop in the bucket, and the duration of mirror body was only 10 seconds. Fortunately, after using mirror body, Chenrue temporarily got rid of the terrible feeling of his soul being shattered. At the moment when mirror body lost its effect, his body changed again and scattered into countless flies, trying to fly away from this world. However, just like the disc mark that he couldn't escape from before, he couldn't escape the range of the Holy Spirit soul-suppressing melody's power at all. Instead, the fly transformation technique, which had always been successful, lasted much shorter under the special attack than usual. After a few seconds, he returned to his original state. At this time, the burning light and the power of the Holy Spirit soul suppression song had reached its peak. The dazzling light, which was close to an explosion, made the three people watching the battle involuntarily squint their eyes. One by one, they entered combat mode to resist the terrible aftermath. The whole arena of the ancients was constantly shaking and shattering. It wasn't that the power of Raphael's Holy Spirit soul suppression song was stronger than Michael's Radiance forgiveness. It was that this kind of indiscriminate attack made Gabriel have to defend and maintain the boundary at the same time, which was much more difficult than before. The shaking of the arena gradually subsided. The flying gravel fell one after another, and the burning light and sound slowly disappeared. Raphael, who was floating in the air, was panting. This move had consumed a lot of his soul and the body of light healing, but it was all worth it as long as he could eliminate that guy. Suddenly, the expression on Raphael's face changed. It is indeed a powerful ultimate move. A familiar voice sounded. It was the voice that he didn't want to hear the most. In the settling smoke and dust below, a figure slowly walked over and gradually became clear. The purple starlight was much dimmer than before, and countless cracks could be seen on the armor. Many of the wings on the back were broken, but the eyes were still bright and full of spirit. He had used all his strength in this move, but it still couldn't kill this enemy. He didn't sense the fluctuations of the Tower of Glory or the spatial door. The Holy Spirit soul suppression song must have been blocked. A rare feeling of powerlessness surged in Raphael's heart. His eyes fell on the undamaged ancient shield in Chenrue's hand, and he blurted out, "The Chapter of Water!" Chapter 1148. The Seal of Water, also known as the Illusionary Demon Shield. Strictly speaking, the 7 artifacts could only be regarded as quasi-artifacts, but in some aspects, even artifacts might not be able to catch up with them. Compared to the 5 recognized artifacts, the Dark Shadow Cloak had not succeeded so far. The Illusionary Demon Shield only had a single function, which was defense. Unlike the Furious King armor, it was the strongest shield in the truest sense. It could resist and weaken all kinds of attacks, including the soul. In addition, It had a chance to reflect the opponent's attack and convert the opponent's attack power into its own physical strength. The more powerful the attack, the lower the probability of this kind of reflection or conversion, but the stronger the defense. It was not only the elusive demon shield that Chenrue could take on the Holy Spirit soul calming melody head-on. The strength of his own soul was the most important thing. After getting Helen's siren's heart, his soul was more than twice as strong as before. The siren's heart specialty was the enhancement of the soul. The stronger the foundation and the higher the degree of integration, the more obvious the effect. In this regard, Chenrue really had to thank the Little Mermaid Princess. Otherwise, he would have been turned into ashes in the Double Fong Sea. In addition, Chenrue also had the Angry King armor on his body, plus the God-eating mask that isolated soul control. In terms of equipment, it was indeed a bit of a bully. Raphael's strongest blow, which was desperately launched by burning his power, was blocked just like that. Looking at the shield disappearing in Chenrue's hand, Raphael suddenly remembered. I remember that Michael vaguely mentioned that the demon who stole the seal of wind with Benhong can cast the seal of earth. I witnessed it with my own eyes just now. Before that, this person also used the seal of light, and now it is the seal of water. Could it be? I don't know if you have heard of this saying, but it is impolite not to reciprocate. This voice immediately turned Raphael's surprise into vigilance. He saw Chenrue's footsteps moving. With every step, the starlight on his body became more dazzling. At the same time, everywhere he passed turned into bright stars. Before he reached Raphael, there was already a vast and boundless sea of stars behind him. This sea of stars shocked Raphael to the extreme. The endless power of faith and indescribably powerful vitality were far superior to the dark galaxy the Benhong used before. Of course, although it was powerful, it was obviously still far from the true power of gods. However, Raphael had an almost absurd illusion. It was a divine kingdom. Even with the most powerful soul, Raphael could not stop the trembling in the depths of his soul. The incredible power displayed by this former mouse had shattered his pride as a supreme angel. Not only Raphael, but Michael, Gabriel, and Benhong also felt the terrifying power of the vast sea of stars. If Michael was shocked when he saw Benhong's dark song before, he was shocked now, unprecedentedly shocked. It turned out that the one who walked at the front was not him, the person closest to God, nor was it Benhong, but him. Yes, it must be him. This person who should have disappeared. When he appeared again, he was far ahead of him. Again, Michael clenched his fists so hard that his whole arm began to tremble. Gabriel's aura seemed to be burning, but the holy song sword emitted a completely different coldness. Benhong's eyes glittered. Although they had sparred before, it was the first time she saw this move from Chenrue. This should be the strongest move that combined the power of the world, that defeated Delothro back then. In the battle against Charlie, it was impossible to use the power of demigods in the floating land, so Chenrue didn't use it. Now, she could finally see it with her own eyes. He, who had the power of a peak pseudo-god, performed this move in his strongest form. This move not only contained the power of Chenrue and the power of the world, but also the power of the 18 world gods, including Benhong himself. In the sea of stars, dozens of the brightest areas appeared, all made of special stars, vaguely forming some kind of special pattern. Raphael found that the pattern that Benhong used to fight against Michael was also among them. The growing sense of danger told Raphael that he probably couldn't take this move, even with the body of light healing. Run. Even if he would lose face, he had to save his life. However, Raphael was horrified to find that he had lost the ability to dodge or move. It was not a simple power lock, but an irresistible feeling, somewhat similar to the shadow that Michael showed before, but far more than that feeling. This star river contained not only power, but almost the real supreme authority. That was the power that only gods had. Chenrue slowly raised his hand. Raphael seemed to feel the approach of death, and cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. There was no anger or calmness in his eyes. For the first time, he felt fear for this enemy. At this moment, Gabriel's voice, which contained the power of the Saint Heart, suddenly sounded. 10 minutes are up! Chinrue's footsteps paused. He turned his head and glanced at Gabriel and Michael, who were on full alert. Then he looked at Ben Hong. After thinking for a while, the galaxy scene behind him gradually thinned and disappeared in an instant. This move, in the end, was not finished. Raphael secretly heaved a sigh of relief and found that his body was already soaked in cold sweat. His first reaction now was not anger but joy. If it was not for this 10-minute time limit, he did not know what the result would be. The broken star armor on Chun Rue's body had completely disappeared, and he returned to his original ant-like strength, but no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Now, can we make a deal? Chinrue asked Gabriel. In fact, with his current level of understanding of purple polar transformation, as long as the power allowed, he could use it again at any time, so he was not afraid of the 3 angels turning against him again. It's you, Michael stared at Chinrue, who was walking step by step into the stands. You actually appeared again. Me. Chinrue looked at Michael's expression and sighed. Although explaining is probably futile, I still want to say that you have mistaken me for someone else. Now that things have come to this, who are you still trying to fool? Raphael said with hatred. Just now the seal of light, the seal of wind, the seal of earth, and the seal of water was everyone's illusion. Gabriel looked straight into Chinrue's eyes. Perhaps you are trying to escape from something? What escape? Actually, it's really possible that you have mistaken me for someone else. Ben Hong's voice sounded, but his tone quickly changed again. There's another possibility, and that is that this person has already forgotten what happened in the past, at least not yet. Although Ben Hong said 2 possibilities, it was obvious that he had directly stamped the latter on Chenru. Compared to mistaken me for someone else, the second hypothesis was clearly much more reasonable. This was especially true for Michael and Gabriel. The reason for the recovery of their strength was much easier to accept than direct training. This also explained why this enemy was able to rapidly increase his strength from an insignificant ant to the point where he was now vaguely above everyone else. Perhaps he has temporarily lost his memory, but his strength is not. Ben Hong said indifferently, I think there's no need to argue about any boring topics, like qualifications now. Michael snorted coldly. Even without considering other factors, with the strength that Ben Hong and Chinrue had displayed, even if the 3 angels joined forces, they might not be able to kill the 2 of them. It might even be a situation where both sides lose. Snatching the snow tree was simply a joke, not to mention that there was still a contract. Since it was futile, Chinrue was simply too lazy to explain that he was not a certain person. He said, then, can we trade now? The 3 angels quickly exchanged glances. Gabriel took out a small blue transparent bottle and threw it to Chinrue. This is the Phantom Ice Spring. I want to know, what are you going to do with it? 3 years ago, the Water Elemental King helped me defeat Delothro's main altar. At that time, the main altar was close to its final form. As a result, the Water Elemental King's elemental heart broke because of this. I need the Phantom Ice Spring to help him repair his elemental heart. Water Elemental King? Water Elemental Envoy? Michael suddenly showed a strange smile. You actually went deep into the dangerous place to gamble with us for an elemental envoy. Fate is really ironic. I don't understand what you're talking about. Chinrue took the small bottle and put it in the storage warehouse. It seems that you really don't remember anything. Gabriel pondered for a moment and asked, if I tell you that sooner or later the elemental envoy and the elemental realm will become your biggest enemy, will you still do this? Why not? I just think that's what I should do now. As for the other messy reasons, it's not within my consideration. Chinrue shrugged. Also, I've never been fond of things like fate. Shameless boasting. Gabriel closed his eyes again. Now hand over the snowdale tree. There was a flash of light beside Chunrue, and 2 5-meters tall trees appeared. They were surrounded by a faint mist. The green leaves had crystal clear, white flowers growing on them. It was the snowdowlet tree. 2. Michael's face became a little embarrassed. There's one more. Our contract only states the snow tree, but it doesn't specify the number. Chinrue thought for a while and casually made up a story. Actually, I used that tree a long time ago. At that time, I needed to use it to restore my strength. This is the real reason why I sneaked into the Godseal Peak. The snow tree was an S-class creature of faith. It could reduce the requirement of all star positions on the star sealing platform by 30%, increase the effect by 30%, and increase the daily production of faith crystals in the kingdom by 30%. Even if it was only one tree, it would have the same effect. So Chenrue deliberately kept one tree. The 3 angels deliberately used qualifications to make things difficult for him in an attempt to force him to unconditionally hand over the snow tree. Chenrue's move could be considered as reciprocation. The contract did not specify 3 trees, so Michael had to accept 2 snow trees. In the end, it was still because of the powerful strength displayed by Chenrue and Ben Hong. Otherwise, it would be a problem for them to leave safely, let alone bargain. Although he was a little unhappy, no matter what, the recovery of the snow tree finally solved the biggest headache for the Church of Light. Michael said with a sullen face, "Since the deal is done, you can go. The next time we meet, I won't be as polite as this." For the first time, we have the same idea. Ben Hong waved his hand indifferently. "Goodbye, the most loyal servants of the gods." "Humph, we are all sensible people. This kind of sarcasm will only show your own shallowness." Although there was still some fear deep in his heart, Raphael certainly would not show weakness. He pointed at Chenrue. "If we are blasphemers, then what is he?" "Me." Chenrue was inexplicably implicated. Did Raphael know that he once said that he wanted to have sex with the goddess of destiny? Michael did not stay on this topic for long. He said coldly, "There's no point in fighting with words. Next time, let's talk with our fists." Gabriel closed her eyes and remained silent. Even at the last moment when she stepped into the Stargate, Chenrue could still feel that she had been looking at him. It was a strange gaze. It was neither hatred nor ambiguity. Chenrue couldn't describe that feeling. He could only vaguely touch a hint of sadness.